Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Welcome to the Talking with the Experts Online Business Summit.
Hello and welcome to the May 2025 Talking with the Experts Online Business Summit, where innovative business owners and industry leaders come together to share insights and their strategies and some success stories. This online event is designed for entrepreneurs who are eager to learn, connect, and grow their businesses. Whether you're a seasoned entrepreneur or just starting out, this summit offers a wealth of knowledge from experts across various industries. Gain actionable strategies, discover the latest business trends, and learn how to overcome challenges in today's dynamic marketplace. What can you expect here today? Hear from leading business experts, entrepreneurs, and industry professionals as they share their expertise on topics such as marketing, leadership, scaling, financial management, and a lot more. And we'll have some practical insights and tools. Each of our speakers will offer you takeaway actionable insights and practical tools that you can implement immediately to drive growth in your business. And our speakers will provide real-world advice to help you achieve your business goals. This is a 100% online event, so you can attend from anywhere in the world. And I am so pleased by the lineup that we have today. We've got 18 speakers, and they first one is at 9:30, which is Kathy Nesbitt, and she's going to be talking about laughter, wellness, and laughing for the health of it. Then our next speaker is Noah Healy. We'll be discussing market design, making a low-cost, stable environment. And then Dr. Jim Salvucci, he's going to be discussing every leadership challenge is a teaching challenge. And then at 11 a.m., Kim Rose Davidson will be talking about loyalnomics and how to build a profitable brand that customers love. And then from Sabrina Osso, respect must become a required standard for all homes to be safe. And at noon, at 12 p.m., Jack Glennon will be discussing redefining yourself, navigating redundancy and career transitions with confidence. At 12:30, Mel Driver will share with us how to avoid costly do-it-yourself website mistakes, and I'm really looking forward to that one because we could all use a bit of help with our websites. At 1:30, I've got Richard Blank will be discussing business process outsourcing, and then Sabrina Trobuck will be discussing challenging the core belief that we're not enough. Later on this afternoon, I have Ellen Stevens will share with us the power of strategic communications. And then Chantal Girardi will share with us content that converts and how to make more sales online by doing less. Another great topic. I think we could all benefit from that one. Kara Stokes will join us at 3:30 on how active living boosts creativity. And Peter Moore at 4 p.m, moving from operator to owner, unlocking your business full potential. And then Manny Skevaphilax will share with us at 4:30 the 5 methods to enhance your value while you grow your business. And then I have Ange Dion at 5 p.m. will share with us understanding your health and safety responsibilities. And in the current climate, I know there have been a lot of workplace accidents of late, so her insights will be very valuable. At 5:30, I have Charlene Lynch, who will share with us her expert authority, the power of visual models to scale your genius. We'll take a break at 6. Unfortunately, the person who was scheduled to appear at that time has another commitment and wasn't able to attend. At 6:30, I've got Cynthia Zay, who's going to share with us Be Heard Globally to Thrive in Times of Uncertainty. And finally, at 7, Fer Wow is going to share the game-changing approach to public speaking. Now, I'd like to acknowledge our sponsors for today is Chantal Girardi from Online Business Marketing, and what her business does is marketing that's meaningful, profitable, and easy to manage. And this is for purpose-led businesses ready to scale, and she offers strategy and implementation for sustainable success. You can find Chantel on Facebook at Chantel Girardi, Facebook strategist, LinkedIn at Chantel Girardi, on her website at onlinebusinessmarketing.com.au, and she's on Instagram and YouTube at Online Business Marketing. And Chantel would like to share with her an empowerment session, and she's just asking you to register. Our second sponsor for today is Manny Skeva Felix, and he's from Portal CFO Consulting Incorporated. Manny is a consultant, a speaker, and an author that helps business owners maximize profits and overcome growth challenges. He's an expert in strategic planning, financial statement analysis, business operations, and organizational development. And he's been achieving extraordinary outcomes for his clients since 2003. You can find Manny on LinkedIn and his website at portalcfo.com, and he's promoting his latest book on Amazon. It's called The Ultimate Profit Management, Maximizing Profitability as You Grow Your Business. And finally, we have Mel Driver from Mel Driver & Co. She's an e-commerce coach, a Shopify expert, and a 4-time award-winning skincare brand founder. You can find her on Facebook at Mel Driver Co., her website at meldriver.co, and her other website is marindabotanicals.com.au. And it's such a pleasure to have those three with us today. Just excuse me while I let some people into the session. It's such a pleasure to have everyone on board today, and I am looking forward to today's session. We are going to have a really full day, and I can't wait to hear from whatever it is going on. Now, I want to share with you some things about the struggles of do-it-yourself podcasting without a clear system. And if you don't have a clear system, you don't have a clear plan. And without a proven step-by-step system, you're left guessing what to do next, leading to confusion and delay. Sometimes you have that tech overwhelm, and it is a real thing. And figuring out recording, editing, and publishing on your own can feel like a nightmare and leaves you stuck, before you even start. No, listeners, no, just launching a podcast isn't enough. Without the right marketing strategies, your show can go unnoticed in a sea of content. You could be missing out on money, and podcasting may take time, and without a monetization plan, you could be creating amazing content for free instead of making it and turning it into income. No structure, no progress. Learning from scattered YouTube videos and blogs means no real direction, making it easy to lose motivation and to give up. You don't have to struggle. My program, The Master of the Art of Podcasting program, gives you everything that you need to launch, grow, and monetize with confidence. And in it, you'll learn it is a step-by-step program. You follow the proven Opal system, which is organize, produce, arrange, and launch. You go from idea to a fully launched podcast and you can do that with confidence. There is absolutely no tech overwhelm. You get simple, easy to follow tutorials on recording, editing, and publishing without that frustration. Learn to grow your audience, and you receive expert marketing and visibility strategies to attract loyal listeners and stand out in your niche. And monetizing made easy. You discover multiple ways to turn your podcast into profit, from sponsorships to digital products and to coaching. And you can learn at your own pace. There is instant access to comprehensive training, workbooks, and template to guide you every step of the way. And you can find it on my website at rosedavidson.com.au. I've got some people waiting in the background, and my first guest is she's disappeared. Let me see. This is not. I don't like doing these on my own. Sometimes I wish that I'd ask somebody to help me to do these summits because I always find it a bit of a challenge doing it on my own. Yeah, so next time I do one, I'm going to be asking someone to do all the bits and pieces in the background. Now I'm waiting for Kathy to come on. Alan, thank you so much. I will see you later on in the day. I look forward to seeing you then. Bye bye for now. And Dr. Jim's in the room as well. Jim, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, happy to be here.
I I know you're always a bit early, and thank you for that. But you're not due to come on till about 10:30. So, are you going to stay for the whole session, or
Well, no,
are
it's
you?
it's 7 o'clock at night for me, so um, I'll do my piece and then I'll probably leave.
All right, that'll be great. All right, so I'll see you in about an hour's time. I'll introduce you then. I guess um, I always leave too much time to do these, and yeah, I'm just waiting for Kathy to come back on, and I'm sure she'll be here shortly. Um, I think we'll just stop recording for the time being and wait till Kathy appears. Now, again, I want to thank my wonderful sponsors here, Mel Driver from Mel Driver and Co., Manny Skever Felix, who is from Portal CFO Consulting Incorporated, and Chantal Girardi from Online Business Marketing for agreeing to sponsor this summit, and also each of them are giving a presentation during the day. So maybe Jim and I can have a bit of a chat. What do you reckon, Jim?
Sure.
Yeah. So what have you been up to since we spoke last?
Nothing at all. I have a book coming out on Tuesday and a TEDx talk on Friday of next week, and I'm moving 3 days after that. So nothing
Oh,
happening in
wow.
my world.
Lovely. All right, Kathy's joined us. So I will bring her on, and we'll get started a little bit early, but yeah, it's all great. Hey, Kathy.
I'm coming in the room. Here I come. Yoop. Poof. I'm here.
Good to see you. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Are you well?
Oh, I'm doing great. Yes. It's spring here, so everything's hopeful in spring.
Wonderful. Kathy Nesbitt is from Kathy's Laughter Club, and she's going to be discussing with us laughter wellness and laughing for the health of it. And Kathy is a health and wellness advocate and founder of Kathy's Crawley Composters, which she established in 2002, Kathy Sprouters, and Kathy's Laughter Club. And she is a multi-award winning visionary who inspires individuals to live a more joyful, sustainable life. Kathy is a certified laughter yoga teacher, appointed laughter ambassador in 2017 by Dr. Maiden Kataria, and she's the pioneer of laughter yoga. Tapping, brain gym, and other health modalities are incorporated in her laughter yoga. She helps people get out of stress and into joy. When we feel good, we do good. Kathy, welcome to the summit. It's such a pleasure to see you again. You always brighten my day, and I'm always glad that you're first on.
Oh, thank you, Rose. I'm so excited to be here again. I'm so grateful for the summit that you host and helping entrepreneurs do a better job. And yeah, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to launch the summit.
Thank you.
I,
Thank you.
I know
Thank
it's early, so maybe I should go slower.
you. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, I always set myself half an hour to open, and it usually only takes me 15 minutes. I don't know why I opened so early, but never mind. It is what it is.
Oh, all is well. Yeah.
Absolutely. Kathy, tell me a little bit about laughter yoga and why is it so important for us to be able to use laughter in our life?
Well, laughter is the best medicine. We've all heard this expression, and it's scientifically proven. That's the beautiful part about laughter. So it's fun, it's frivolous, and it's good for us. How
Mm,
wonderful. So when we're
yeah,
laughing, we are secreting the love drugs, dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins. Yes, I say, have you had your daily dose? And when we're laughing, we're completely present. It really is the opposite of stress. And these days, we're living in a perpetual state of stress. My goal is to help people make joy their habit, and we dabble into stress maybe as we need it.
yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I think that laughter is good medicine for us. And if we can't laugh, and bring joy to ourselves and to others, I think we're missing a great part of our lives.
Yeah, so you asked why we need laughter or why laughter yoga. I think especially since 2020 when the world was shut down, there's still residual COVID time where people are struggling. How do you torture people? You isolate them. So we were isolated. Australia and Canada were battling, longest lockdown. I don't know who won. It doesn't matter. It was really torture. And so laughter connects us on a really deep level. There's a thing called mirror neurons. So when we see somebody smiling, we smile too. Or we see somebody sad, we might feel sad too. Those are the mirror neurons. That's the gift that we have as humans. Very few mammals have mirror neurons, humans, apes, and a few birds. And that helps us really um, connect with empathy. And that's what's really needed during this cuckoo time that we're in. Everybody's struggling, and laughter just helps us get present, feel good. And when we feel good, we do good. We want to help other people.
Absolutely. And I think, um, I mean, I've sometimes walked down the street and I see someone looking a bit sad, and I smile at them and I think, have I made their day? And quite often, when the other is it applies, when I'm feeling a bit down and someone smiles at me, or um, has a conversation, just says hello, makes me feel a lot better. I think makes me feel like I'm less alone in the world. Is that that is a great thing, and it helps people to feel good about their day. Just a smile or just an acknowledgement, and is if we as a community did that a lot more often, I think there'd be a lot less sadness in the world.
Well, imagine if we were all laughing together. And for those watching and listening, laughter yoga is not about jokes or comedy. And it's not doing yoga and laughing. It's laughing as a cardiovascular workout. Jokes are cultural. Two people walking into a bar or somewhere, it's not funny for those two people. So laughter yoga is not jokes or comedy. We're not against comedy, just that comedy is conditional. So if we hear a joke as an adult, it goes through a lot of filters. Is this funny? Have I heard it before? Is it safe to laugh with the people that I'm with? Where laughter yoga is just laughing for the health of it. There's little
Mm,
games to inspire the laughter, and you do it in a club. Even as a trained professional, it's challenging to get my giggle on by myself.
mm.
Again, the mirror neurons. When we see somebody, it's contagious in a good way, everybody. Um, so when we're laughing, we're playing, we're fully present, and we're not thinking about yesterday or tomorrow. We're right here, right now, secreting the love drugs again. And I think the most important piece for laughter yoga and for entrepreneurs, well, for anybody, is the oxygen. Our brain requires 25% more oxygen than the rest of our body as an operating principle. When we're stressed, we're not breathing properly. Lymph oxygen leaves our frontal lobe so we can escape from the situation. Not that we need to escape. Right. I'm laughing, ha ha ha, because I laugh. It's fine. So when we're stressed, right, we're not breathing properly. Laughter just forces us. We're like, ha 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 ha. You can't just ha ha ha, you're exhaling. You have to take a beautiful deep breath in so you can continue laughing at the situation. And Rose, people will say to me, oh my gosh, it's so stressful. How can I possibly laugh? Well, we're not laughing at, we're laughing because of. If we're not laughing, we might be crying in the corner. As you take a sip.
Absolutely. Sorry, I had to have a drink then. Kathy, what are the basics of laughter yoga? I mean, as you said, it's not an exercise where you're doing all those, poses like the dog and whatever it is that they do. Explain the process.
Yeah, thank you. So it is a cardiovascular workout. Sessions are either half an hour or 60 minutes. And you start with some warm-ups. So the yoga part of laughter yoga is the practice of the laughter and the deep diaphragmatic breathing. So you start with some gentle warm-ups. I incorporate tapping, brain gym, qigong. Laughter goes with everything. It's complementary medicine. And there's clapping and there's chanting, but it's not religious. It's just kind of to program our brain, I guess, for happy time. Just like Pavlov's dog, when he rang the bell, the dog would salivate even without treats. So same thing. So there's clapping and we're clapping palm to palm. So when we're clapping palm to palm, we're activating meridians. So that gives us energy already. And then we add a rhythm, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And the words are ho, ho, ha, 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 have fun. Those words, ho and ha, move our diaphragm. So when we say ho, 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 like Santa, we're moving our diaphragm. So there are so many things. So we start with ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. That helps the people that are logical, that are in their head, like, there's no jokes or comedy. What, you want me to laugh with no stimulus? That's right. Just laughing. Just laughing for the health of it. So for those folks, doing something with your hands, it's like, oh, okay, I have something to do. It's not like just laugh for nothing. And it primes us. So when we come to a laughter club and we start ho, ho, ha, 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 then our brain says, oh, it's happy time. I'm ho-hoing and ha-ha-haing. And I add a lot of modalities. So we breathe in through our nose and then we exhale with a sigh. Ha. And what that does, it's an auditory signal to our brain. We're never running for the bus because we're late and sighing like, oh, I'm late for the bus. Ha. No, we're never flapping around looking for our keys. Ha, sighing. So what sighing does is it's an auditory signal. I must be relaxed. I must be happy because I'm sighing. So there's really some beautiful things that we can do to get out of stress. As I mentioned, it is a habit. I want to make joy our habit. I really would like for us to just live in joy. Imagine how productive we could be, how much we would want to be helping the other, serving folks around us when we feel good.
Wow, a lot in that. And I think, you're right about movement and breathing and all sorts of things. I mean, if you're feeling a little bit stressed and you breathe and you relax yourself by doing that, and it changes the way your brain processes certain things in your life or what's happening in your life at that particular moment. I know recently that I've had some family issues. My mum passed away about a month ago, and then I had to put my husband into long-term aged care, and I was quite stressed out through that whole process and the grieving process. Of course, I'm still working through that, but I have found, if I'm holding my hand on my heart, then and breathing deeply, I find that I can relax and that I'm, finding that I'm less stressed, I guess. And so, those breathing exercises do help. And and laughing at yourself too when you make a mistake rather than criticizing yourself. I think that's something that we all need to learn to do a lot better too.
Absolutely. Yes, we do beat ourselves up. We're so hard on ourselves. We are our worst critic. We're so harsh. We would never have a friend like that voice in our head. So we have a choice. We can choose to be stressed and um, function in that way, but it's really difficult. Our body doesn't heal. When people are in stress, they often stress eat, whatever that is. And I would suggest not eating when you're stressed because our body is not in parasympathetic mode, which is rest and digest. So if you eat when you're stressed, yes, you're eating, but it kind of goes in and comes out the other end. Your body doesn't absorb the nutrients because you're not in the mode for that. There are so many wonderful benefits for incorporating laughter in so many ways. When people are going through cancer treatment or dialysis, imagine your whole health team laughing with you. You're laughing, ah ha ha, and then the medicine is better incorporated into your body. The team is less stressed, and everything flows smoother. Um, laughter has changed my life, and I really would love to help people incorporate this magic medicine into their life and add it to their daily regime of healthcare. We put ourselves last. When we have our big list, our big to-do list, we go, there's no time for self-care. Look at that list. It's chock a block. I would say put you at the first. And I have a morning routine that is, it's non-negotiable. I wake up early so that I have time to do my routine, and it only takes 15 minutes. It's not a big chunk of my day, but it sets me up to have a beautiful day. And I start, well, first of all, before getting out of bed, sometimes we wake up and start thinking about our to-do list before we've even got out of bed. That puts us right in stress mode. I'm suggesting take a couple of beautiful, nice deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, and think about a few things that you're grateful for. Don't worry about the to-do list. It'll get to done. Just start your day just thinking, what am I grateful for? And if you're really struggling, it might be hard. So you go, wow, okay, I woke up. Gratitude. Where do I live? Oh, look at me. I live in this nice place. Gratitude. I have drinking water. I have air to, right? Small things. You can start there and then you build up. And then once you get out of bed, you go do your things. What I do is I go outside and I'm barefoot. So I'm multitasking. I'm earthing, which is getting the energy from the earth. When we started wearing shoes, we started getting disconnected from the earth's energy. And that helps us detox. If we have too much energy, it helps us release the excess energy. And it helps us absorb this beautiful energy from Mother Earth. So it's easy to do, and people can Google what it's all about, earthing. It's wonderful. There's a movie about it. And while I'm out there earthing, it's first thing in the morning. I get sun first thing on my eye, which resets my melatonin, and so I sleep better at night. Simple to do. Again, I do some simple stretches, some energy work, some tapping, and boom, 15 minutes. That's how I set up my day. Then I'm like, okay, I'm ready.
A really great way to start the day, Kathy. I think a lot of us, as you say, we think about our to-do list first, and then it causes that stress, and we do all the other things, not putting ourselves first, especially if you have family, you've got your children, you've got your spouse, you've got get the kids ready for school, do those little chores that you need to do, and so the morning starts stressed, and we don't seem to be able to alleviate that stress during the day. And so this is where we can do the things that you suggested, and even starting your day, as you say, going outside and if it's not wintertime and it's freezing cold outside, you can go out and have your coffee or tea or your hot beverage, whatever it is that you have in the morning. And, just even if you have to get up before the rest of the family does, to be able to do those things.
Right, that's it. We just need to set the time aside because we're important. If we fill up our cup and we're full, then we can give the overflow to other people. Otherwise, we're struggling. We go through the day, we're struggling, and it feels like a chore. It feels like, I love my kids. I really want to do for them, but I'm so tired. I'm exhausted all the time. So if we put ourselves first and we fill up our cup, then it's joyful. We can go and help other people because we're full. It's really simple, but not easy. And it's taken me a long time to get where I am today. Was I always this way? Absolutely not. I was a people pleaser. I was always doing for the other. And kind of miserable, right? A stomach ache because it was like, I would say yes when I really meant no. And now I'm able to stand in my power and say yes if I mean yes, and no if I mean no. And those are important. It's important that we have boundaries uh, in addition to our self-care routine and so that we can look after the other people.
Absolutely. And, a lot of corporations are now using laughter yoga to increase their productivity and build teams. Tell me a little bit about that and how it is a benefit to corporations.
Mm, it's a wonderful tool for team building. It breaks down barriers. So you've got the whole crew in there. You got the president, you got the people in the plant, in the factory, the mailroom. Everybody's there, and there's no titles. Everyone just laughing. And when we're laughing together, it connects us. We become more creative. Nobody wants to miss Laughter Day because it's so much fun. Yeah, it reduces absenteeism, increases our mood, increases team building so that we can come up with better solutions. Uh, yeah, corporations are missing out that haven't incorporated laughter into their routine, specifically since 2020. We were working at home, we were isolated, it was hard, we were online, and now we're back in person. I know it's 5 years now, but we're back in person, and it's hard. Young people today are struggling. Rose, my goodness. They were having trouble before making eye contact. Now everybody's attached to their cell phone, and making a conversation is really challenging for people. I'm saying young people, even folks that were working at home, and now it's like, oh, this is so great at no commute. And now the companies want everyone to come back into the office, and it's a challenge. Like if you were 2 years working at home and then going back into the office, now you got to deal with all of those dynamics. It just breaks down everything. Laughter just it frees us so that we can see the other people rather than just the stress and the boundaries.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it 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 is a team building exercise. It helps to make teams more cohesive. I think if you can laugh at something that maybe that's a joke, or I mean, I'm not saying about using laughter yoga as such. I'm talking about if we can all laugh together about a common goal or a common something that's happened, or not laughing at someone because that's a little bit cruel, but you can laugh with them, and I think that's really beneficial. If someone starts to laugh for no reason because they found something funny, sometimes it perpetuates in the workplace. People laugh because someone started laughing and for no reason. I have found that in the workplace, someone was just laughing for something, and you look at them and you think, what are they laughing at? And it's contagious. Laughing is absolutely contagious.
In a good way.
Absolutely, yes.
Don't fear not, folks. It is so beautiful when we're laughing. Pardon me. When we're laughing, it increases our mood. We feel better. It increases our energy. We're secreting all the love drugs. So when we're stressed, we're secreting cortisol, adrenaline, epinephrine. We're not breathing properly. Our body's not getting what it needs. For sure, our brain isn't. When we're laughing, we're secreting all the love drugs. We're fully oxygenated. we just feel better. And it's complementary magic medicine. It's high vibration. And it's, people go, oh, I'm feeling sad. How can I laugh? Good. Your body doesn't know the difference between real and simulated laughter. You can laugh. Ha 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 ha. I hope you're smiling at least while you're watching this. We can laugh, ha ha ha, even if you don't feel like it. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. As soon as you say ha ha ha, those are laughter sounds. As soon as you smile, you start sending a note to your brain. Pew pew pew. Hey, I must be happy. I'm smiling. I'm making those laughter sounds. And we start secreting the love drugs. The more you giggle, the more love drugs you're secreting. Again, versus cortisol, adrenaline, epinephrine. Those all have a place, but they don't have a place in our joy. And as I mentioned, we are living in a perpetual state of stress. There's so many things to be afraid of. I would recommend that people limit their time watching the news. We need to know what's happening for sure, but we don't need all the details. And we definitely don't need all the details every 10 minutes to be repeated. Or on social media, you see the headlines and it sounds so shocking because social media, the design of social media is to get us engaged and make us emotional. It does. You see something that somebody's written and they may be a friend and you're like, oh my gosh, how could they even think that? And we may start to compose something. I would love to give your viewers a tip on how to stop that flow. So if you're on social or something triggers you, stop. Don't compose anything. Don't get engaged. Rub your hands together. And you can do this with me if you like. Shake your hands off. And then we're going to do a triple warmer smoothie. So what this does, the triple warmer is one of our meridians, which governs our joy. When we're under stress, we're not in joy. It's the opposite. So you just cover your eyes gently. Take a nice deep breath in. As you exhale, you draw your hands across your eyes to your temple. And you breathe in again. Trace your ears. Breathe in. And then you just trace behind your ears. You're tracing the triple warmer meridian and come down to your heart. Ha. And you may feel a shift, especially if you're really stressed. You may want to do that a few times just to ha. What you're doing is you're tracing your triple warmer backwards to calm it down. When it's firing, you need to smooth it the other way so that it calms down and you get back into parasympathetic or relaxed mode. Another thing you can do is humming. When we breathe in, again, sometimes when we're under stress, we breathe through our mouth. We're like panting or we're rushing around, breathing in and out through our mouth, and that's okay. That keeps us alive. I'm suggesting that people breathe in through their mouth or breathe in through their nose, and that increases our nitric oxide, which is one of our feel-good chemicals. So we breathe in through our nose, and then we hum it out. Hum. And that increases until your breath is gone. And that increases our nitric oxide by 15%. It's just one of those wonderful things. So my evening routine, when I go to bed, one hand on my heart, one hand on my belly, and I do 3 deep breaths and hum it out. Humming is kind of the first instrument. It's our own resonance. You can hum low, where you're humming more into your belly, or you can hum higher, more into your head. Hum. It doesn't matter. Whatever the resonance that feels good for you when you're humming, it just puts you into that parasympathetic mode and you're ready to go off to La La Land. It's really a beautiful thing. And you can add humming if you're walking down a corridor. Just when you hear people humming, again, you're not humming when you're under stress. It's another signal to your body that, oh, I must be relaxed because I'm humming.
Yeah, and I've noticed that as you do when you're watching children, they always laughing about something that they just find life so joyful, I think. And I think if we as adults decided to let go of the stresses that we have in our lives and and took on more of what children do with their laughing and they're having fun and all of those things that they do, I think we could as a society be a lot better off.
Absolutely. If we look to children, although they are laughing less than they used to, because they're born into this world that's broken and they get the message from birth that the world is on fire, that there's not going to be enough food and there's no housing and all of the things. So it's very stressful. The young people today are really struggling. And I think that's our role as adults to assist these young people on their journey. It's not the same as when we were growing up. There was a path. You went to school, you graduated, maybe you went to university or college, you got a job, you got a family, bought a house. It's not like that anymore. There's no kind of system anymore for these young folks, and they're really struggling. I spend a lot of time with young people, and it's one of my joys. One of my joys is like hearing them talk. They're so smart, but they're really struggling because they don't know what the future holds for them. They're feeling despondent and almost hopeless. So I think it's our role as adults to help them find a way to find the joy and that there is hope to offer them hope. I think that's our job.
Absolutely, and I think the way that the world is going at the moment, I think young people uh, are finding it really challenging to navigate the world as it is now, and because adults are so stressed out, we're passing that stress on and passing all those doubts and uncertainties and all of the dark stuff that's happening in the world right now is being passed on to our younger generation, and they don't know how to handle it. So I think if they could find more joy in their lives, I think we could make their life a lot easier.
Mm. Yeah, I would like to lead us on offer some tips for getting out of stress, if I may, Rose,
Of
to
course.
make it beneficial for your viewers. So I do incorporate a lot of different modalities. As I mentioned, laughter goes with everything. It's complementary medicine. Nobody's died from laughing too much that I know of, but maybe they went. So ha ha ha, not funny. Okay, so so I'd like to since we're all seated. We're gonna do some cross crawls, and this is a seated version. You can do it by tapping your knees with your palm, but we're gonna just put one hand on the opposite shoulder, and you can do this while you're watching if you like, and give yourself a little massage. We carry a lot of stress in our shoulders, and then just push down and drag across to the opposite hip, and then the other side, a little massage, push down and drag across, and we'll do that a few times. And be breathing too. If I forget to tell you to breathe, breathe anyway. What this does is connects our lobes. So we have two lobes in our brain. Sometimes with our frenetic state, it's so much crazy energy out there that helps that we just get disconnected and our energy isn't crossing over. If you're ever feeling depressed, anxious, frustrated, probably your energy is not crossing over, and it may be time to do some cross crawls. So this is a wonderful thing. If there's anyone with you, you can have them do it on your back while you're doing it on the front. And it's a beautiful thing. So anything you do after you've connected your lobes will be better incorporated into your beautiful body. So we're going to tap on 4 spots, and I would invite you to tap on these 4 spots every day. So the first one, so just take a couple of fingers. We're going to tap on our cheekbones right under our pupils. And so we're tapping hard enough that we can feel it. I want you to notice how you feel as you're tapping on these spots. This is stomach meridian. You don't need to know, but if you need to know, now you know. And I want you to take a nice deep breath in while you're breathing, or while you're tapping. Breathe in. Smiling, hold it, tapping. So many instructions. Don't get stressed. Stay with me. And exhale with a sigh. Ha. Good. Breathe in again. And exhale. Ha. Stomach meridian. If we have an upset stomach, tapping on our stomach meridian will help us, or if we're really feeling spun, tapping here helps get us grounded. Next one is on your collarbone. There's a little divot if you go about an inch down from your collarbone. This is the end of the kidney meridian. This is K27. This is where the kidney, the lymphatic system dumps into the cardiovascular. Very important point. And take a nice deep breath in here. And exhale. Good. Again, breathe in. And exhale. So 2 more spots. Next one is on your thymus. You can do open hand, fingers, open hands, fingers, whatever you want to do. Thymus is where our T cells go to mature. Great apes will do this. Our thymus shrinks as soon as we hit puberty. So in order to keep your thymus alive and energetic, tapping on it is a beautiful thing. So what we're going to do here is we're going to make some noise like Tarzan. We're going to get our stress out. So take a nice deep breath in. It's okay. You're safe in your Zoom room. Breathe in and make some noise. Oh! And then with ha ha ha. It's so fun. Okay, again, breathe in. Get the rest of your stress out. Get it out. Ah! It's so fun. Okay, now put your arms like this, and we're just going to tap on our ribs. This is spleen meridian. When we're under stress, our spleen doesn't get any energy. So giving your spleen a little bit extra love is a great thing. You can do both at the same time. There's no wrong way to do this. You can't hurt yourself unless you hit yourself too hard. So stomach again, kidney, thymus, spleen. I would invite you to tap on those 4 spots every day and several times a day. It can't hurt. Every now and then I'm just like, and I'll just take a nice deep breath in. That's a beautiful thing just to get you into your body. I start my day with that while I'm outside earthing. I would love to give you some more tips. So it's evening where I am, so I'm getting ready for going off to La La Land, and I know it's morning where you are, or in Australia at least. So I want to talk about sleeping because it really is important that we have a wonderful, nice night's sleep. So if you have trouble sleeping, going to sleep, or you wake up and you can't get back to sleep, something you can do is figure eights around your eyes. So either right on the skin or just in the air above your hand, either way, slowly, methodically. And as soon as you start yawning, you've gone into parasympathetic mode and you're ready. It's like, okay, I'm ready to go. And you can do that anytime, again, during the day. It's beautiful for eye health. And talking about eye health, I would love to do a routine since I did the figure eights. So I always start when I'm doing eye health with tapping on K27, the kidney. When we're tapping here, it sends energy to our eyes. So that's always a great way to start. And then I do the figure eights around both eyes. Then I'll do figure eights around each eye individually. And then I want you to grab your eyebrows and just pull out. That brings oxygen up to your eyes, and it's kind of resetting the cells. It's a spindle reset. And it's so beautiful. You might notice that after doing this, it's brighter in the room that you're in. Now I want you to gently, these are called fairy pinches, just pull out, just gently pinch on your eyelashes or on your eyelids. And this is, again, the spindle reset. Just gently, it's your eyeball. And then now I want you to just place a finger over one eye, and we're just going to gently tap along, sending more energy to your eyeball. And again, I would invite you to do this every day. We work hard. We're on a lot of screens. So our eyes we get eye strain easily. Okay. And now take it like, oh, whatever I do that, I feel like, oh, it's brighter in here now. So beautiful. All right, Rose, questions?
Absolutely. My God, that was absolutely amazing, Kathy. Thank you so much for sharing those little exercises with us. I think if we replay this later, which I'm going to when I'm doing all the editing. I'm going to do those exercises, and I'm going to feel 100%, and I'm going to learn how to laugh by myself, because I'm now living by myself. So sometimes it makes it a little bit challenging, I think. So what advice would you give for people that are, living on their own, to do this laughter yoga?
Mm, great question. So laughter yoga was started in 1995 by a medical doctor, Dr. Matan Kataria, and his goal is world peace. 30th anniversary, and I believe it was started in 1995, so we could be ready for 2020. Prior to that, even Dr. Kataria believed we needed to be in person to get the benefits of laughter yoga. We now know that the energy absolutely transcends online. There are clubs around the world. People can laugh 24/7 for free. You just jump in. You don't need to know the language. You can jump into Japan and do laughter yoga. The activities are the same, and laughter is the universal language. So I would really recommend that people join a laughter club. There is in-person ones as well, for sure. If you're able to get out and about. The thing about laughter is it works if you're seated, if you're standing, if you're bedridden, if you're isolated, you're living on your own. Absolutely, you can jump into a Zoom class, and it's probably not going to work for Australia. My laughter club, it's 9:30 a.m. Eastern, which is probably the middle of the night for Australia. But really, there are clubs around the world where people can laugh. And I really would encourage people to jump in. You have it on gallery view. So the part about laughter yoga is making eye contact. So we're looking at each other. It's contagious in a good way when we see people laughing. It makes us laugh. We're getting oxygenated. We feel good. We're connected. And it's a really wonderful global giggle gang. It's so much fun when we're laughing together. We don't want to hurt each other. World peace is the goal, and it's possible when we are connected in a good way. We feel good. We're helping each other. We're not against each other. The world right now is so fear-based. Everything is, there's shortage. There's not enough food. There's not enough jobs. There's not enough housing. There's too many people. On and on it goes. There's war. There's a kooky president. We're his neighbor. Like there's so much stuff going on. And people will say to me, Kathy, how can I laugh? There's so many things going on. I say, we have to laugh. We have to laugh because all those things are going on. Otherwise, we're bawling in the corner. So we're not laughing at the situation. We're laughing because of. And why do people laugh when it's inappropriate, or say inappropriate? At a funeral, somebody might start laughing. It's like the pressure cooker. It's the body saying you're too stressed. So it's that explosion, and you start laughing, and then it's contagious. Other people will start laughing, and it's a beautiful release. If anybody remembers Mary Tyler Moore Show, the most popular episode was when Chuckles the Clown at Chuckles' funeral. And Mary couldn't stop laughing. She was laughing and laughing, and it seemed so inappropriate. And then the pastor said, Mary, you're right. Chuckles was all about laughter. We need to laugh. And then everybody started laughing, and that's when Mary started crying. It's hilarious episode, and it's not funny that somebody passed. It's just that release, and they totally wouldn't want us to be, sad forever. Grief is a process. Rose, I'm sorry you're going through that at this time. And that's a process, not to bypass, not to just laugh, to feel good. We're laughing because if we're not laughing, we're so stressed, we're not breathing properly, and then sickness comes when stress is too long.
Absolutely, absolutely. Kathy, thank you so much for sharing that. If you want to reach out to Kathy, you can find her on Facebook, Kathy Nesbitt. She's on LinkedIn under Kathy Nesbitt. Her websites are kathyscomposters.com, kathysclub.com, kathysprouters.com, and she's also on YouTube. Kathy, it has been a pleasure. You want to share something with us today? It's hashtag leader from your website, Kathy's Club.
Yes, I actually do a training. I do a 2-day laughter yoga leader training. Is that what I'm sharing?
Yes, I think it is. Yes.
Yeah, so it's a 2-day training if anybody wants to learn this magic medicine online. It's beautiful. We can learn it for ourselves, and also you're able to lead Laughter Club. And if anybody needs a giggle, I do have a wonderful video series called Fun Fat Friday, where I think tomorrow will be episode 203. So this was a COVID project. It's coming up on 4 years. And so those are shorts for fun. If you can't come to my Tuesday club, unless you wake up in the middle of the night and can't get back to sleep, come and giggle. But my video series are, 5 or 10 minutes, and they're just shorts for fun. And I do incorporate a lot of the healing modalities as well.
Wonderful. Kathy, it's been, as always, a pleasure. Thank you so much for making my day a little bit brighter. I appreciate you. And take good care of yourself.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you. Have a great summit.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye for now.
Bye.
That was Kathy Nesbitt talking to us all about laughter wellness and how laughing is great for our health. Now, my next guest is Noah Healy. And Noah, when I find his bits, is coming to us and discussing market design, how making a low-cost, stable environment is great for our businesses. Now, the markets are an 800-year-old AI technology that happened by accident. Modern computer technology is causing them to break down in ways that are difficult to diagnose and even more difficult to fix. It's a coordinated discover markets provide a simple mechanism to build new markets that work for the productive. Now, Noah is a market designer and game theorist on better economic systems. After training in nuclear engineering, my goodness, he worked for tech startups at the peak of the dot-com boom. Becoming fascinated by the mathematics of information and computation led to patent work on a better commodity market design. Noah, it's unmute, and it's lovely to see you again. I haven't seen you in absolutely for ages. Where have you been hiding?
Hi, Rose. Well, the patent work is ongoing. In fact, I'm presently suing the patent office in federal court. So that's what was taking up a lot of my time over the last 6 months or so.
Wow. So do you want to share with us, but what they've done wrong?
Certainly. So the patent was actually given a notice of allowance back in 2020, which the patent office proceeded to ignore. And when pressed for a reason, the best they could come up with is the claim that the patent was worthless. You're not allowed to patent things that are worthless. Unfortunately, that claim devolves down to an argument that 1 and 2 are equal to each other, which is false. So when presented with that as baldly as it was, they re-allowed the patent in 2022, and then 3 weeks later, they withdrew that allowance, claiming that it was in fact too useful. You're not allowed to patent all of economics. This is a little uh, uh, interesting because they had actually already allowed a patent on all of economics. There was a group called Lang et al. Or Lange et al. That had come up with a mathematization of parimutuel systems, and as part of their patent demonstrated how you could use it to duplicate the existing markets. So they'd already granted that patent. The Lange patent and my patent are again mathematically distinct, which they had conceded, and they haven't taken it back. So that claim was also impossible. So we appealed to the patent court, which is still under the executive. They came to a decision last July where they affirmed both of the previous reasons. So both that it was useless and contained all of economics, uh, without addressing any of the mathematical shortcomings of either of those arguments. And so at that point, in our system, I'm here in America, the only choice once you're done with the executive is to move to the judiciary. And so the next court is the appeals court for the federal circuit, which is technically the second highest court in the country. Uh, we had some back and forth. They're, as far as I can tell, presently engaged in perjury, basically claiming that one does two equal two, and that other things that they've said in the past, which are impossible, are true. And We'll see what judges think about it. The case includes significant amounts of background information. Obviously, I've been dealing with the patent office for the better part of a decade. In fact, very close to a decade at this point. And so the case is actually bound in a couple of books and is, I think, a little over 900 pages long. So the judges are probably going to take a while to read through and come to a decision.
Wow, sounds very complicated.
That's one of the primary difficulties of computational mathematics. In one sense, it's surprisingly simple because it turns out that it doesn't take very much to get to universal computation. The ability to add and the ability to write things down is enough by itself to get to universal computation. On the other hand, it is in some sense the most complicated thing we're capable of imagining because we can prove that we can't imagine anything more complicated than what it achieves. That was part of Noam Chomsky's work on languages.
Oh, okay. So I want to talk about, what led you from going to nuclear engineering to becoming a market designer?
Um, Basically, I've just been following mathematics my entire life. Nuclear engineering had the broadest range of mathematical disciplines engaged in its curriculum, so I went after that. Nuclear encompasses civil engineering with the design of, large-scale reactor plants and shielding and so on, but also highly advanced differential equations and modeling for both the electronic parts and the nuclear parts, as well as enormous amounts of statistics to handle how radiation works. And um, One of the more powerful methods that we've evolved to use computers, something called the Monte Carlo method, was actually developed by the people who were working on the hydrogen bomb. And it's essentially a way to use computers to give you a picture of the statistical behavior of systems that you can simulate but not model. And it's shockingly effective. It's actually built into how AIs uh, that are using reinforcement learning are cracking games like chess and Go and poker and so on. So getting into computer programming gave me an entirely new form of mathematics to master. And as I watched sort of company after company not be able to tip over the edge and saw the markets foundering in, you know, around 2001 to 2008, the flash crash and so on. I got interested in, uh, on the one hand, alignment mathematics, trying to make these sort of infinitely complex AI systems do what you actually want them to do in ways that you can understand that that's what happened. That's what's happening. And market understanding, how can you cope with this chaotic over system? And I came to recognize that these were actually the same problem when I used a method I developed for the first on the second and found the coordinated discovery market a radically more efficient way to build a marketplace.
Right. So, what is the relationship between technology and markets? And I'm not quite sure which markets you're referring to. Is it like buy and sell? Is it the finance sector? What
So I'm
market?
primarily talking about the finance sector, but technology has been a critical piece of financial dealing for quite some time now. So if you think about cash registers, we would not be able to have, grocery stores without cash registers. It just would not be practical for pricing to be done on a per item basis without that normalization and without standardization. The quality of the people that you'd have to hire to be able to understand what the price and the haggling range was for every single item on a floor would be prohibitive. The cost of operation would go through the roof, and we would see those sorts of department stores, things like that, collapse if we did not have cash registers, UPC codes, all the rest of it. The financial markets are much the same thing. The modern financial market was born from the telegraph, which then created the ticker tape machine, and we are well advanced from there. But that kind of communication, creating regional and then national and then global coordination, is what makes these financial markets valuable. Unfortunately, at in the last half century or so, we also can use computers to exactly mimic our behaviors within the marketplace. And so today, most of the actors in the financial markets, which dictate our economic destinies, are just computers that, you know, don't have any goals except for attempting to increase their bank accounts. And so the markets have become incredibly noisy, incredibly unstable. And as long as we own computers and use these markets, they're going to become noisier and less stable as we increase the amount of total computing power we have access to, which is obviously the primary goal of the entire tech sector.
Mm. Interesting. It's a little bit above me. I'm not I'm not a numbers person at all. And so I guess for me to understand that, I'd need to have a little bit more clarification on the components of a business deal, I guess perhaps even, in relation to the technology and the markets.
Yeah, sure. Well, so the existing financial market essentially is about business deals, and it says that you're going to standardize what's being traded so that everybody that trades within a given market is trading exactly the same thing. For shares of companies, this is very straightforward. So if you have one particular share of Meta or Amazon or Tesla or whatever, and I have some other particular share, it makes no difference which one of those two things each of us owns for general stock certificates. And so you could sell yours and I could sell mine, and they'll sell for exactly the same because they're exactly the same thing. We do the same thing for physical commodities of general interest. So wheat is traded pretty much by the boxcar lot and at particular grades. And one boxcar full of wheat at a given grade is the same as any other boxcar of wheat at that given grade. And so at that point, the negotiation process comes down to how much do you want and how much are you willing to pay for it. And so each transaction has a buyer and a seller. And so what the financial markets do is they essentially rip that contract in half and says that the buyer is going to write down a number on their side, and on the other half, the seller will write down a number, and the markets will simply create a couple of decks of potential deals that it keeps sorted all the time. And when it looks at the top of those decks, if those numbers are the same or crossing, then it will just sew that together and say, hey, this contract just happened, put it up so that everybody knows what trade just occurred. And that's it. That's all it does. It does it very, very, very quickly. literally a million times a second. But that's how everything from gasoline to copper to rice gets priced here on planet Earth. Uh, on the other side, what I say is we have three factors on that contract. There's a uh, producer that has product, there's the consumer that has cash and wants product, and there's a price. And so what I did was rip the contract into three pieces, created a specialized prediction market where multiple people could come together and create commoditized price information. Another specialized market where multiple people could come together to create commoditized product availability, and a third where people would come together to create commoditized demand cash. And those three markets essentially balance each other out. They squeeze out the individual human desires that might exist about the relationship one person would have with another. And because they're abstracted through the market, all they want to do is achieve the highest throughput possible. Uh, and so people who are producing things can sell into this market at the highest profits possible because that's what makes the predictors the most money. That's what provides the highest quality stream to the consumer. The consumer wants a high quality and always available stream. And so it does that as well. The forecasters or negotiators want to be able to turn their information into money. It does that as well. And so this this three-way system squeezes out a lot of the noisy back and forth that the existing markets are built out of.
All right. Okay. So in simple terms, the market is based on buying and selling, basically. So that's you buy something, you've got a need for something, you go and buy it, and then you can sell it on to somebody else if you wish.
You can, although in a CDM, they're, they're, the market has probably squeezed out the ability of the middleman to transact the actual good, because that model where you can take temporary custody of something and then sell it on to somebody with differential interest uh, is an arbitrage, and that arbitrage allows the market to adjust its prices so that it is correct. The sort of prediction negotiation market of a CDM essentially creates an arbitrage and arbitrage. So if you could foresee the possibility of buying something and then passing it on later at a profit, what you could do instead is adjust the future trajectory of prices to eliminate that possibility and get much more money than you would from simply arbitraging the number of transactions that you would ordinarily be able to you know handle with whatever resources you have, because what you've actually done is gained a reward from making the entire marketplace more efficient.
Right. Okay. Makes sense. So I guess Noah, we're all trying to build a more stable and profitable economy. What are yours? Is your advice to be able to do that?
Well, there's kind of two pathways. Unfortunately, CDM is the only solution at the large scale that I'm aware of in the public domain, and I'm looking. So if you want sort of regional and national and global scale markets to exist, then you basically have to adopt coordinated discovery markets or go study a lot of math and come up with a different solution. The other path would be to abandon the existence of such things and go local and self-sufficient, which I don't recommend. But but that has happened before in human history, and it would involve basically taking all attention away from existing large scale social structures, governments, markets, even religions, in favor of purely local and familial ties. And so that's basically it right now.
Okay, so um, the world at the moment is absolutely in turmoil with, certain government decisions that have been made overseas. What is that? How does that bode for other countries? With how can they make their economies more stable based on what's happening in versus other countries?
Right. Well, again, exactly the same thing. So country scale organization actually requires markets to exist. Those countries can either adopt CDM outside the United States. It's open source. It's open source inside the United States, although that would be withdrawn if the patent were to be extended. So governments or other interested parties in other countries can go look this stuff up. It's all on the internet. In fact, I've been doing this for so long that you can actually ask things like OpenAI, and I don't have a Twitter account, so I haven't asked Grok, but Google's AI project, Gemini, and Anthropic, and other AI systems will tell you the basics about CDM and give you some links to, my white paper and so on. So you can just do that. Or, math is free. You can go study the basic mathematics and try to come up with some other solution that solves this problem. And the existence of my solution implies that solutions exist, so there definitely might be other ones. This is the best I could do, but that doesn't mean that you could not do better or that even doing worse would still be good enough. Aside from that, countries are going on the ash heap. Uh, the countries that presently exist depend on markets to function. Markets don't function unless we build markets that do function. The countries that presently exist won't. And people that depend on them will fail that dependency. And the people that decided to get completely out of them and away from them will make it through. We're looking at either an industrial revolution style change where what we mean by government, community, culture, and so on changes in very fundamental ways. We call it the Enlightenment for a reason. Or we're looking for a, fall of Rome, or collapse of First Dynasty in China, or a similar type of arrangement where we also stop thinking of governments and so on in their present terms, because markets are markets are a key pillar that allow economic functioning at large scale. And anybody who just follows the cursory news can see that ours have become very erratic by historical standards, and that it's been getting worse for decades. And if you look into the mathematics I've looked into, and what I described, that's essentially inevitable. If we have technology, we won't have markets, and if we don't have technology, well, we are also dependent on that. So uh, it's not, you can't pick. Um, we're either going to lose both of them, or we're going to figure out how to join them together. CDM is the only public proposal, so I would strongly recommend getting on board.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm understanding is that everything revolves around mathematics as far as market is concerned.
Um, one of the one of the sort of fundamental breakthroughs of the early 20th century, we had kind of a series of things with the introduction of quantum physics, the introduction of relativity, first special, the general by Einstein. Alan Turing actually proved that there was nothing that we could imagine that was not mathematical. He proposed his design of a computer to encompass every imaginable action that could be undertaken, and then used it as a tool for a mathematical proof that actually proved that something was impossible. That thing was impossible because it would require the imagining of something that couldn't be imagined if it were possible. So in point of fact, while we aren't nearly good enough at mathematics to be able to take advantage of this, we essentially know for certain that everything that we can imagine is mathematical.
Mm. Yes, I guess yeah, I think even nature's mathematical, really, isn't it? I mean, certain flowers have a certain number of petals, or um, you know.
Oh yes, yes, we see numerous patterns. One of my favorites, the cicada prime numbers. So there are roughly three breeds of cicadas around the world, with 17, 19, and 23-year uh, hibernation cycles. All of those are prime numbers. The reason for that is that prime numbers are harder to sync up with. So if they were on an 8-year cycle, or say 17 and 19, if they missed by a year and went to an 18-year cycle, then predators that were on a 2 or a 3 or a 6-year cycle would be able to sync up with them. And of course, it's much easier to be on 2 or 3 or 6-year cycles than 17 and 19.
Mm,
And so by doing that, they're able to break up their action both on the prey side and on the predator side, and be harder to predict. And we see this in other cycles as well. Uh, Oak trees don't produce the same number of acorns every year. They have cycles, and those cycles tend to devolve to usually smaller prime numbers, but still in an attempt to effectively call their predators. And and of course, the Fibonacci sequence is also quite famous. So if you take two numbers and you add them together to get the next number in the sequence, you can start 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. This produces an exponentially expanding sequence. Um, and if you draw a spiral on that, then you get a fairly beautiful spiral to the human eye. But we also see very similar types of spirals to that in nature, in the pattern of sunflower seeds or in the pattern of nautiluses, spiral shells.
mm.
We'll follow that or other fairly similar difference patterns. And again, it's sort of for exactly that reason.
Right. Very interesting. Noah, you can, if let me start that again. If you want to reach out to Noah and find out a little bit more, either about his white paper or any of the things that he's discussed today, you can find him on LinkedIn at Noah-Healy, and he can be contacted at noahhealy@yahoo.com. And he has a website, is coordisc.com, and he's got a patent pending, which is his white paper if you want to reach out. All the links will be available if you have chosen to become a VIP member of this summit. You can also find him on YouTube at Nikki Haflinger. There's a short video on a podcast on Spotify, and also his patent is on change.org. Noah, it's been an absolute pleasure. If you were to share some little tidbit more about life in general, what would that be?
Um, well, I guess I'd say, echoing the last one, um, the kids these days do have a lot of uncertainties, but uh, I think what we're suffering from is a an abundance problem. So it's sort of a good problem to have, if we can just sort of work out our fundamentals. We've got these cool toys. We could be a lot richer, a lot happier, a lot healthier. Um, we just need to figure out how to make these things not kill us instead of instead of, like they're doing now.
Yeah, I think there's there's a lot to be said about all the great gadgets that we've got out there. But I think if we move back to the fundamentals of life, like we did when you and I were probably kids, like playing outside and coming in when it got dark, and all those things, and we stopped pampering our children, I think there would be a lot happier world. Yeah, all right. Noah, thank you so much for joining me today. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I look forward to talking with you again soon.
You too. Thanks.
Bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Now, that was an interesting conversation. My goodness, I think Noah had a lot to share with us about marketing and numbers and so forth. And I think it was a little bit over my head, I must admit. But for those who are mathematically minded, I'm sure that everything made sense to you. Now, my next guest is Jim Salvucci. And I can't wait to discuss his topic with him, which is everyday leadership challenges is a teaching challenge. And every leadership challenge is definitely a teaching challenge. And the skills that great teachers use in the classroom are identical to the skills great leaders lean into, such things as communication, empathy, goal setting, all those things. Therefore, every leader is a teacher and vice versa. Furthermore, great teachers are also great learners. So every great leader is a great learner. And this is what Jim's going to be talking with us about today. Now, Jimmy has served 30 years as an English professor and university executive before transitioning to the corporate world, where he now helps leaders excel in aligning personal values with organisational missions. As a seasoned leadership expert and president of Guidance for Greatness, Jim offers his extensive experience to professionals across industries. His background in writing and communications, combined with his passion for teaching, has made him a sought-after speaker and podcaster worldwide. With a PhD in English from the University of Toronto and multiple coaching and leadership certifications from institutions as diverse as the Tiny Habits Academy and Harvard University, Jim continues to empower emerging leaders with practical, values-driven leadership strategies. He is currently completing edits on his new book, Greater Than Great: How to Excel in Leadership Through Learning, Logic and Life to Make a True Difference in the World, with a release date in early 2025. And I think that this is the book that I have sent a review of. And my goodness, it was absolutely mind-blowing. I absolutely enjoyed it so much. Jim, it is so much pleasure to welcome you to the summit. My mouth is dry. Excuse me. I need to take a drink.
Thank you, Rose. It's wonderful to be here. Yeah, that is the book you read, Greater Than Great, and it's actually coming out on May 20th, this Tuesday. So,
Oh, wow. That's so exciting. Wow.
yeah,
Congratulations. How long did it
thank
take
you.
you to write this one?
I'm sorry.
How long did it take you to write this one?
Well, every essay in it, there's 30 essays in it, and they're all based on my blogs. So it was a matter of mostly just revising, selecting and revising and assembling. So the actual writing time is years, but the putting the book together was probably the last 6 months worth of work.
Yeah, no, it's a really interesting thing, and we'll discuss that a little bit later. But I want to
Sure.
ask you about the connection between teaching and leading. How are they separate, and how are they the same?
They're separate only in superficial circumstance. Otherwise, they're identical. I can't find a difference in terms of what the fundamentals are. The situation of teaching is different than most leadership situations in terms of the structure and some of the outcomes and whatnot. But in terms of who you are, what you do, how you behave, they're the same. And it's a really healthy thing to think about. I came to this idea. I was a professor, like you said, and then I became a dean, and I didn't really have any mentoring. I didn't have any real models. My boss was a boss,
Mhm.
not a leader, and his boss, the president of the university, was a boss, not a leader. And my peers were flailing around, and I really was struggling to figure out how to lead. I'd done all kinds of forms of leading my whole life, even since I was a kid, but I never really thought about it. I just did it. I was a gut leader. It was good, but the stakes were way too high. So I started thinking about leadership as a discipline, something I needed to study, something I needed to learn more about. And I started thinking very clearly about it. And one of my first revelations, yeah, I didn't phrase it quite the same way, but it was this idea that every time I ran into a challenge or a problem, the solution almost invariably was tapping into my teaching skills. I was a classroom teacher. I was a professor. And so when I did that, all of a sudden things made sense. And I realized, oh my goodness, I actually have these skills of a leader. I just never really thought of them that way. Most teachers do not think of themselves as leaders. It is extremely common, or they think of themselves as the leader of the classroom, and the students are the following. And that's not quite what I'm saying. Um, Leadership is broader than the immediate circumstance, right? It's really a mindset. It's an attitude. And good teachers, great teachers, are leaders. Not every teacher's a leader because not everybody's good, right? Um, but and vice versa, right? Really good leaders are teachers in their attitudes, in their approaches, in their techniques. So I did an experiment a number of years ago. I was working with a bunch of administrators at a school, and I had no idea how this was going to come out. And I just said to them, "All right, I want you to tell me about a great teacher. I want everybody to write down, a great teacher they've worked with or they've had or, they know about. And then I want you to write down what made that person great." And I made each of them tell me about this person. And I had something to write on, and I wrote down the qualities of those teachers. And the thing is, it isn't a matter of it's a matter of looking at their behavior and trying to suss out their qualities and their values. And so we did that. We made this list. And then I said, okay, now I want you to think of a leader, a great leader. Somebody you know a great deal about. You can't say, Abraham Lincoln, but I don't know anything about him. So think of somebody you really know a great deal about who's a leader, and write down those qualities. And we did the same exercise. We started writing them down and on the board or whatever we were using. I can't remember. And all of a sudden they started yelling out, "Oh my God, they're the same list." They were exactly the same list. Maybe the wording was different, right? Maybe the circumstances were different, but it was the same list of qualities, right? And this was the insight I had had many, many years before that I had been applying for years. One of the keys to teaching, really the first key, is who you are, right? Who walks in that room? Think of a great teacher. Think of someone who really touched. And I don't mean someone who had a lot of information they imparted. I mean somebody who really you learned. There's a difference between knowing things and learning things. There's a distinction to be made there. So someone you learn from, it transformed who you were when you were done working with that person. When you had encounters with this teacher, you were a different person. You had grown intellectually and even more. And often you'll hear from people that say, well, this I had this teacher, I was struggling. They reached out to me. They put in extra effort with me. Okay, well, the quality there is probably compassion, right? Or it was, the person they just really were, they really just were really great at, connecting with people and what that meant to them. This is about values. And that tells us about the character of that teacher, right? Your character it's a combination of things. It's your values, it's your personality, it's your experiences, but it's also, and this is key, how you behave, right? How you apply those things. And so great teachers behave well toward their students. I don't mean they're just nice, but they really connect with them.
Mm.
Well, character is the first element of leadership as well. You can't be a great leader unless you have a really solid character. You have integrity. You practice integrity. You do these things. You have true values that you tap into and you use. It's that it's all those things together make up your character, the personality, the experiences, the values, and your behavior. Exactly the same. Okay. Another thing about great teachers that you'll hear is that they were just, oh, this person when they said things, it just made sense. I just understood what they were saying. It was so clear. They didn't talk above my head. I really understood what they were saying, right? That has to do with communication. Well, communication is the second element of great leadership as well. A great leader can communicate. And I always break communication down into three parts. Aristotle, in his rhetoric, talked about ethos, pathos, and logos. And these roughly correspond, but that's not exactly what I'm going for. When we communicate, we have to get three things right. One is we have to have a really solid message, a valuable message. We have to have something that's worth saying. That's tapping back into our values. If we have a valuable message, something to deliver, then our message will be heard, right? It's worth saying. And it seems like, well, duh, right? You got to have a message. Okay, well, how many things have you heard today or read that really didn't have much behind them? They had no real message at all. Or the message wasn't valuable to you, right? Maybe you saw an advertisement, right? And you're like, well, I don't care about that thing. That message doesn't relate to you. So the message is very, very important. And I often use the example of the boy who cried wolf, who yells out that, a wolf's coming when there isn't one, and the townspeople come running up to help him, and he laughs at them. This is a person of very poor values. And so his message lacks value. And the townspeople ignore him when he calls out for, that there's a wolf the next time. And that's a disaster because there really is a wolf. Right?
Yeah.
And so the message is key. The other part of communication is you need to have a known and receptive audience. You've got to be talking to someone who's willing to hear what you have to say on some level and that something about. For instance, right now, I'm sort of talking into the ether. I only have a vague sense of who the audience is, but I suspect that there are people who have some interest in what I'm saying, or they wouldn't be listening. And they're somewhat receptive. You've got to have that kind of connection. Very often people say things, they might have a valuable message, but they're saying things to people who don't really care, or they say it in a way that they can't possibly connect with them. Again, I'll use the boy who cried wolf. Let's say in this case, the boy is totally honest, right? He's not a prankster or anything, but the townspeople or his audience, they're kind of shady. Maybe they took out a lot of extra insurance on the sheep. So when the boy screams wolf, and there really is a wolf, they don't care. They don't care because the sheep are going to get eaten. They're going to get a payday, right? And here's a situation where the audience is just not receptive, right? He can't connect with them. So the audience is key. And the third part of communication has to do with clarity. And this is the most important part. Without clarity, there's no point. There's no point in even delivering your message. So again, going back to the boy who cried wolf, imagine the townspeople are down there. They're honest. The boy's up on the hill. He's honest. A wolf shows up and he yells something like, Oh, there is a mammalian carnivore threatening to attack the sheep. And the simple town people are like, what's this nut on going on about? I don't get it, right? It's not clear to me. Clarity trumps everything. It doesn't matter how important your message is, doesn't matter how receptive the audience is. If you're not clear, it's all irrelevant. I often use the example, my wife, years ago, she was an attorney. She would, and she was also a neighborhood activist, and she would text people in the neighborhood when something was going on, and she'd be typing in a text, and she would do it very quickly because she was very busy. And it was gibberish, absolute gibberish. They were incredibly important things she was saying. People needed to hear it, but people couldn't understand what she was saying. And I had to pull her aside one day and say, I just I don't even understand what you're saying. You've got to stop this because it's total nonsense to people. You have to stop and think about what you're delivering. Clarity is absolutely of essence. So teachers get all three of those very well, very good teachers, right? They know what they have a message to deliver. They're not just delivering nonsense. They believe in it, right? They're not just going through the motions. I'm sure I've had teachers like this. I've had probably more teachers like this than not, who just were going through the motions. They didn't really even care about their subject matter. They were just saying that, they were collecting a paycheck. Especially when I was a kid, I encountered a number of teachers like that. Uh, you know, they also know about their students, right? They know who their students are. They know what it takes to engage the students. And finally, they're clear. They say things clearly. They produce things clearly. They don't just talk in a way that's over people's heads or confusing to people, and they don't use jargon or language that isn't helpful. When I was in college, I took this one professor. I was an English major at a small college, and I took this one professor 3 times for required courses for the English major. It was a poetry professor, and got very poor grades with him. He was, I found him incredibly difficult, but I assumed because he was difficult and hard to figure out what he was saying, because he was just talking way over my head, that I must be learning a great deal. And it wasn't until I got done taking those 3 courses with him and went into other classes that I realized I had no idea how to read poetry after 3 semesters with this guy. Okay, because he was just totally unclear.
Yeah,
Um,
I've had people like that. I've had podcast guests the same, that they haven't communicated to my level. They've communicated to their own level, and I've not been clear about what they've said at all. And it's just, I think I haven't learned anything. I haven't, and some of the questions I had to make them up and thinking, I need to sound intelligent. How am I going to do that when I don't understand what they're talking about?
I love that. Right. You have to come up with something, right, in order to engage them, and keep the conversation going. Yeah, that's a great point. And so when you get in like the business world, clarity, one of the things that breaks down clarity very quickly is jargon, right? People love their jargon. When I first became an entrepreneur, people were throwing around all these terms. What's your CTA? I don't know. What time is it? Does that have to do with time? CTA? I have no idea what that is. Oh, call to action. Oh, why don't you just say, what's your call to action? Or what are you trying to get people to do? People love jargon, but it's not clear, right? And since I was new to it, instead of thinking, oh, well, Jim's new to this, I'll introduce him to it, they just sort of talked over my head, right? So they didn't know their audience and they were unclear.
Yeah.
And leaders, just like great teachers, great leaders rely on those 3 elements, right, in order to communicate. They don't talk over people's head. They understand who their audience is, and they have messages that are valuable, right? They don't waste people's time. If you've ever had a boss who sends out memos and emails and missives and all this stuff, and you spend all this time reading them and you realize this is pointless. What is this nonsense? And I've certainly had bosses like that. They're wasting your time. They're wasting their time. Everyone's time is being wasted on a message that isn't worth delivering, and often it's not even clear.
Yeah, and clarity, as you say, is one of the most important things. I mean, and oftentimes it is better to communicate face to face than it is to do it writing an email or a letter, because what I might say means something to me, and the way I'm thinking that it's being communicated isn't necessarily how the recipient is going to receive it. And oftentimes there is some mismatch, and people get offended or they get angry, and they think all sorts of horrible things that are happening, which me as the sender didn't intend to happen in the first place. It's
Right.
just I didn't communicate well. I didn't communicate on their level, and it's just important that that you need to really be clear about what your message is. It's the same in marketing, the same in, as you say, teaching. It's how we teach our children. If we're not clear in our messaging,
Right.
they're not going to understand what we want from them, and and won't be able to behave in the way we want them to.
Right. Exactly. And that's a great point. Email and texting are notorious for, especially email. The tone, it's really hard to get the tone right. Really hard. So if you're joking, it can come across as nasty, right, or confusing, which is why we have emoticons, right? People, or emojis. It started as emoticons and it became emojis, right? People put a smiley face to let you know it's a joke, which is really annoying. But if they don't do that, you don't necessarily know that it's a joke. I had, actually, when I was a dean, my boss was infamous for sending out these short clip emails that, and people were getting very upset and thinking he's really angry. And I finally went to him. I said, what are you doing with these emails? And he didn't realize that they were coming across that way. And after that, he started taking a little more care in writing his emails and would always sign them very nicely, because he was really ticking people off, and they were scared. So that's another aspect of this. And so that's communication. So we talk about character and communication. The third element, which all great teachers use, is compromise. And we don't often think of that. But compromise is you give and take, right? There's a give and take. It's transactional. And part of that is great teachers meet students where they are. And again, it's that idea you're not talking over someone's head, or you're not talking below them, right? So you're not, if you're teaching a class and they're kind of getting it, and you're like, well, my lesson plan says I'm going to be teaching this one thing, period. And if the students are getting it, too bad. And the students get bored and they become disengaged. Or you're talking way over here, way above them, and the students can't keep up. Teachers compromise by reaching their students where they are, meeting them where they are. And leaders do exactly the same thing, right? They compromise with people. They transact with them so that everyone's giving a little something and everyone's getting a little something. Compromise doesn't have to be 50-50. It could be 99-1, but everyone's giving something, everyone's getting something. That's the way it works. So great teachers do that really, really well. They'll change things up, right? I really want to teach this thing this way, but it's not working. I will compromise what I'm doing to bring the students along, right? Leaders do the same thing, exactly the same thing. And that's key. But again, you can't compromise if you can't communicate. And you can't compromise if you're not a person of character. So all these things tie together across the board. And then once you can compromise, then you get to the height of everything. That's when you really get down to it. Really great teachers do not do what I'm doing now and lecture, right? They don't just talk at students, because students love that, by the way, when they do that. They complain about it, but they actually love those classes because they can be extremely passive. They can sit in the classroom and take notes or doodle or do whatever, look at Facebook, whatever they're doing. And they're not even engaged. And so it's easy for them. Great teachers know to make the classroom collaborative, make the students work with one another. The teacher interacts. It could be as simple as, let's explore. I was an English professor. Let's explore what this poem might mean, right? I used to love to project a poem on the screen and talk about line by line. And we, come to a consensus, or we wouldn't. We might have a disagreement, but that's okay. That was part of the collaborative process. I was trying to teach them how to understand things from a different perspective. And you can see that across disciplines, right? That sort of that interaction, that idea of we're all in this together. We're all learning. And that comes back to the idea that all teachers are great learners as well. They want to learn from their students. They don't just see themselves as being this sage on the stage. They can really connect with the students and learn from the students. And you'd be amazed what you can learn from students. Great
Absolutely.
leaders do the, yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah. I think it's a two-way street, really, isn't it? I mean, if you're
Mhm.
going to be a great teacher, you need to be a great listener. You need to be able to, take feedback from others, even if you don't necessarily agree with it. Uh,
Yeah.
Feedback is important. It's part of the
Yeah.
communication process.
Right. And you've got to be able to read the audience. Okay. Coming back to the idea of audience. If everyone's sitting there rolling their eyes, bored, then you're doing something wrong. Something is not working here. And you need to change it up. So, which goes back to that idea of compromise. So ultimately, great teachers collaborate with their students on the learning process. And that is the ultimate goal of leaders, is to create a collaborative environment, a collaborative culture where everyone is contributing and to a collective success. The leader who gets in front of the group and tells them what to do and tells them exactly how to do it and will accept nothing else is not actually a leader. They're a boss. Okay. The teacher who gets in front of the classroom and teaches down to the students, just talks at them, is not a teacher. They're a lecturer. There's a difference. So, if you want to be a great leader, you need to think like that. You need to think like a great teacher and get those four elements: character, communication, compromise, and collaboration aligned. And they are sequential. You can't get the collaboration without the other three. You've got to go in that order. And character starts with self-awareness. Great teachers are also self-aware. They understand where they're coming from and, and what they have to offer the students.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
So
I think so go on.
no, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm thinking, that those four pillars really are really important to be a great teacher and a great leader. And you're supposed to be able to pick people up and not cast them aside because they either don't agree with you or their opinion is different from yours, or they maybe not have the same communication skills as you. You need to be able to work around that as a great teacher and a leader.
Right. Exactly the same process. So that's why I say every leadership challenge is a teaching challenge, because you're using those same skills. You're tapping, I call those the four C's of leadership, by the way. So character, communication, compromise, and collaboration. Once you've got them aligned, you can lead. Once you get them aligned, you can also teach.
Absolutely. No, I totally agree with everything you've said, Jim. I think you are a great teacher.
Thank you. Even though I'm lecturing.
Yeah, well, there's nothing worse than sitting in a lecture where they're talking over your head, you don't understand what they're saying, or they're talking down to you and dumbing down everything because they think you're a 5-year-old. I mean, I know you're supposed to communicate like someone is in 9th grade. However, you don't need to speak to them like that. You don't need to make them feel less than. It's so important that you treat everyone as an equal. And whether you're a professor of English or you're a dean of English, don't talk down to people. It makes them feel less than. It embarrasses them, embarrasses you, because that they think that you're a snob, or that you think you're better than, when in actual fact you've just got letters behind your name, but that doesn't make you better than them.
Right. Exactly. And that goes to character, right? I've got letters
Absolutely.
behind my name. So what? I'm not better than the people in front of me. And by the way, that idea of speaking down or speaking over someone, that's one of the hardest things when you're teaching in a classroom is when you have a mix of students and some of them are more prepared for the class than others. Some of them are more skilled than others. Whatever the reason, they come in at different levels and you've got to teach to the whole group. And there's strategies for doing that. But some people teach, to the top tier and say kind of, well, everyone's got to just jump to my level, and that doesn't work. And a lot of people, though, teach to the lowest tier or something close to it because they figure, well, everyone can follow that. But what they end up doing is angering all the students who are kind of above that level. And again, this is another area of compromise. You got to figure this out. It's tricky. It's very tricky.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
I'm sorry?
I don't think I'd like to be a teacher. It can be quite challenging to find that happy medium between teaching to the top level and teaching to the bottom level, and trying to make it so that everyone is engaged.
Yeah. I mean it is very difficult, but it can be done. And again, when you're a leader, it is exactly the same thing. You're going to have people who are going like gangbusters. You can barely hold them back, and there's other people you kind of have to drag along. And how do you balance that out? You can't neglect the people who are I call them the true believers, the ones who really buy into what you're doing and want to help and want to work with you. You can't neglect them in order to help the ones at the bottom, but you can't also abandon the ones at the bottom altogether.
That's
again,
absolutely right. Absolutely right. Now, if you want to find out more about Jim or perhaps work with him, you can find him on Facebook at drsalvucci.ny. I'm taking that's for New York. You can find him on LinkedIn at Jim-Salvucci-PhD, and his website, guidanceforgreatness.com. He also has a newsletter and a podcast. It's called On Leading with Greatness. I'm a member of that on LinkedIn. I like that. And he's on Substack, and he has a free resource, which is the Great Leadership Toolkit, which he would like to promote. Tell me what's in that, Jim.
So, the Great Leadership Toolkit is a technique. It's a 5-point technique to up your leadership game. It's very simple. It gives you some behaviors and some things to think about. And each one of the 5 points comes also with a custom built tiny habit recipe. I'm a tiny habits coach as well. Tiny habits is a way of transforming how you gain habits. It is not how it is done. Typically, we think of it as just repetition over time as a habit. That is not how we gain habits. It's it's actually simpler than that. So what we do in Tiny Habits is we create recipes. They're ways of getting people to form habits very, very quickly. And so I provide habits that support what I'm trying to teach in the 5-point system of the toolkit.
Wonderful. Love it. Absolutely love it. Now, if you want to share with Jim, please follow the links that I shared with you previously. Jim, it's been an absolute pleasure as always. I love talking with you. You're so full of. I'll quickly tell me about the book when it's available May 20. Where can they find it?
It'll be on Amazon. It'll be in Kindle form on May 20. On the 23rd, it'll come out in paperback. And I'm talking to my publisher about doing a hardcover as well, just for the fun of it.
Exciting news. And as I said, I've read the book. It is absolutely wonderful. It's really worth the effort to go on and have a look at it and give it a try. Jim, thank you so much, and you have a great evening.
Yeah, you have a great day, Rose.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Wow. I love speaking with Jim. He's so knowledgeable, and he's just so full of information, and his take on teaching and leadership is absolutely wonderful. My next guest is Kim Rose Davidson. Now, Kim is going to be talking with us about loyalnomics and how to build a profitable brand that customers love. Now, Kim is a strategic branding expert and a force behind some of the most iconic Fortune 500 brands. With over 3 decades of experience, Kim has honed his skills in strategic planning, branding, and executing multi-million-dollar advertising and marketing campaigns, PR, and corporate communications. His expertise spans various industries, including agriculture, pharmaceuticals, petroleum, airlines, fast food, telecommunications, and automotive. My goodness, what a range. His first book, Branding Queens, Discover Branding Secrets from 20 Incredible Women Who Build Global Brand Dynasties, has met with great acclaim. It introduced the concept of the 5 C's of branding and explored the nuances of brand building throughout history. His latest award-winning book, Loyalnomics, The Power of Branding, is a testament to his deep understanding of branding and its power to drive customer loyalty. Today, Kim lives with his wife in Calgary, Canada, and has 3 adult children. Kim, are you there?
I am here. And it's
Wonderful.
great to see you, Rose. I haven't seen you in a long time.
It's been a while. It has been a while. What have you been up to other than
Well,
writing
I wrote
books?
I wrote my second book.
I think we were discussing that last time that you were on the podcast, and I think it was a thought, and it wasn't actually coming to fruition. But congratulations!
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So today you're going to be sharing with us a roadmap for entrepreneurs of any size company to take their brand story to the next level, and you're going to share with us some real life examples and provide some tools and tips. So tell me a little bit about how to build a human-centric brand, Kim.
So I have a PowerPoint if you want me to share.
Absolutely. I would love you to share that.
Because I mean, communications is not just words. Communications comes in many different forms. So what I want to do is walk you through the 5 C's, which is how I've built an understanding of what a brand is. But I really want to start with talking about what is a brand first. So if you allow me, I will share my screen, my presentation. And I know I'm only got like 30 minutes. So that was the other thing that just freaked me out. So I wanted to make sure that I covered as much as possible to give your audience as much tools and understanding of how to build a brand so that they weren't going to go away shorthanded. So let me just share here and go here and go here. Okay, so can you see my screen?
I can do, yes.
Great. And you can still see me, which is good.
I can still see you.
Okay, good. So before I start, and I don't know, I didn't hear you at the beginning, but in Canada, our Indigenous, we always try to, whenever we start any presentation, we acknowledge the traditional lands. And the area where I live in is Territory 7 region of southern Alberta, Canada. And I also live in the city of Calgary, where it is home to the Métis Nation of Alberta. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention because I know a lot of your audience lives in areas where the Indigenous people are an important element to everything that we do. It is their land that we actually reside on. And so we acknowledge that as well.
Thank you for doing that. Thank you so much for that.
No, thank you. So I'm happy to be here. What I'm trying to do here is pack 30 years of experience into 30 minutes. And what I'm hoping to do is equip your listeners with key branding strategies from my book, Loyalnomics, The Power of Branding. And thank you for the introduction. They have this context now of both of the books. So I think what's really important to start with is what is a brand? A lot of people think brands are just a logo or a product. And they are perceptions and actual emotional connections is what a brand is. Brands live in consumers' minds, influenced by their experiences and emotions. So understanding that, I came up with my definition of a brand. My definition of a brand isn't about what it says or does, but how it makes customers feel. So emotional impact is achieved through consistent touch points. These touch points shape perceptions and experiences. So what I'm hoping to do here is share my 5 branding principles to help you better understand, to become a better brand builder. I'm going to focus on strategy rather than tactics. Branding isn't about fixing a product's flaws, it's about creating memorable experiences. Branding is much bigger than marketing, and I'm going to repeat that. Branding is much bigger than just marketing. A lot of people think it's the same thing. So what I'm going to do in this next 25 minutes is examine the 5 C's individually. The why, which is the brand commitment, the what, the brand construct, the who, brand community, the where, brand content, and the how, brand consistency. These are the foundational principles in building a remarkable brand experience. So the why, brand commitment. A brand's commitment captures its purpose for being. It includes its aspirational vision and its core values, which guides its impact on customers, employees, and society. People buy your why. Brands like Apple articulate a compelling purpose beyond their product technical attributes. Apple seeks to inspire creativity and enrich people's lives. It's not about gigabytes, processors, RAMs, pixels, or resolutions. The why is your brand's purpose, vision, and promise. It's the reason for existing beyond pure profits. Coca-Cola builds loyalty by connecting emotionally through its core values of making people happy. Storytelling helps convey your brand's why. A caring brand like Tom's Shoes aligns brand advocacy with social purpose. It engages customers more deeply than just selling shoes. Commit to values that resonate with your audience to foster community involvement and loyalty. Patagonia commits to environmental sustainability first. Its products follow that commitment. It integrates eco-friendly practices to its operations, products, and brand DNA. The what? Brand construct. Brand construct involves a cohesive image using various signals to create recognition. It includes physical, sensory, and emotional signals. A brand's name is integral to that identity. It shapes how the brand is perceived and remembered. It may reflect the founder, describe the product, could be just a word or an acronym, or evoke imagery or experience. It should be memorable, universal, unique, easy to pronounce, trademarkable, and versatile, especially in a digital world. Engaging multi-senses establishes a powerful brand presence. It involves sight, sound, touch, taste, and smell, combined with tonality and personality traits. Most brands think of only sight. Sound and scent strengthens emotional ties, enhancing brand identity. Examples: Hugo Boss, with its signature scent as you walk into their store. Intel, Netflix uses their distinctive Sonic logo featured in their commercials. The next time you go to a mall, smell your way around. You'll be surprised to notice that there are different scents as you go into different stores. And there's a reason. Tonality impacts a brand's emotional essence. Even negative emotions can be a strong motivator, which is why negative election advertising works. Google evokes friendliness, reliability, and eagerness to improve. Dove's beauty brand celebrates diversity and self-confidence, fostering a sense of belonging and empowerment. Coca-Cola channels joy and happiness through its identity. An example I want to use today is Liquid Death, founded by Mike Cereal. Mike used to be a creative director in an advertising agency. He transformed bottled water into an edgy cultural sensation. He conceived the idea at a punk rock music festival where he saw the musicians drinking water from Red Bull cans. Drinking water from plastic bottles isn't cool. He designed the brand name and image to be internationally provocative, aimed to murder your thirst. He launched the brand. To launch the brand, he created a viral video. At this point, he didn't even have a product to sell. He quickly discovered that no manufacturer could produce canned water in the United States. He found a producer in Austria in the Alps, 6,000 miles away from his market. There was no distribution system. He had no distribution system whatsoever set up. He sold a 12-pack for $20 on Amazon. That was the only way he could actually get to his customers. And he sold out. The brand was first built before the product. The brand personality leveraged humor, irreverence, and grossness. He also tapped into environmental concerns as canned water is more sustainable than plastic bottles. Challenging conventional branding norms, he built a cool brand that has become a billion-dollar business. The Who, brand community. Brand community isn't just about customers. It's a network aligned with the brand's vision and values, including employees, partners, suppliers, brand champions, influencers, and advocates. Empowered employees as brand ambassadors do drive positive brand perception and engagement. For example, Starbucks and Zapo spends a great deal of time training their employees and empowering them. In actual fact, Starbucks will close for a whole entire day so that all of their employees get training together. And I think they do that at least once a year. The goal is to ensure alignment with brand values for a memorable customer experience. I always say, happy employees make happy customers. So understanding customers' demographic is key, including factors like age, gender, status, psychological behavior. Millennials and Gen Z prefer digital and mobile solutions. No surprise. Boomers often prefer tactile experiences, such as reading physical books and newspapers. Also remember that 50% of wealth currently resides with the boomers. And as we get older, our sensory perceptors, smell, vision, touch, hearing, and taste, become impaired. So, larger font size, more volume in sound, all of these things become more important. So, you get the picture. Customer life cycle. There is a natural progression from infancy to old age. However, stages of life vary based on culture and individual circumstances. You need to know who and where your brand fits within these stages. So I thought I would share an example here that is closer to home for some of you, which is uh, Bond's underwear, established in 1915 by George Bond and remains the number one brand in Australia. Bonds has consistently succeeded over the last 110 years by understanding their diverse customers' needs. Well, I've never worn my dad's underwear brand. I have worn Bonds. They celebrate diversity by showcasing their products using real people of all shapes, sizes, ethnicity, and ages. They have the right product for the right customer, where comfort is paramount. George Bond famously said, "We don't work for each other, we work with each other," highlighting his conviction to his customer, to his employees and community, which is just as important as his customers. Recently, Bonds launched its brand in the United States with its Made for Down Under campaign. I thought that was kind of cheeky and funny. A playful and bold showcase of its distinctive Australian spirit. So, whether you're a true blue Aussie or just a squid, Bond has your backside covered. Oh, a little humor. Or tried to be humorous. Now let's talk about where, brand content. A brand content embodies its various expressions and engagements. It encompasses marketing, advertising, digital, PR, social media, and leadership. I remember the day that we only had the red dot channels. Now we have doubled that number, and they're still growing. Brand content is about crafting its public narrative and digital footprint. We have a plethora of media channels today, which continues to grow. Obviously, it includes TV, radio, print, and numerous digital platforms. Choose channels that fit your audience and your budget. Craft relevant and creative content to maximize engagement. The key is creative. Over 60% of the loyalty impact is based on how engaging the creative is. If the creative sucks, you wasted a lot of time and money. Just as Jaguar, who recently rebranded, failed. So be strategic and don't try to boil the ocean. Public relation and word of social or word of mouth are invaluable for visibility and reputation. You can achieve visibility without a considerable investment. Well, the media placement is free. You must invest resources to get somebody else to talk about your brand. What I mean by that is that you have to spend time to build relationships and to get those influencers out there to actually talk about your products or reporters. Positive PR experience foster organic and trusted endorsements. And if Oprah Winfrey endorses your brand, you've made it for life. My example here is Red Bull, which built an iconic brand identity through diverse media channels. They focused on events, sponsorships, public relations, and media properties. The Red Bull Give You Wings slogan conveys energy and endurance based on caffeine. No surprise, they aligned with extreme sports and adrenaline-filled experiences. They also created their own events, such as the Red Bull Flugtag and the Red Bull Air Race, to enforce their high-energy image. They brilliantly created the Red Bull Media House, which produces brand-centric content, and a lot of it. They also engage directly with customers through social media and various digital platforms. Red Bull has solidified its image as more than just an energy drink. It is a lifestyle symbol synonymous with action in extreme sports. Finally, the how. Brand consistency. Brand consistency unites all of its facets, reinforcing its identity and promises. Without consistency, your commitment won't be clear. Your brand personality will be confusing. Your community won't be defined, and your content will be all over the map. Ensuring uniform perception across all customer touchpoints is critical. So, how do you do this? Well, you ensure consistent brand health with a balance of innovation and infrastructure. Empower employees through structured programs, training, policies, and guidelines. Define rules, boundaries, and regulations. Use your way to guide all of your customers' main decisions. Make sure to protect your trademarks and continuously monitor your brand metrics and customer experiences so you can adjust and respond where necessary. Disney is a great example. They're an expert in creating a magical and seamless guest experience. It just doesn't happen by chance. Everything is meticulously planned and executed. To determine where they put the trash cans across Disney theme parks, Walt Disney handed out a wrapped candy to all the customers that came in to see how far they would go before discarding the wrapper. This determined how far the trash cans should be placed around the park. Innovation infrastructure supports seamless experiences. Disney theme park is technically on the second floor. There is a vast network of utility corridors lying beneath it, allowing Disney employees to move unseen. So you'll never see a character out of place. You won't see a maintenance person or supplies being carried across the park. You will only see the magic. The trash goes straight down to the first floor and it gets sorted for recycling. They've been doing this well before recycling became a thing. Their commitment is supported by employee training program. They call it the Disney University, and policies create a consistent and magical customer experience. They continuously monitor and refine offers to meet customers' needs, and they continue to look at customer feedback to maintain their healthy brand. Overall, Disney's brand weaves magic through innovative design, execution, and vigorous attention to detail. So, your brand is the red thread that ties your organization together. It's why your brand exists. It's the promise you deliver to your customers, including suppliers, employees, and stakeholders. The 5 C's of branding is the blueprint to building a brand. You decide what type of brand you want to develop. If you don't, no worries. Your customer will define it for you. But it's better to drive your brand's future. Ideally, you will drive it with your customer in the same bus. So, your ultimate goal is to create a community of passionate ambassadors and loyal customers. Here are 5 questions to help you start your branding journey today. The first one is, how do you want your customer to feel about your brand? What is the feeling that you want to leave them every time they touch your brand? What would be said at its eulogy if your brand died tomorrow? What would they say? Would they miss it? What other senses can you use to build your brand beyond sight? Sight is default. Are you using any other senses that we have that are actually richer from an emotional perspective? What are your customers? Where are your customers in their life cycle? And how can you help them get through that period beyond what your product's doing? And what infrastructure is in place to ensure your brand promise every day, every place, every hour? So that's the journey, a fast branding journey that we've gone through. Looking at the time, that was 23 minutes. We've only just scratched the surface. If you want more to know more about branding, my book, Loyalnomics, The Power of Branding, contains 12 hours on the topic if you listen to the audio version. And it's been a pleasure sharing my 30 years of experience with you. So I'm going to stop. So if there's any questions that you have, Rose, I'd love to answer them.
Well, Kim, that was an absolutely ripper presentation. I have never, ever heard of branding being presented in that way that is so easy to understand and a step-by-step process that it was unbelievable. I thank you so much for sharing that in such great detail and so easy to, and so easily understood.
Well, I did that, Rose, because I I can go down rabbit holes so easy because the topic, like I have 30 years of knowledge and information and experience and examples. I could spend a whole hour just talking about one company and how it's, traveled. So I came to this thinking that I really do have to be focused. And if I really want to share the overall concept anyways, uh, and hopefully get people excited that they want to buy the book and find out the rest of the information.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, if you want to work with Kim or find out more about his book or what he has to offer, you can find him on Facebook at Rose Brand, on LinkedIn at Derek Rose, and his website rosedeba.com. And obviously, he wants to promote his book, so please tell me where people can find it and the 12 hours of the audio book. What's in it?
So it's the audio version of it. It's on Audible, Amazon. It's also on Amazon as well. Check some of the through Ingram Sparks. I've also distribute through there, so there could be some bookstores that can actually get it in as well. But Amazon is the probably the first place to start.
Absolutely. Kim, thank you again for joining me. It was lovely to see you again. You're always such a pleasure to have on. And good luck with book sales and anything that you have going on in the future.
Thank you very much, Rose. It was a pleasure being here with you. And congratulations with this epic day, the summit. I mean, you've got 20 incredible people that you're going to be talking to. So I wish it's 7:30 p.m. my time. So I'll be going to bed sooner before you guys finish. So I enjoy it.
Wonderful. Lovely. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much again. Bye for now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was Kim Rose. My goodness, as I said, whilst he was there, that I've never heard branding explained in such detail but so easy to understand. I really do thank you for coming on today. My next guest is Sabrina Osso. Now, Sabrina has been a guest on Talking with the Experts podcast a couple of times. I've always enjoyed bringing her on, and we talk about how safety in the home is such an important element. Whether you own your home or you're renting, I think more times often that she speaks about people that are renting homes, but it's always a delight to have her on. Now we're going to be talking about respect must become a required standard for all homes to be safe. And Sabrina is the founder and CEO of Also Safe. Feel safe where you live, learn, work, and play. She is a TEDx speaker, author, and real estate agent on creating and maintaining respect in homes, workplaces, and schools. Sabrina's personal and professional experience with the subject allows her to bring a unique and holistic approach as a solution. She is also a professional dancer and teacher who uses her performance abilities to educate on the subject. The Women's Federation of World Peace awarded Sabrina in March 2024 her Story Award for her commitment to protecting children from home violence and encouraging positive relationships at home. As a real estate agent, Sabrina is bridging the real estate industry with Also Safe. And I must say, my passion project, Healing Through Love, is also been nominated for an award for the Women's Federation for World Peace, which is coming up later on this month. And I'm looking forward to my partner, Charlene Lynch, it's my co-founder, will be attending that event, and so I'm looking forward to the outcome of that. Sabrina, welcome to the summit today, and I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say about safety in the workplace, safety in the home. Beg your pardon.
That's okay. Thank you so much, Rose. This was so great. I'm glad I came on early just to catch some of the presenters. I want to thank you for this opportunity, and the other presenters. I've already learned a lot, so thank you so much. And I just want to start with breathing. If we can, whoever's on the call, just to breathe, it anchors us to the present moment, and it kind of ties into your first speaker. I believe her name was Kathy, and it's something that I'm practicing myself. So, and I do it for myself. So, if we could just take just some breaths, 5, 6, 7, 8, breathe in and out, breathe in and out. And this one, just hold it at the top. 5, 6, 7, 8, breathe in and hold it and let it all out. And the idea behind this is not to think about the past, not to think about the future, just to anchor yourself to the present moment. I am a survivor of violence. My father beat my mother on a regular basis. My mother would beat me. So I know firsthand how difficult and traumatic it is to live in that type of environment. It's like your life is being stolen, really. That's what it boils down to. Your life is just being stolen. And so I thought long and hard about what it is that I needed growing up. What would have helped me? And in creating my business, along with a business coach that really helped me, he asked some very deep questions, and it boils down to this. Respect is the key ingredient to a safe home, to a loving home, if you will, where there is no abuse, no violence, no chaos, no dysfunction. So we are making respect a required standard in all homes, in the real estate industry. So the focus is in the real estate industry through our core product, which is the Also Safe certification for properties. I want to make clear that we're not a charity, we're not a nonprofit. We respect all of the charities and nonprofits that deal with domestic violence, but we don't even like to say domestic violence. We prefer to say home violence because it's more inclusive, and it kind of breaks the stigma that it's a woman's problem, and clearly it is not. And then secondly, domestic violence has such a stigma that all of the victims are female, and that's not true either. So we prefer to say home violence. And also, we cannot solve this enormous problem of violence in the home, abuse in the home, by treating it as a charity. So we feel that it needs to be a paid service, so that way it actually gets resolved. Um, Whether you live in a townhouse, a co-op, a condo, a single-family home, a multifamily dwelling, a two-family home, a villa, a mansion, a mobile home, a senior community, a dormitory, we want also safe certification for properties to propagate over all those types of properties. But right now we are focusing on the path of least resistance, which is the landlord tenant portion of the industry, of the real estate industry. So we are saying to landlords, Mr. and Miss Landlord, hire us. We'll get your property OSO Safe certified. What does that mean? They purchase the OSO Safe Home Sweet Home package, and the package consists of a policy, a seminar, an app, and therapists assigned to the property. So just to give a brief description of all of those components, the policy basically states, I, as a landlord, I promise to provide you a safe space for you to live. You, in turn, as my tenant, you promise to not act in any way, shape, or form abusively. Otherwise, you, the abuser only, gets immediately evicted from the premises. And we go into full knowledge knowing that that would be the consequences. So there's no surprise. The second component is the seminar, the OSO Safe Home Sweet Home seminar. And we teach adults and children alike on facts, statistics, warning signs, definitions of abuse, the difference between abuse and discipline, what constitutes a good relationship, what are the warning signs of a bad relationship. Again, so that way you're not surprised. Oh, you can say in an OSO Safe certified property, I didn't know that if I pull my partner's hair, that constitutes abuse. Now you know. The third component is an app. I hired a software company according to my specifications. It detects violent-like movements and captures them in real time, issuing alerts to the landlord. So let's say you have 10 units. Oh, wow, I just saw you beat the crap out of her in my unit 2, and you just beat the crap out of him in my unit 10. Well, this is grounds for eviction. You knew that this was going to happen. You are held to a higher regard, a higher standard in an OSO Safe certified property. You need to go because I have to protect all of my other tenants, all of my other residents, and I need to mitigate liability and maintain property reputation. And it also eliminates the he said, she said factor. It is being improved upon right now. We're making major adjustments and improvements on the app. Um, and then the fourth and final component are therapists assigned to the property. So you are required to check in with your therapist once a month. Is everything okay? Do you feel like anything is looming? Well, Mr. and Miss Therapist, just to give an example, our kid came home with bad grades. We help us through this. We don't know how to handle this. We're not going to verbally disparage our child. We know better than that. We're not going to attack our child, but help us through this because we don't know how to handle this. Maybe he's being bullied. Maybe there's a disconnect between teacher and student. Maybe he's preoccupied. So all of these components working together deems a property OSO Safe certified. Our logo, just like behind me, gets placed outside of the property. So that way any vehicle or pedestrian traffic, they're looking for a place to live. Wow, I know what that logo means. It means that they make respect a required standard. I want to raise my kids in an OSO Safe certified property. If and when violence occurs, they have the mechanisms and systems in place to diminish it and even prevent it. So all of these components working together, this is a much better approach. It's preventative versus waiting for an episode of violence to occur. Bad news travels fast. It makes everybody uncomfortable. And again, we're making respect a required standard in all homes. And we are flipping the script, Rose, in that instead of having like tenants where your respectful tenants leave, right? Because that's what usually happens. And then you're stuck with the abusive family or the abuser and the victims, if you will. Well, we are flipping all of that. Why should your respectful tenants leave? They get to stay, and then it's the abuser that has to go. So that's what we mean by flipping the script. I want to say that children are at the core of what we do. I can't stress that enough. Um, Children, we are giving them voice and choice with our Also Safe certifications, if you will, when it comes to their home life. Um, we use our children's book as a staple in all Also Safe certified properties. The title of the book, excuse me, is Home Safe Home for You and Me. And we use the book to explain to children that you can use your voice. Let's say that you're not safe with mom, dad, stepmom, stepdad. You're not safe with anybody. In the book, we explain the difference between respect and disrespect, abuse and non abuse. And I explain in the book that know that for the moment, which means right now, you are safe. To kind of plant that seed in children's psyche, to just think of the present moment. Don't think about the past. Don't think about the future. And we trust our children. We are giving them voice and choice, and we are explaining to them, like in the book, who makes you feel safe. And if they're not ready to say at that moment, that's okay. We meet them where they're at. But let's say, okay, you're safe with mom and dad, fine. But let's say you're not safe with them. Who are you safe with? Is it an aunt, an uncle, a grandparent, a close family friend? So we are introducing to all children the Also Safe Kids cheer. And it goes like this. I want to live where I am also safe, and I am also safe with, and they get to fill in the blank. Is it an aunt, an uncle, a grandparent, a close family friend? To kind of plant that seed, and to explain to them that it's okay. It's not your fault if mom and dad are fighting, stepmom and stepdad. Maybe they're attacking you. It's not your fault. You're not alone. And I also explain in the book that you know who makes you feel safe and free and respected and good. You kids know. So we are planting the seed that we trust you. We know that this is difficult. So we are giving them voice and choice. And I also want to say that if there is no one in their lives at the moment that they can run to, we say to them, please be patient. We're working as fast as we can. But if you have somebody, speak out. Speak out, and we're giving them the space to do so. In Also Safe certified properties, we do not wait until the children are 18 years of age, quite frankly, to wait until they are that advanced in age. It's too late. Children will resort to drugs, alcohol. They will resort to gang-related activity. They will get involved with the wrong people, the wrong friendships, the wrong relationships. They will resort to self-harm and ultimately commit suicide. Why? When you can nip it in the bud and get them to safety when they are teeny tiny, because they know who make them feel safe, and we trust that. No courts would be needed in an Also Safe certified property. Everything gets resolved right in the home. And I have to say, the courts, I'm in America. I'm in the United States. They are horrific. And I say this with confidence. I have personal and professional experience, so I know what I'm talking about, especially Child Protective Service agencies and judges' horrible rulings. 5 children a day are killed in the United States by an abusive parent or an abusive step parent, usually under the watch of a child protective service agency and the courts and the judges. Um, and uh, there's no need for that. We're saying at Also Safe, there's no need for that. In an Also Safe certified property, police do get called. Let's say if an abuser refuses to leave, then police get called. But everything that we have is documented, it is copywritten, trademarked. So you are held to that because you signed the documents. So there is no surprise, and that is what backs you up. I want to give some tools to property managers that manage properties, and I want to say to them, if they're on the call and beyond, you are involved by default. We get a little bit of pushback by the property managers. Oh, I don't want to ruffle any feathers, rock any boats. We are here to tell you that the feathers are already ruffled and the boats are already rocked. So it is in your best interest to not turn a blind eye. So some tools to give to property managers is document. You see anything, you hear anything, document it. It will help the police and it will protect you. The second tool is say you're sorry to the abusive household. I'm so sorry that you're going through this. This must be so difficult, and I just want you to know that I am sorry that you're going through this. The third tool is have a list of therapists in the area to give to as many people in the household as possible. And there are websites like BetterHelp, excuse me, Talkspace and Headway. So that way you are planting the seed that, look, things are not okay in this household. There's verbal, physical, sexual abuse going on. You need help. So you arm yourself with therapists that you could give them. And the fourth tool is don't ignore the kids. Talk to them. You could talk to them privately or even in the presence of the abusive parents, abusive step parents. They're not going to like it, but as long as you plant that seed and even say to them, do you have somebody that's willing to take you in? Maybe an aunt, an uncle, a grandparent, a close family friend. And if they say yes, well, then you can help them get them there. And if they say no, you could say, look, please be patient. Oh So Safe is working as fast as they can. So don't ignore those children. It'll go a long way. I wish I had somebody to say that to me growing up. Um, and I would say just obviously hire us. We'll get your property Also Safe certified. Let us deal with the uncomfortable situations. We are equipped to do so. I want to discuss in this segment, and this is very, I mean, everything that I'm saying I feel is very poignant, but this next part is it needs to be discussed, and it's about pornography and BDSM and sex trafficking. BDSM stands for bondage, domination, sadism, and masochism, and a lot of children are being exposed to pornography. The US is the biggest producer and consumer of pornography in the world. 2 reposts that I made on my social media is this, and they're very, they really, they're very educational. One of them is pornography is the marketing department for the sex trafficking industry. And most adults in the sex industry first enter it as children, which means that people have been talking, at least in the States, about the sex industry, sex industry. No child wants to enter the sex industry. It is forced upon them. They are threatened. They are abused and they are groomed into that industry. So it's not like they want to be uh, prostituted or trafficked. This is all forced on them. So I want to make that clear. Both men and women can be perpetrators. I can't stress that enough because a lot of people think that the men are the perpetrators, 10 out of 10 cases, but that is not true. There are plenty of women that are sex abusers. And BDSMers are primarily women doing the sex abusing. They are on camera. They do convulsing, revolting, disturbing things on and off camera. And I cannot stress this enough. They pose as upstanding citizens. Meanwhile, they are part of our societies, communities, neighborhoods, but they are dangerous and they will stop at nothing to get what they want. I'm talking about the women. The glamorous title is a financial dominatrix, and they could be part of your PTA here in the States. We have the Parent Teacher Association. They could be part of your PTA. They could live across the street, next door to you, upstairs. And these women are dangerous. They will prey on submissive men, and these men can have children and they could be married or dating and they move in with each other and the household is full of verbal, physical, sexual abuse, violence, abuse, chaos, dysfunction. And here, I think in the world, but here in the States, it's legal. BDSM is legal and it needs to be made illegal because they are the sex traffickers of our communities. I've been making it a point to educate the public on this because many people don't know. And like I said, women fly under the radar because they think women are always the victim. Yes, they are many times, but I could tell you these women that do BDSM, I mean the acronym alone is toxic. Bondage, domination, sadism, masochism. No adult should be near that, let alone a child. So, and these women rope these men in with their children, and it is instant grooming of the children. And it is, like I said, a recipe for disaster. Have these conversations with your children early on. Do not wait until they are in their teen years because if you don't, they will listen to their peers, and their peers could influence them to be involved in pornography, BDSM, sex trafficking. So have these conversations with your children from when they are teeny tiny, and you can explain to them, I want you to be in good relationships, in healthy relationships. So anybody that tells you, well, why don't I choke you during sex? Or why don't I abuse you a little bit? They're being brainwashed. So if you, as the parent, provided that you are a safe parent, a respectful parent, you teach them this is not what I want for you. I want you to be in a good relationship. Then you are arming them where they don't even allow themselves to be involved with people that are doing pornography, BDSM, verbal, physical, sexual abuse, any combination. I want to give examples of a good relationship and examples of a bad relationship. A bad relationship, there's constant fear. You're walking on eggshells. Um, Financial constraints. Well, I paid for you. I paid for dinner. I paid for lunch. I pay all the bills. Well, now you owe me. That is a sign of a bad relationship. Ridiculous rules. How come the towels are not in order? I thought I told you to go pick up the kids at 3 o'clock. I don't care that you're at work. Why didn't you take out the garbage at 7 o'clock? I mean, ridiculous rules. Uh, Abusive parents, abusive people will use children as weapons. This is a big one, and they are masters at it. And the children suffer tremendously, and it is just evil, to say the least, to do this to your children. These are examples of bad relationships. Humiliation, you're being made to feel inferior. You have no freedom. Verbal, physical, sexual abuse, pornography, BDSM, I explained, gaslighting, mind games. You didn't get a black eye because I punched you. You hit your face on the wall, on the furniture. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. That's an example of gaslighting, mind games. Examples of good relationships. You are heard. Patience is practiced. You feel understood. You are educated versus fearful. And something that we go over in our seminars, the difference between abuse and discipline. Abuse instills fear, and discipline instills education. There is a big difference there. You have choice in a good relationship, and also safe household. You have freedom. You respect is a two-way street. And I believe one of your presenters said that, which I really like. If I am free to attack you and you are attacked, that's not freedom. I just infringed upon your freedom. So freedom is always a two-way street. I'm free and you are free. Your partner, your husband, your wife, your girlfriend, your boyfriend. You are not controlled and you are supported in an also safe uh, household where you have a good relationship. I want to say that we all deserve to be in a good relationship. True love does not hurt. And some more actionable strategies that I want to leave your audience with. I'll say it again, no pornography. And I'm not talking about erotica. Erotica is about sexual freedom. There's a difference. But pornography, BDSM is all about manipulation, domination, control. Therapy, good therapy. So you may have to try on a few therapists for size. Don't let that discourage you. Not all therapists are created equal. So let you experiment with a few therapists. Let that be okay. Do not fight in front of your children. It is very traumatic. I should know. My parents fought in front of me all the time, and it was always terrorizing. If you are in a heated argument, it's very heated, get distance, go out, just remove yourself and go out for 20 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours until you gain some perspective and you come back and you can discuss it like calm adults. It will definitely go a long way. We need to stop calling females bitches, sluts, whores, tramps, sleazes, floozies, bimbos, thots, skanks, and all the other lovely titles that are given to us because it just gives permission for anyone to attack us. And there's no reason for that. So we need to stop all of those labels. Respect needs to be a practice, and it's something that we focus on, obviously, at Also Safe. And also something that I've been I mean, I practice everything that I'm mentioning here, that I'm discussing here, but something that I've been doing is let it be okay. Just let it be okay. You just made a wrong turn. Instead of getting upset, let it be okay. Your kid just spilled orange juice all over themselves, and now you have to bring them to school. You're going to be late. Let it be okay. Change the clothes, clean it up, and get to school. Also, Safe Certified Properties is good for everyone's lives and livelihood, and it's good for business all around. We are hopeful and positive, and we hope that we educated and that all of you on this call are also safe at home. I want to thank you, Rose, for this opportunity. I thank you so much. And this was a great platform for us to let everyone know that we exist and our products and services are out there.
Sabrina, it's been an absolute pleasure to reconnect with you, and thank you again for sharing your message about Oh So Safe. It's something that I think is so needed in our society today. If you want to reach out to Sabrina, you can find her on Facebook at sabrina.osso.1, on LinkedIn at Sabrina-Osso, with a bunch of numbers behind it, and I won't say what they are, but you can look under Sabrina Osso, you'll find her. She's also got YouTube. Her TEDx talk is on there. She's got an Also Safe Kids video as well, and her website is ossosafe.com. She's on Twitter, Instagram, and as I said, on her YouTube channel, and she's on TikTok too. And so head over to ossosafe.com, and you'll find a heap of resources on there, and I'm sure that you'll find something that will help you keep Oh So Safe. Sabrina, thank you so much for joining me. It's been a pleasure, and I look forward to reconnecting sometime in the future.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, that was pretty exciting. Not exciting, informative, I would say. Exciting is really not quite the right word to be using for that particular presentation, but Sabrina is very passionate about what she does, and honestly, what she's last time I spoke with her, she's trying to bring it onto a global scale, and I would love it if she brought it here to Australia. I think it's something that we could all use, and when we're renting a house, that we know that we're safe as well. And my next guest is the lovely, I won't call him lovely, yeah, he's lovely, Jack Glennon. And Jack is going to be discussing with us is how to redefine ourselves and navigating redundancy and career transitions with confidence. Now, Jack is a passionate leadership coach and speaker with over 15 years of leadership experience, guiding individuals and teams through transformative moments. Jack knows firsthand the emotional toll and opportunity for growth these transitions bring. He founded Glennon Peak Coaching to empower professionals to embrace challenges, redefine their identity, and thrive in their careers. Jack's expertise lies in emotional intelligence, sorry, I need a drink again, team leadership and resilience, and his journey from redundancy to reinvention inspires audiences to turn adversity into achievement. Jack, where are you? I'd love to see your smiley face.
Okay, I'm hoping you can see and hear me. I am here. It's lovely to see you. How have you been?
I've been very well, Jack. It's lovely to have you back on the summit. You are an inspiration, I must say. Every time I hear one of your presentations, it's absolutely great to see you.
Oh, it's a pleasure. And thank you again. I know Sabrina have echoed the sentiments of it's, very much appreciated being here on your platform. And it's so wonderful that you put these things together to inspire and aspire all your viewers and everyone involved.
Wonderful. So tell me a little bit about your background. I know, you've told me so many times before, but for our audience, just tell me about how to rebuild confidence post-redundancy and tools and frameworks to reconnect.
Yeah, so I actually put something together, so I'll see if it's going to work. I've been having a few technical issues this morning, so I'll see if I can share my screen or at least present, because I put a couple of slides together around redefining yourself within navigating redundancy and also career transitions, because this is something that's happening so much, not just in the past few months, the past couple of years, and it's really ramping up. I'll challenge anyone that doesn't know someone that's either going through or have gone through a redundancy or it's a layoff, I think, in other terms in other countries. So I'll see if I can get this to work, if I can grab the screen on my end and see if it's going to work, because lovely technical stuff always works for me.
Yeah, redundancy can be, really challenging. I know I was made redundant some number of years ago, and the transition back to a normal life, was quite hard, and you don't have that regular income coming in.
No, 100% you don't. So I'm hoping, does that show? Is that coming up on your end, Rose?
It is, yes.
It is. Wonderful. Okay. So equally with anyone that's watching, feel free to, and same thing to your Rose, interrupt, it's a much more of a conversation. I try not to complete death by PowerPoint, but try and do the visuals at the same time. The first element when dealing with being made redundant or laid off, sorry, is it's so unbelievably important to allow yourself room to feel everything because you're going to go through different stages. Now, depending on the time that you've been with that business, will very much impact the emotional toil, I guess, and journey that you're potentially going through or going to go through. Now, the ones on the screen, they're four very standard ones that we all go through. The initial shock and denial. This can't be real. Can't be happening. Especially if you've been somewhere for a while. I mean, myself, when I was made redundant, I was there for like 9 years, and I was very much part of the fabric of the business. I speak a lot when I use this example because I think our own journeys are the best examples we can pull from. But my name was very much associated with business. I didn't, but say I worked for Nokia. People called me Nokia Jack. It was that intrinsically under my skin in many ways. And for a lot of people, that can be the case. So shock and denial is the first process of what is life going to be like away from this journey. I'm not going to be working with these people that I've worked so closely with for all these years. Then there's an understandable element of anger and blame. And that's not, people have a perception of immediately there has to be external, pointing fingers. If it's your fault, it's your fault, it's your fault. Quite common, it turns within oneself. Anger and blame to yourself. What did I do wrong? Why me? Where did I drop the ball? Is it my performance? Is it something I did or didn't do? And what's missed there is it's about the role is being made redundant, not the individual. And we'll come back to that later on. The fear anxiety is absolutely understandable. It's financial security, future employment, identity loss. And again, depending on where you're in the world and depending on the tenure that you've got, the financial stress could be extremely prominent. Or if you've been somewhere for a long time and they're good enough to give you a decent payout, it actually can give you some security, but it's so situational dependent. And you do end up in a position at the end with acceptance. It's very rare that for that to happen whilst you're still at that employment. That takes time because within acceptance and hope and the ability to move forward, you need to be able to see yourself in a new light away from that environment. So it's very much around shifting mindset from what this could be, the fear. My life has been so dependent within this realm of this business or this role and these people that I've been working with, to what could it now be? For me, I was very much broken by the scenario, and I really had to take a break and really find myself again, work out what my identity was away from the business that I was working for, and away from the role, because it had been such a huge part of my life. And I used this as an opportunity to reset. So what I did is I took a step back and I wrote down what my core values were from a professional lens, looking at all the different roles I'd done over my career and isolated, what did I really love? What did I really love doing? And then what I did is I wrote those down and I ironed out what I would call now my non-negotiables. So in my new career or my next journey or my next challenge, what am I not willing to give away? We talk a lot now about work-life balance. That could be one. Wages, your salary could be one. Your location, working from home, whether it's hybrid environment, whether it's a changeable environment. Some people thrive under change and love a fast-paced environment. Other people, it's very much against their flow. So all these help shape this setback to an opportunity and going, what could I step into next? It's also about valuing this as a complete mindset shift to a learning experience and going, okay, just because I've been here for all this time doesn't mean I need to keep staying on this path. And what can I bring to a multitude of different industries from what I've experienced already? Above all else, it's about rediscovering your value as an individual and as a professional. So I've touched on the transferable skills element because it's something we often don't see. We go, okay, well, if I'm in this industry, whether it's finance or automotive or it could be fast-moving consumer goods, it could be, legal, whatever it might be. There's so many skills that we learn through our time that are transferable and that can be really powerful. Changing careers is challenging. Changing industries is even more challenging, but it's even more rewarding because you open yourself up to new avenues and you bring a new perspective to an industry. So it's about really taking a step back and analyzing your strengths, where you could improve on as well. What's unique about you? Your distinct perspective on your career and highlighting those achieved results and really knowing how they link into what you want to do next and seeing this as an opportunity. What I haven't said, and it's completely valid, is you might want to continue doing exactly what you've done before. There's nothing wrong with that. If that's to your core, and if that's something you're passionate about, whether it's the industry or the role or both, strive for that. Continue, but take this stopgap as an opportunity to assess that industry and see how changing that industry might be going and decide whether that's for you. There's some practical strategies we can go. Self-talk is a big one. And what I did is I took the opportunity because I had a decent redundancy at the time of I took a trip on my own because I needed to really reassess again who I was. And there was lots of emotion that I carried with me. And I remember during the journey, I'm mindful not to use the term rediscovered myself because I was almost myself through the time. But I did have various moments of clarity of just lifting I think the burden in many ways, or definitely the emotions of the journey off my shoulders. And it was a matter of, I can do this. And this is who I am as an individual. And I'm not defined by my job title or the business that I work for. A career and a job can be so many things to so many different people. But when we strip everything away, it's so important to remember that a job and a career should be something that we get value from, something we should feel we're giving value to. And at the end of the day, it's facilitating us being able to live the life we lead. Any job is a transaction. We put effort in and we get a financial reward from it. And that enables us to live the life we want to live. So within that, you link it in with setting achievable goals. So manageable targets, whether that's LinkedIn profiles, which Rose, you and I think have discussed in the past, can be an endless myriad of different strategies within that. And that's changing all the time. How many industries deal with LinkedIn or don't. Depending on how long you've been in your role, you might find that a resume is completely out of date. And you've now got to deal with these automated systems that just scan your resume and go, well, if you're not having these keywords in there, it's not going to get to a human. I remember learning all about this and having my mind blown, go, what? I could do a really good resume and it doesn't see a human? What? Hang on.
I've been through those, Jack. It's horrible. I mean, if you don't have those certain keywords in your resume, and it just scans them and rejects you, despite the fact that you may be the best candidate for the position.
Yeah, I had a really good conversation with a friend of mine not too long ago. He was made redundant as well, and he's like, "I've done my CV. I'm all done." And I had to, thankfully, we were having a drink at the time, because I had to gently ask him. I was like, "What do you mean you've done your CV?" He's like, "Well, yeah, I've done it, so I'm just going to send it off to everyone." You've got to tailor it. It's something that, again, I had to learn at the same time to target a specific role or a specific business or specific industry to the skills you've got. And like you said, Rose, keywords need to be put in there because these automated systems now pick them up. And if you don't have them in there, your resume doesn't get seen by anyone.
Mm.
Through this journey, it's important to be human and to lean on people around you. A support network's massive. Yes, you've got to walk the walk, but lean on people around you, whether it's friends or family, or colleagues that are going to stay with you and stay in your circle, if you like, to get constructive feedback, whether it's on your resume, can you check this out? Whether it's reaching out to a coach like myself or someone else, for a professional lens at the same time. But don't feel you have to walk this alone. This is a brilliant opportunity for a reset and to assess how you are and what journey you're on at the same time. So it's an opportunity, as I said, to craft your new career path. So self-reflection, as I mentioned, is about identifying your true values and passions, especially if you work for somewhere for a long time in the similar role. It's so easy to get stuck in the weeds, and we end up just like this all the time, just firefighting. And this is an opportunity to reset and go, hang on, do I actually enjoy doing that? Or do I just think that's something I should do? Focus on what you want to do and what your passions are. And then you can explore industries and see if they can link into that. Explore what industries interest you, whether that's the same or something new, and reach out to people within those industries. Ask for guidance. There's no one that I've spoken to, and when I was doing this early journey, no one that I reached out to and I asked for advice, I asked for guidance. No one went, "Go away, leave me alone." Ask for industry insights. What's the industry doing? Is it in growth? Are people being made redundant? Is there lots of opportunity for hires? What's the general consensus? Is it a closed off industry that kind of everyone knows everyone and everyone's come up to anyone and outsiders aren't really welcomed? These questions are important. They give you insights and expand your awareness of what those industries are doing and whether they're going to be suitable for what you want to do. But don't be afraid to change. Upskilling is a huge element for this, and it's a great opportunity. I mentioned LinkedIn before. LinkedIn Learning's a great resource, and there's so many different resources throughout the online that you can really use to just start to flex your brain again. An important element of this is to put some structure into your world, if you like. When you're suddenly made redundant and you're at home and you're out of that sync of going to the office or going to your work office, sorry, your office at home, and that structure's gone. It's so easy for people to fall into the trap of bed, sofa, Netflix, bed, sofa, Netflix. That's so we all need to do that sometimes. There's an understandable need to just go, for today, I just need to do nothing just for today. Especially if you're really struggling, allow yourself that human element to do that. But you need to pull yourself out of that and then give yourself structure. What I did is I gave myself a structure of the morning is quote unquote work related, whether that was updating the resume, whether that was CVs, whether that was reaching out to upskill, doing courses, whatever it might be. And the afternoon was for me. And I used my career break opportunity to focus on me. And that was going for walks, that was, getting outside, doing a bit of sport, reading a book. And the evenings were for friends and family. And I made a conscious effort. If friends said, "Oh, do you fancy catching up? We'd love to see you. I haven't seen you in a while," I'd say yes. Even if it was a struggle. Because the moment I got there and I started talking, it was wonderful to see them. And then you start to expand your support network. The hardest thing in that moment, when you are tired and you're feeling down and feeling beaten because you keep on getting knocked back or no responses, is to say yes to see people. People are asking to see you because they want to see you and want to see how you are. And that support, it lifts you up. It gives you energy. It's so important. And through this process, what you can do is identify those gaps in your skills that you might have by talking to people, and then use those resources to fill those gaps and then link them to your updated resume. So through this, it's about leveraging connections, expanding your network. I mean, Rose, you're someone I met throughout the year after I built the business. You're a wonderful person I've met. It's a great example. And again, like I said, the amount of people, if you put yourself out there, I've never had a negative introduction. People intrinsically, if you get someone who's genuinely wanting help, you'll get that in return. Rose, I can't imagine how many emails and DMs and especially LinkedIn you get that are spam, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Especially ones that want to upgrade my YouTube channel for the podcast, or they want to, get me 10,000 downloads in 30 days, or really? No.
Every day, right? It's painful. But if someone reaches out for help, it's a completely different situation. If someone, a completely random stranger or someone who you're connected with through a connection on LinkedIn emails or DMs and goes, I've seen, this is something you're expert in. I just have a really quick question. I'd love your support. That's not going to the junk folder. That's going, absolutely. I'm here to support, here to help. And then you can potentially connect someone with them that might be even more suited to that industry. So it's again about growing that network of support, both personal but also both professional. This builds resilience itself. What I can say is that through this journey of redundancy, even for those people who go through a really, really nasty one that gets them personally on an emotional level, they question their value, question their worth, you come out of it. And not only do you come out of it complete, you come out of it so much stronger. I can say hand on heart that when I sat down with the business and I had the news delivered to me that they were restructuring and my role was no going to be available, and the fact that really location wise I had no options. It's horrific. But it was the best thing that happened to me. Hands down. That's no negative on the business, no negative of the individuals. It was the shift that I needed to take a step back and reanalyze what I wanted to do from a career. And also, we do use this term a lot, from a work-life balance. I've completely shifted my non-negotiables since then, and I'm much healthier and happier. And I know hand on heart that if that hadn't happened, there was no shift that was going to occur. And that's on me. But that's something that I've learned through my journey, and everyone who goes through this learns similar lessons about themselves. So your resilience becomes more. And what you're able to do from this is craft that new narrative through your CV, developing your brand. That's quite a lot of people are uncomfortable with that term brand. I'm not that keen on it myself, but unfortunately, this day and age, whether it's Instagram or TikTok, which I don't do have to say, I draw the line, but or LinkedIn, it's about developing your brand on an online scale, and whether that's through writing, which I do, whether it's blogs, whether it's podcasts, it's developing what you want your identity from a professional level to be. And what that does is that enables you to isolate your identity as an individual. So when you do join that business that you really want to, your identity isn't linked to that business. Your identity is linked to you as a professional, and your value proposition as that individual's case. Yes, you work for, say, Nokia. Sorry, Nokia, anyone's on there. I was not picking them out. But say you work for them, you're no longer tied to that. If you leave, it's fine, because your identity and value leaves as well. So you maintain that. And so your career journey continues without that tie. Because a career is ups and downs. We go up, we go down, we go left, we go right. So we need to be an individual within that. Above all else, it's so important to build an action plan. And as I mentioned at the start, to acknowledge those emotions and to allow yourself to feel them and go through them, but don't do it alone. To constantly conduct those self-assessments for skills, for values, for potential career matches, and set those SMART goals. I'm sure everyone on this call knows what a SMART goal is, but if not, specific, measurable, achievable, relative, and time. So time subject is really important to set time bound. That then once again goes back to the structure I was talking about. Try not to be bed, sofa, Netflix every day. Stops you from getting into that doldrum, if you like. And embrace the continuous growth. Now, I say this one with a caveat. Currently, on social media and in the modern day, there is so much pressure to be better every day. We see it with influencers on TikTok, on Instagram, whatever it might be. We see it on YouTube with everything. And we're supposed to want to be better every single day. That's not sustainable in reality. And also, I think everyone can probably agree, sounds exhausting. Yes, we want to be the best possible versions of ourselves. We also need time to live and to breathe. And sometimes that's also about going, what I'm doing at the moment, say if this person's found their job, I'm really loving this. I'm loving what I'm doing. I'm loving where I am. I'm loving the place I'm living, with my partner, with the kids, where we're going on holiday. Life is good. And that should be acknowledged to be okay. Being the best version of yourself doesn't necessarily having to be pushing the limits all the time. It's about knowing what's true to yourself at the same time. Because growth doesn't necessarily have to mean the definition of growth in everyone else's eyes. Rose, I'm going to come back to you.
That's absolutely perfect. Thank you. As always, I love the support that you provide to me and to these summits. It's I really do appreciate you and the things that you bring to the summits and the podcast are so valuable. And a lot of people don't think about redundancy as being harmful to their health, but they really can. It really can be. As I said some years ago, when I was made redundant, I was depressed for a very long time because it was a job that I loved. I didn't really want to leave, but life circumstances didn't allow me to stay in that job. And depression can really hit if you're not careful. And if you don't have that support network behind you, you can find yourself in all sorts of trouble.
You really can. I'm so sorry you went through that.
Now, please, darling.
I'm so sorry you went through that, Rose, because it is that you feel like you're breaking up with someone, or they're breaking up with you, in fact, in many ways. So you do get that question of value and, well, I really want to continue doing why can't I continue doing what I want to do? It is very common for people to get depressed because they question their worth and their value and their identity and their place in the world. And that's what they want to do and they can't do it anymore. And what process and what step can I possibly make to get to where I want to be? And through the journey, what people often find is, and you may have found this yourself, is at the end, they end up somewhere completely different to where they were, but far more happy.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I ended up doing something completely different to what I was doing in my other life that I loved so much. So there you go.
Me too.
Now, if you want to find Jack anywhere on the webs, you can find him on LinkedIn at Jack Glennon. Glennon is Glennon. He's on website at glennonpc.com and on Instagram on glennonpc. And he wants to promote his 30-minute intro coaching session. What will people be able to do when they do that with you?
Well, firstly, it's got a wonderful word in the front of it. It's free, which everyone really always enjoys. So it's a wonderful opportunity for me to connect with them and understand what their challenges are. And really, what I try and do is I listen first and foremost and understand what's their challenges going on. And then in that 30 minutes, I give them an idea of the path of coaching that it would look like. But I always give them something to walk away with in terms of a bit of direction for next steps, whether they decide coaching with me or not.
Lovely. Jack, it's been a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for joining me here on the summit today. And I look forward to catching up with you on the web somewhere.
Very much. Mucho. Take care. Have a wonderful rest of the time.
You too. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Now, my next guest is the lovely Mel Driver. Now, Mel and I have never actually met in person, so this is our first time. And I thank you so much for joining me here today, Mel. Mel's going to talk with us about how to avoid costly do-it-yourself website mistakes. And as I said in the intro this morning, I am really looking forward to what Mel has to share, because building a website on your own is very challenging, or can be very challenging if you don't know the right processes. So I'm looking forward to this heaps. Now, Mel, she's nicknamed lovingly the Queen of Ecom by her clients, and Mel is a Shopify expert and founder of a multi-award-winning skincare brand. With over a decade of hands-on e-commerce experience, she has mastered the art of creating high-converting Shopify websites that combine aesthetic appeal and functionality. Mel specializes in guiding business owners through the complexities of building a professional online presence, helping them avoid common mistakes that hinder growth. Her expertise extends beyond website design to include e-commerce strategy, operations, and marketing, making her a trusted partner for those looking to elevate their digital shop fronts. Having successfully supported clients in reaching 7-figure revenues in under 2 years, Mel is passionate about sharing her insights to empower others. where they're helping businesses streamline processes or design user-friendly websites. Her approach is practical, results-driven, and tailored to the unique needs of each client. And I do know that Mel is an award-winning skincare expert. She has won a lot of them. I've been following her on Facebook for quite some time now, and yeah, she's absolutely amazing. Mel, welcome to the summit.
Thanks so much, Rose. Thanks for having me.
Tell me, and I've got to say too that we don't live far from each other. We're only about 2.5 hours away from each other in the small state of Tasmania in Australia. So yeah, we'll have to catch up one day soon. Tell me a little bit about why building well, we all know that websites are important. What are some of the common mistakes that people are making?
Okay, so the reason I talk about this is because I see so many mistakes time and time again when people DIYing their websites, and I completely get it. I mean, I run 2 businesses. I know how hard it is sometimes with the budget. Like, we can't afford to pay for everyone and outsource everything. So from that point of view, I completely get it. But unfortunately, I see the same mistakes made over and over again. And so I'm just sharing some key insights to help everyone build their own successful website. So even though I personally specialize in e-commerce, I'm also an e-commerce coach. Basically, the tips can be applied to any website. Really, I mean, you don't necessarily have to have an e-commerce functionality. It's basically service-based business owners can also benefit from the presentation. So, and many business owners assume that building a website is as simple as dragging and dropping some elements around, making it look pretty, adding some colors, adding some products and whatnot to the homepage. And I really understand the temptation. A lot of them also work their way through multiple YouTube tutorials, which are basically snippets on how to do a little something and a little something here and a little something there, but it doesn't really show the entire complexity of what is required, in particular on a homepage or on a product page or even a service description. And yeah, so from my personal experience and my professional experience, there are some things better left for experts. So if I'm being totally honest, there's like 3 things I always recommend staying away from DIYing. It's a website, product photography, and what was the third one? No, I completely lost my train of thought. We'll get back to that. So product photography, websites, and it was, again, lost it. I'll get back to that. I do apologize. And so mistake number 1 is overloading the homepage. So basically, a common pitfall is just throwing everything onto the website, onto the homepage. And there is no user journey and no user experience taken into account. So this leads to overwhelm for visitors in particular. So whether it's showing every single product, using too many colors, adding excessive design elements and images, it just is very overwhelming to the visitor. And the only thing it actually does is they just want to do is close the browser and run for the hills. So my key tip here is to keep it clean and focused. Only highlight the main products or services that you're offering. Use clear calls to action and ensure the navigation is easy. You might also want to highlight some bestsellers, newest arrivals for e-commerce, or if you're service-based business owners and you offer multiple services, you might want to highlight your key offering on the home page. Next mistake, number 2, is ignoring the user experience. So what that means is you basically should follow a simple path to guide the website visitor through your pages. A lot of times it's like a zig and zag, and they're going up and down, and they're getting sent in different directions, and sometimes even nowhere. So I recommend to focus on clean, intuitive designs, and also ensure fast load times, which also improves the user experience to keep your visitors engaged. Then next mistake, number 3, is a lack of mobile optimization. Did you know that over 60% of all website traffic these days comes from mobile devices? If your website isn't optimized for mobile, you're potentially using a huge portion of your audience. And many DIY websites aren't mobile friendly, which leads to poor user experience on smartphones and tablets. So make sure your store is fully responsive when you're designing. I always recommend designing with mobile first in mind, and then checking that everything looks correctly on desktop as well. I very recently visited a website and they uploaded images, and the text was cut off because it didn't quite fit onto the mobile. So you always want to upload a specific image for mobile only if you have the option on the theme that you're using or whatnot. If you don't, then definitely I would recommend changing the theme, because it needs to be mobile optimized, and you can't have text cut off on images. Just because it fits on desktop doesn't mean it will fit on mobile as well. And then mistake number 4, poor product descriptions. And again, that translates to poor service descriptions. Like sometimes when I'm looking around and looking for something, in particular service providers, actually, they're quite vague in what they're offering. And sometimes I'm wondering, what does that actually entail? So you want to make sure that you don't have uninspiring or overly generic descriptions that fail to communicate a unique value of the product or service that you're offering. Again, this can lead to customers feeling unconvinced and ultimately leaving without making a purchase. To avoid this, use clear, engaging language that speaks directly to your audience. Focus on the benefits. Answer some common questions. Include sensory words to help the customer imagine using your product or engaging with your service. Consider using a formula: feature plus benefit plus emotional hook. Tell a story, paint a picture that captures not just the attention, but also targets your ideal customers' emotions, so that they can actually feel and understand the outcome, the benefit of your product or service. Mistake number 5, neglecting the SEO basics. SEO is absolutely crucial for making your site visible to potential customers or clients. It's often overlooked in DIY projects. So without targeted keywords, meta description, and optimized content, your site might not appear in search results, missing out on valuable organic traffic. So make sure you do proper keyword research before you get started. Use relevant keywords on every single page. Optimize your meta descriptions, meta titles, and ensure all images have a proper title or file name, as well as an alt text to boost your SEO and attract more customers or clients. Next one is probably the one I hate the most, but I was one I see the most as well. It's amateurish design. A DIY website that looks inconsistent, and I'm trying to be very nice here, it's hard to put in the proper words, but looks like a dog's breakfast, can reflect poorly on your brand and your business. It's essential to maintain a clean and professional look to instill trust and encourage sales. A well-designed store reflects your brand's quality and helps turn visitors into loyal customers. So don't leave your first impression to chance. If you're not confident in your design skills, consider again hiring a professional or investing in a course to learn the essentials. Next mistake is vague calls to actions. Vague or missing calls to actions are common. Another common mistake, apologize. As call to actions are the signposts that guides users towards your desired action, like making a purchase or signing up for a newsletter. If they're not clear, visitors may not know what to do next, resulting in lost sale opportunities. So basically, we need to tell people what we want them to do. So make your call to actions clear, specific, and action orientated. Use phrases like add to cart, buy now, or sign up for free to ensure they stand out on the page. So grab it now is something that I would use more on social media in a caption rather than on the website. So that's just one of the examples that I wouldn't use on a website. And then last but not least, we have terrible product photography. Again, I completely understand that budget is super tight when we're first starting our businesses. And today or these days, everyone with an iPhone thinks they'll be able to take a photo. They might even sign up for a little course to learn how to take product photography or product photos with their phone. They seem to be using YouTube to find the best angles. They're ordering their own props and things like that. But let me tell you a story. My husband actually studied product photography. Not product photography. He's a photographer. And he has tried on multiple occasions to take photos for me. And on every single occasion, he has failed. So it's literally not something that I wouldn't outsource. Because good product photography is essential for attracting and converting customers. So if you're not confident in your photography skills, I highly recommend investing in a professional for photos, because quality images build trust and enhance the perceived value of your products or brand, leading to more sales. And I literally cannot stress the importance of having quality photography, because a quality photo conveys quality. It sets you apart from handmade businesses and DIY. And literally, there's nothing against handmade businesses. It's just the quality in the image reflects in the quality of the perceived quality of the products. And that's basically me. I'm opening the floor now for questions, if anyone has any questions for me.
Yeah, Mel, thank you so much for that. That's a really good basic start to, what the things that we should avoid doing. What are and the things that we should, I guess, be looking out for when we're doing it. SEO can be quite a bit challenging for people that are starting out when they don't know the basics of that. What are some things that we should be looking out for?
Yeah. So SEO, the most important part in understanding SEO is whilst it does translate into search engine optimization, but what it actually really means is using keywords that our customers or potential clients would be using on Google to find us. So as an example with skincare, for example, someone, a woman in her 30s might be Googling, what skincare should I use in my 30s? And if I was to have a blog post on my own skincare's website that is titled, what skincare should I use in my 30s? And then I have information in there, informative information to answer the question. I might have, product recommendations of what someone should be using in her 30s. And then I might have a few other similar keywords on that same blog post. Or someone might be looking for a cleanser. So they're not just going to Google and type the word in cleanser, because they're just going to get bombarded with thousands of different pages. So it needs to be a little bit more intentional. So for example, if I have sensitive skin, I might be looking for a cleanser for sensitive skin. So that's the keyword I would be putting into Google to hopefully find a cleanser for sensitive skin. Then I would have to use cleanser for sensitive skin also in a product description, in a meta title, in a meta description, and then I might have a keyword variation along the lines of gentle cleanser suitable for sensitive skin, along those lines. So we always, when it comes to SEO, we always need to keep our customers in mind and really think, what keyword would they type into Google to find our product or business?
Absolutely right. And that's where a lot of us as website designers or builders or newbies or whatever make the mistake of not using the proper keywords to put in, as you say, in your meta description or in your articles tags, and tags are really important too when building out a website. So you'll notice that in your blog posts, especially, there's a place where you can actually put tags for your blog. I'd advise to use them because that helps people search your website for that particular word that you've tagged, or helps with Google searches when people are looking for blog posts about a certain topic. And so, yeah, I can't stress enough about the importance of tags and SEO keywords. Mel, what are some other things like colors? What people often get hung up on colors and fonts, and they use like 3 or 4 different types of fonts on a page, and that becomes a bit messy, doesn't it?
It does. Well, ultimately, it goes back to your own brand guide. So I always recommend having a brand guide. At the bare minimum, you would select a couple of fonts. So you've got your header font and you've got your body font. And also I would always recommend to keeping it simple. Less is more in that regard. When it comes to logo design, again, that is my number 3 in not DIYing, so branding, product photography, and websites, because it's a lot more involved when it comes to branding and logo design. It's a lot of psychology behind it. It's not just about something that might look pretty or so. So again, that's something I wouldn't specifically DIY, but in terms of choosing colors, again, I had the pleasure of working with a brand strategist last year to refine my own skincare brand a little bit after I rebranded, and the colors nominated are literally ideal customer specific. So it all ties together. So it's branding as in itself with the pretty colors. It shouldn't be just singled out, because like the whole strategy around it. So again, I do think in terms of website design and colors, I would keep it simple. It definitely needs to reflect the brand itself. And I don't mind to add a little bit of a pop of color, whatever color it might be. I mean, my own colors is a little bit more natural and beige and light brown on my website and product photography. So I don't mind highlighting certain elements with a little bit of background color, so it's not just plain Jane white throughout the entire website.
Yeah, it's pretty important, I think, having that little pop of color to make something actually stand out. I'm more talking about service or pages rather than a product page. However, having said that, you don't mind the page being broken up a little bit with that little pop of color, so that your eye will not just get bored with what it's seeing.
Yeah, that's right. And it doesn't have to be like the entire page doesn't have to be colorful or anything like that. Although when done correctly, it can work really well as well. I've done a website for one of my clients last year, and everything is like pastel green and pastel purple, and it just comes together beautifully. But again, you need to know what you're doing.
Absolutely, and it has to suit your brand. It's got to be, if your logo is purple, don't make everything green or yellow or orange, because it's not conducive to what your logo colors are or your brand in particular.
Yeah, exactly.
What are some other practical solutions? How can we other than hiring a professional to do our websites, because a lot of us, as you say, can't afford to hire someone straight away. What are some easy ways that we can make our websites more appealing?
Make sure it's got a structure, in particular on the homepage. you want to take users on a bit of a journey. You don't want to send them zigzagging around, because ultimately that leaves them wanting to click the X button and exit. You want to be able to tell a story, draw them in with words, be very emotional, and focus more on the benefits rather than the features, and that and that is applicable for both service and product-based businesses. It's probably a little bit easier in that regard if you have a product-based business and you want to convey in words how you want them to feel when they're using products. But then again, fashion is another thing, like how you want them to feel when they're wearing the clothing, if you're selling clothing and things like that. But then again, if you're a service provider, you still want them to feel confident knowing that they have found the right person to work with.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, and you've got to take your prospective client or customer on an emotional journey through your page. So the words that you use have to convey some sort of or give some sort of emotional value, because they want to feel that what you're offering them is going to benefit and give them value along their journey.
Yeah, ideally you want them to feel like, oh my God, this person completely gets me. And if you can get someone to feel extremely relieved after reading through your own website copy, then you have absolutely succeeded. And I have come across a few of those websites in the past, but not many. It's a particular kind of writing that just really makes you, my goodness, this person understands me completely. I want to work with that person, or I need that product,
Absolutely. And what about the use of AI, Mel? What are your thoughts on that and creating a website through AI?
Well, I wouldn't specifically recommend using an AI to build a website, because Shopify isn't there yet. You can definitely use AI to have your copy written. That's definitely something I recommend. I mean, AI, like I use it every day. I use ChatGPT and ask it for recipes. So I just say, I've got these ingredients in the fridge or in the pantry. Can you come up with the recipe for me? And so far, it's always tasted delicious. So literally AI is the new future, and it only gets better from here. I definitely think being an adapter, using it to help make life easier, but I don't think the capability is there yet to build a full-on Shopify website, to be quite honest, because I always recommend, for example, if you do go with a Shopify website, always recommend just using a theme that is available within the Shopify theme store, because it is approved, it is tested, and there's just no AI functionality there at the moment to build a full-on website that is approved by Shopify.
Yeah, no, that's great points there. And you make sure that you're using approved themes, because when building my website, I've tried a few that were just a bit outside the norm. And then I found that the updates weren't great, or the site crashed, and if you lose your site, then you've lost all that work that you've put into it.
Yeah, exactly. And in most cases, I see people, they're hiring someone, finding a theme on Envato Marketplace, for example. They have the theme installed and there may not be any updates available, or there's functionality issues, and in the end it's costing them double because they have to get someone else to do a new website from scratch. So yeah, don't go looking anywhere else. And the same with Squarespace, slightly branching into offering Squarespace websites as well for service-based business owners, and it's the same there. I wouldn't go looking for a different theme on any other website if it's unless it's on Squarespace.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And if you want to reach out to Mel and find out more about how she can help you, go to Mel Driver Co on Facebook, meldriver.co is her website. I'm sure she's got a lot of resources on there. Mel, tell me a little bit about your skincare products. I'm quite keen for you to share the most recent award that you've won.
Oh, yes. So it's actually by now a 45 award-winning skincare brand. And might I add, it's Tasmania's first and only skincare brand that has won so many awards. It's 100% natural, cruelty-free and vegan. It's targeted at busy women because we just don't have time for lengthy or complicated skincare routines and just want and need something simple. So we're out the door very quickly. And so the latest awards was for the invigorating body scrub, the luxurious face cream, and the uplifting cleanser in the Vegan Choice Awards.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, Rose.
Mel, it's been a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for sharing your insights on how we can build better websites when we're doing it ourselves. I look forward to seeing you on the webs in the future.
Thanks again for having me, Rose.
Bye-bye for now. My next guest is Richard Blank, and we're going to be chatting about business process outsourcing and advanced telemarketing and customer service soft skills for retention and growth. Richard is a telemarketer whiz, and he has been a previous guest on Talking with the Experts podcast. So I'm looking forward to sharing with you his take on outsourcing and telemarketing. Richard, welcome to the summit. It's a pleasure to see you again.
Rose, I'm so happy to be with you and your audience today. I love your show. Can't believe I'm a recurring guest. So I'm just super happy to be here.
Wonderful. Tell me a little bit about, what why we should be using outsourcing as a business.
Some companies look to expand. Maybe they don't have a large labor pool in their area. Maybe they have a great idea. They just don't really know how to expand it. I always believe that it's a means to an end to make phone calls and receive phone calls. Much more powerful than email or a chat. And so as long as people put in that extra effort to build business and retain business through interpersonal communication, I still believe that humans will be able to outpace AI in my industry.
Absolutely. And outsourcing is so important to people who become quite busy in their businesses. It
Yes.
takes away a lot of the stress and overwhelm that business owners can face from time to time. How can we find, other than your business, of course, is what you do as a profession, how can we find a great outsourcing business or company?
Well, the first is to make sure they speak your language. That's the most important thing. And secondly, just to make sure that they're aligned with what your business values are. My industry has a bad rap. There are certain people that do maybe scams or sweepstakes or even call you during dinner. But that's not what everybody does. There's a lot of really legitimate companies out there that do need individuals to make prospecting calls and be there for receiving end of a telemarketing call. But in my mind, Rose, it's the art of speech. I think it's something beautiful when people really put attention into rhetoric, into active listening skills, and building that sort of foundation for a real relationship. If you want 1, 2, 3, go to an automatic teller machine, pull out your money. But if you really want a good relationship with a banker, you might need to walk into the bank, sit down and know somebody to get that loan and to grow with them. And so I just don't want to separate in business and just make it cold or fast. I think some people are still looking for that sort of experience to be able to grow with the company.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, telemarketers, we like them or loathe them, basically. As you're right, they ring it quite often at the most inopportune times.
That's
and
true.
a lot of them now are scammers, trying to get your money, trying to get your password, trying to get sensitive information. How can we as consumers protect ourselves against these scammers, that market themselves as telemarketers?
Of course. Well, first is I think you should always depend on your intuition. If something's too good to be true, then it is. Second, if you got a fear factor, take someone's name and number and say, I'll call you back, especially if they say that they're your bank. A lot of the times industries will not make a certain phone call or send a certain type of phishing email. And so for me, it's not like being rude. There's nothing wrong with calling a bank back and saying, did you just send me an email or do I need to click on this thing? And so also, you have individuals that are well versed. They make thousands of phone calls. So if you don't buy, they'll be on to the next. And it's just smiling and dialing. They know their rhetoric. A lot of the times they will tap into your greed or fear, and it's the sort of things that will get you to make that sort of decision if you think you can make easy money or get out of a problem. And so sometimes things are just not done that easily. So, as I mentioned before, if you get a phone call that you're not expecting and they're talking very fast and it's moving so fast, the best thing to do is to take some information down and to confirm it before you hand over any money or, as you say, give away those certain passwords. So, you'll never get in trouble if you say no. They're not going to end your account at the bank. You're not going to get fired. So as I say, it's better safe than sorry. And that's my only advice for your audience, just in case.
Absolutely. No, I've been called a few times recently. I actually got an email a couple of weeks ago. I made the mistake of clicking on the link and got halfway through the process. And then my bank account was hacked. And I was like ringing the bank straight away because, I knew I'd made an error. The email address looked so legitimate. To me, and they used my name, and it looked like a real actual email. And as I said, my antivirus actually flagged it and shut down the tab on my website. So I was lucky that way, but they still tried to take money out of my account, and it had only been like minutes.
They're that good. It's a shame too, because these individuals with such skills could be paying it forward and doing nice things and earning an honest living, but they decided to sell their soul for $1. And that's a shame because, as I say, these are certain skills that can enrich lives, not hurt them. So,
absolutely. So, how can we, use a telemarketing service or a call center such as yourself to, we all know what telemarketers do, but how can we make the whole process much more engaging for the potential customer and, get that customer support that we're so looking for? Because, telemarketers tend to have a bad reputation as it is. How can we make it so that the reputation is nicer?
of course. Well, one of the first things they can do is do some active listening. One of the greatest frustrations people have on the phone with the telemarketer is having to repeat yourself. In fact, prior to hitting that record button, you and I were talking about how frustrating it is when we have to, give the same information 6 times and you still don't get the result. And so I think they need to do that. Take better notes, active listening, have certain checkpoints that can reduce the stress, reduce the talk time, convert it better. I like due diligence. You always do this on your podcast. You always research your guests, just like we do with what you've been doing. So it makes it so much easier. It's no small talk. Now you have anchors. You have ways to really get a foundation with somebody, to really know their history. If somebody calls me and mentions pinball machines, I'm definitely going to be on the phone with you for 5 minutes. And I also believe using someone's name. Rose is such a beautiful name. Ma'am is polite, but Rose is the name. And so these are the sort of things that will not only catch their attention, but make it very unique and specific. It's a beautiful connection that people can have with one another. And there's certain things where you can do follow-ups with them, have meeting minutes, send a nice email so there's accountability. And it's a way for just organization. I'm not telling you to create magic or do a cold call close like they do in Hollywoods. Sometimes you need to build a pipeline and respect boundaries by leaving messages, doing callbacks, and setting prior meetings. And also, in addition to that, one of the greatest things you can do is a positive escalation. If there are individuals on the phone that will pass you to the decision maker, make sure you mention them verbally. And always acknowledge those that have assisted you along the way. And I've seen that that has reduced barriers, that has given me more options and opportunities. And sometimes if I made the mistake and chose the wrong department, a lot of the times people will put me in the right department as long as you are polite and ask the right questions. And it's just becoming well versed and just asking certain open-ended and probing questions and knowing how to put things to bed and doing transitional sentences so you can move things forward. And when this is done, and Rose, you do your dedicated practice, these are the sort of soft skills that people can use outside of the office to enrich their lives. So when they come back into the office, it's not a forced march. You're not pushing a fit. It's authentic. You really do care about the person. And that's why when people have choices, they're going to decide to listen to your podcast or even give you the business because they understand that you're real. And I think that's what most people are looking for these days.
Absolutely. And I think, some of those soft skills that we don't learn as business owners or as, when you're making a cold call to somebody, for your own business.
Right.
Using your name is important. Using the other person's name is important. It makes them feel valued. It makes them feel heard and seen, I think, it makes the recipient of the call feel like you're interested in them, even though you're trying to sell them something. It makes
that's true.
Feel that they're, you want to spend some time with them. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
But they always have the choice to say no. I look at it like this. It's a non-offensive manipulation. I could say ma'am and you got it, or I could say, hey, you. But if I scream out Rose, there could be 1,000 people there. You would still turn around.
Mm-hmm.
And so as I say, it's almost like a shepherd with their flock. It's no one walks in a straight line. There's wiggles. And so by me saying Rose, it brings you back to the focus again, especially my friend, every 30 seconds to a minute. It's usually someone's attention span. You say something, I say something, there's breaths, there's pauses, there's thoughts, and that's pretty much it. I mean, these are beautiful little 30-second checkpoints. So on a 10-minute conversation, you're really checking 20 times to make sure Rose or you or we are moving forward. And as I say, there are certain trigger words and you can do certain timings where pausing is used. A pregnant pause is great, so you could answer. And I also like to expand certain words. You should pause before names and numbers for emphasis. As I say before, you and I are face to face. I mean, virtually, but if you really are live, I mean, there's so much stimulation there. It's hard to become distracted. But when you're on the phone with somebody, especially sight unseen, someone could be watching movies, distracted on the side. So it's exceptionally important to keep that rhythm going and to readjust tones. So it's always positive. And if that happens, it's the call's almost like a floating feather. There's no push. And I've seen certain metrics, Rose, where conversations can last a little bit longer, not because we're pushing so much, because we're talking about dogs or kids or how much we love Australia and NXS. I mean, things like that. Sometimes you can really connect with people when you get off the script and get real for a second. And so that's what happens. You'll answer a question, they didn't listen, and then they move forward, and then you wonder why you don't have a converted call. And so, as I say, just take it nice and slow.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, that connection is important, and going off script it can be quite valuable to the process of a cold call to a potential customer or client.
Sure.
And as you say, talking about dogs or cats, or it's heartwarming when you can relate to the person that you're calling, I think, in some small way. And that's right. If you've got a business and you're cold calling people, then make sure you do some research on that person. I mean, you don't have to dive deep into their personality or background, but know a little bit about why you're calling them and what you can offer them, and make sure that it's aligned to the both parties.
Absolutely. But LinkedIn profiles are public. You can even look at a company website. But I'm not just looking to read the information. I want to see pictures. I want to see
Mm.
what the Christmas party's like. Are you a golfer? I don't know. But I know that you'll see these things, and especially in the LinkedIn profiles, and you see a bio, you see where someone has gone to university or maybe where they grew up. And so if
Mm.
somebody's from Philadelphia and they might be living in California and I'm prospecting, the fact that you went to the University of Pennsylvania and you grew up in Philly, I have to bring that up on the phone call. And
Mm.
especially since being in Australia, I have to mention In Excess. You know, that's my favorite band. And so these are the little things that have to be said, have to be done. Why? Because I'm telling you, if you want to take the risk, it's only going to make it that much better. And you will see that the people start saying my name more, maybe start calling me Richie on the phone. And
Mm.
that's when you know you got them.
Yeah, that's right. Familiarity doesn't always breed contempt, that's for sure.
Of course. Good point.
um, so we were talking before we came on and recording this about AI in the outsourcing process and telemarketing and customer service. How is
Yes.
AI now impacting what you are doing in your space?
Well, naturally, it's replacing some frontline agents, and every single person has had the experience of either manually putting in information on over the phone or when it's IVR, integrated voice response, and they still haven't perfected it yet. In fact, Rose, there's something called the uncanny valley. Japanese robotic scientists in the 70s talked about the closer that these robots get to us, the more it kind of freaks us out a little bit. We'll peak and then we'll hit a valley. And I think that let them carry the majority of the weight. Let them filter for me and gather, but they will never, ever be able to replace empathy. Mhm.
Mm.
There will always be that time when someone presses zero that needs to speak to someone at the law firm, at the doctor's office, or just in general. I think it would be very insulting for a computer to tell me how they feel to break an arm or to lose a love or to have their
Mm.
puppy run away. These things just do not exist. It's almost like a cold metal bench at a bus stop. It's there for convenience, but it's not comfortable and it's not really a long-term plan.
Mm.
And so as I think before, the more that AI is there, it's going to be a print. You can make a million prints, but that one human painting, even if it's not perfect in the sense of what is perfection, it still
Mm.
represents us. And little by little, I think we're really going to appreciate the artist in the town square that can draw your silhouette or play a violin. We're going to see that now, and we're going to really love the people that invested in arts. Like I myself, I see it as a luxury trade, the art of speech. People have been talking about rhetoric for years. You can choose certain words and use your phonetics and even your expressions. And of course, there's going to be a computer that will replace me, but there will never be that sort of electromagnetic transfer of energy between two human beings. I mean,
Mm.
that will never be replaced by a computer. And so I still believe, even though they can replace 99.99% of everything, but there will always be that little spark between human beings that will keep us united. And so, yes, my industry will change. It's like a buggy whip. I know things are going to move and people may lose their jobs, but in addition, if you do have skills and you're marketable and you're self-confident, you should still be able to get a job. So I don't think a lot of people should be worrying about getting out of business, maybe just adjusting themselves and finding something else. But this industry has a good run to it. It's extremely lucrative. I find it as a means to an end. Any company that invests in prospecting or retention can make a fortune. I mean, it's a beautiful thing if you find the right people. But yes, AI will 1000% be making major strides in my industry.
Yeah, I think so too. I think AI is the way of the future. Unfortunately, in some ways unfortunate, but in other ways, I think it's great advancements in what's happening.
Of course. I mean, it's the speed of light. I mean, it's every day it's changing. I get commercials all the time on my phone about taking some like 30-day challenge to learn AI. I also don't want to feel the pressure that if I don't keep up, I will be left out. Not everybody needs to fly a plane. And so, as I say before, make sure you find your own rhythm and your own pace. Because if you try to study rocket science and you can't do it, you're going to kill yourself on it, waste time, waste energy, and not be who you need to be. So, if AI can be an enhancement, if it can allow you to save time, and it's just kind of like a wheelbarrow where I don't have to carry 1,000 rocks. I can put it on there, angle it, and move it and use that sort of leverage. If AI can continue to be a leverage, Rose, I'll use it. If it's something that will decrease my own self-satisfaction, then I don't want it. I'd rather just be pure and be me and raw. I mean, how many more years do I have left? What, another 48 on this planet till I get to be 100? So, I mean, what am I doing now? I still like playing ColecoVision and games from the 80s. I mean, I'm still living from back in the day, but I don't fear it
Mm.
where a lot of people do. So it's one of those things that I believe I can embrace.
Yeah, I think so. I think we have to embrace it. It's coming for us. When it's been here, predominantly for about 2 years. It's getting better. I have my own Chat GPT who I've named, and it knows me better than I know myself in some ways. I ask it questions and it gives me answers that I would never have thought of. So to me, it's amazing.
Sure. That sounds
Anyway,
great.
tell me a little bit about where people can find you, what they can expect from your business, Richard.
Well, I would love for them to buy a plane ticket and fly to Costa Rica and come visit me. It's beautiful here. I mean, we're in Central America paradise. You can also check out my website, CostaRicasCallCenter.com. And, I'm all over the internet. Once again, you've been extremely generous with your time. I go on podcasts. I like to pay it forward and share ideas about being an entrepreneur, learning second languages, moving abroad, drinking life, taking chances, trying to pay it forward with this next generation so they can have certain skills to feel good about themselves. And especially as
Absolutely.
a boss, it's kind of weird because I was always working for somebody. I never really thought of myself as a boss. So when I was pushed into this position, all I could do was just refer back to the mentors I had in athletics and academics and all the things that they said and did to motivate me. And my good friend, it seemed to have worked. We're in our 18th year of business, 150 people. I count my lucky stars every day. This should have never happened. And it makes you humble, as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, especially as a telemarketer, you need to be grounded and know how far you've come and where you need to go. And these are the sort of things that kind of keep me in check from time to time.
Yeah, good to know that you're still here and that
Yeah,
you're
Rose.
thriving and doing things. And we do need to look after the next generation of people that are, trying to find the skills that they need to be able to, find employment and then, better humankind, I think.
Well, yes, I think the one thing they should be doing is dedicated practice in regards to their communication skills because they really do like to chat and text and do emails, and that's fine. They're really fast and they're creative and clever, but they lose that sort of stimulation from eye contact, from a good high five, tapping someone on the back and saying, "Great job." And I can see the fidgeting. I could see the distraction and the attention spans, the fact that when we're in meetings, they don't know how to take notes. A lot of people don't even know how to write in cursive. I'm not saying you need to do it, but these are beautiful things that you can do if you learn how to write. And people notice stuff like that. And so when I'm choosing future leaders and examples, I look for the details. I look for the little stuff that I think makes all the difference in the world.
Absolutely. I think, and you're right, the generations, the generations now have lost that ability to communicate for some reason. I'm not sure why, whether it's not taught to them or they're just not interested or, you know, they can't write an email really to save themselves. They don't use, well, to me, correct language. They use, those short little abbreviations, and half of them I don't even understand what they mean. And you're not going to be
So
able
right.
to you're not going to be able to get a job using those. I don't think anyone would employ you if you use those constantly. You need to be able to communicate in long words.
I totally agree with that. That's why, since English is their second language, I recommend a thesaurus so they can learn similes and expand their vocabulary. I teach them public speaking, certain stuff. And it's not for everybody. Trust me, not everyone wants to be a telemarketer, do public speaking or sales. But they know this, that if they can put in that time and that effort and that dedication, they will get something out of it. It's not an immediate gratification. It's a lifetime, it's a lifestyle. And if you're willing to, as I say, outside the classroom, when we're off the camera and you're by yourself, if you are practicing that English and that rhetoric and your composure, don't be surprised if you don't find the person of your dreams and get that promotion. And I tell you what, as long as you do things with good faith and honorable intentions, that should reduce your stress. If you have a hard time looking in people's eyes, you can look right here. In between their eyes, it looks the same. And just like you're doing, mirror imaging, nod with them, move with them. Make sure that you show that you're reacting to things. And that's
Yeah,
a
I
beautiful thing. Mhm.
Yeah, I agree. It is beautiful to be able to communicate. I mean, we're doing it remotely, but the fact is that we are communicating, we're having a conversation, we know how to speak, in language that both of us can understand. And it builds rapport, it builds value and we value each other and value each other's opinions.
You know what it reminds me of, Rose? Do you remember The Scent of a Woman, the movie? When
Uh,
Al Pacino danced with this young lady? There's a certain scene where people share a dance. It doesn't mean you're going to get married or you fall in love. I mean, you dance with probably 1,000 people at weddings. But if you can spend 5 minutes with an individual that is so amazing, where you remember it for the rest of your life, you made that impression. And so for me, I like to jump clouds or have romantic deaths on the phone. At least if I speak with somebody, they may not buy, but they're definitely going to remember, especially my last name, blank. It's easy to remember that, but it's not the point. The point being is, Rose, that I make them smile, make them think for a second, snap them out of it, because I'm not a typical telemarketer. And I'll pay you 5 compliments before you hang up on me. But I know this, though, that I can live with myself when I make these calls because I know that I'm completely separating myself from the other people that are trying to get their business.
Absolutely. Richard, as always, it is an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for sharing. Don't forget to reach out to Richard on his website at Costa Rican callcenter.com. And you'll find all the things that you need there. And you reach out to him if you need a call center to handle your business. Bye-bye for now, Richard. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose.
I just want to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors today, Chantel Girardi from Online Business Marketing. And you can find Chantel on Facebook, LinkedIn, on her website at onlinebusinessmarketing.com.au, on Instagram and on YouTube at Online Business Marketing. And Manny Skavelevic, he is a consultant, a speaker, and an author that helps business owners maximize profits and overcome growth challenges. He's from Portal CFO Consulting Inc. And you can find him on LinkedIn and on his website, portalcfo.com. And he has a book out at the moment called Ultimate Profit Management, Maximizing Profitability as You Grow Your Business. And again, Mel Driver from Mel Driver & Co., who is an e-commerce coach and Shopify expert. You can find her on Facebook and on her website at meldriver.co. My next guest is Alan Stevens, and Alan is going to be talking to us about the power of strategic communication and unlocking the potential of any relationship, be it personal, professional, or educational. It all begins with understanding the nuances of communication. Alan is a master at enhancing human connections, and he is the creator of Rapid Trait Profiling System, RTP, as a unique approach to decoding the science and art of reading people to foster genuine relationships. His work transcends merely solving communication problems to empower clients to unlock the vast potential of every interaction. Serving businesses and individuals, Alan guides them to mastery in unconscious communication through practical techniques that transform everyday conversations into platforms for deeper understanding. Driven by a passion for empowering connections, his mission is to create architects of connection who leverage empathy, understanding, and effective leadership to shape interactions into opportunities for shared success. Alan Stevens is redefining how we communicate, making every exchange meaningful. He is also create the We Together initiative and the Campfire Project, which fosters community dialogue and support. And this project reflects his commitment to societal improvement and mental health awareness. Alan, as always, it is such a pleasure to not only see you again, but to invite and welcome you to the summit.
Thanks very much for that. We've had quite a few chats in the past, and it's always been about how to improve relationships and bring people together. So conversations have always been enjoyable. Today, what I want to do is I'm going to share my slides in a moment, but I'm going to go through them fairly quickly. And because I just want to get a couple of points out there so people understand where this all came from, why it's so powerful, and why they should be looking at using it. But then I'd like to get rid of the slides and come back to you and let's have a bit of a conversation around it. Because if it's okay with you, I'll even show people a little bit about what I'm seeing in your face as well.
I love that. Thank you.
Yeah, let's make it a little bit more interactive, because one of the things is, I don't know about anybody else, but I hate death by PowerPoints. But sometimes we have to use PowerPoints to be able to show things in the way that we need to be able to deliver it. So very quickly, you can see my screen there. As we said, the power of strategic communications, and it's using all the skills that we have in being able to connect with somebody. The main reason, what I'm going to do is, as I said, a quick background, so you know where it came from and why I do what I do. Then we're going to look at some of the skills, how we use them and where we use them, and how we improve our lives with that information. Very quickly, my background. I've worked right across the industries. I've worked with Disney Films. I've worked with Gillette. I've worked with the Federal Police, the tax office. I've worked with business of all sizes and parents and school teachers. And it's always been around how to connect with people and how to be able to build stronger relationships, not to use any of the skills that I've got to manipulate, but only use them to create those stronger bonds. It's all about using it to help other people. As far as all the training I do, if somebody wants to be trained to be able to use it to manipulate, I'm not interested. If they want to learn this to actually help other people, that's my passion. But the reason for having communications is to build relationships. That's the primary thing. And in doing that, for better negotiations, but also at the same time to work out any underlying deceptions, to find out where the real truth is. I read people for the purpose of understanding how that they need to be spoken to, knowing how I need to be spoken to in the first place, how I like to communicate, and changing that to match the way that they need to be spoken to. Once I've got that in place, then I've got the feedback from what we call their body language and expressions that tell me, have I read them right? Is there something emotionally going on? And are they telling the truth? But that last bit, not as a lie detector, but as a truth seeker. And it's always building relationships. I've used this in a whole mass of different areas. In my business, which is human pattern recognition, as Rose has already mentioned, the Campfire Project that I created almost 7 years ago this August, which is both a safe place for men and women from around the world to come and tell their stories. Most of them who have come in have had a story they've never been able to tell anybody else before. And giving them a safe place to be able to do that, by being able to read them and speak to them in the way that they need to be spoken to, made it so much easier for me to make that connection. That then led on to the Business of Smiles, which is a registered charity here in Australia that works in the area of mental health, in particular, helping men to become better men, to work through the issues that they've got. And the reason for that is that if we do that properly, the recipients of that are their partners, their families, and the community. So everybody benefits in the process. And because I want to keep my hand into education, I'm also a director of the Montessori Primary School on the Central Coast. So you can see that I cover all aspects. And because of that, the skills have been rewarded in so many different locations, all over Australia and internationally as well, in community events, in business, in education, you name it, the skills are used everywhere. But the main reason that I use the skills as a leader, our role is to make ourselves redundant. By that, I mean we raise others up to do the work that we're doing and hopefully doing it better than we've ever done it. And the reason we do that is so that we can then move on and do something new ourselves. We can expand and grow further. If you don't support the people in your business and help them to become as good as you, if not better than you, then you've created yourself a prison where you can't move. If you're indispensable in that role, how do you grow? So I always like to make myself dispendable so that I can then move on to the next level. And to do that, I've got to help other people. And the best way I can do that is by being able to read them in the right way and communicating them to them as necessary. Now, in business, the why we use these skills is to make a sale. And by the way, hopefully by the end of this little comment here, if you don't like using the term that you're a salesperson if you're in business, so let's face it, everybody on the planet's a salesperson. Children are salespeople. They sell their parents on the idea of lollies or whatever it might be. Children read us really well. If any of you out there have young children, answer this question to yourself. How often do your children push you to the edge but don't push you over the edge? That's because they've read you, they know you really well, and they've used that to their benefit. Then in finding a partner, a life partner, for instance, that's a sale and convincing somebody to spend the rest of their life with you. So everything we do is a sale. It's not just in business. But what we're doing in a sale is helping people to save time. We're helping them to either save money or make money. And we're helping them to get the emotional outcomes that they want out of it. A person might say to you, look, I want to get more sales in my business. I want to get more conversions. Why do you want to get more conversions? Because, well, I don't really want to get more. I just want to get them faster because I've got young children. I want to take them to school in the morning and I want to be there when they come home from school in the afternoon. So what's the emotional reason behind whatever it is that somebody wants? So finding that is important. If we do that, we're no longer a salesperson, we're a problem solver. We bring the solution to the problem they have to the table for them to be able to get that outcome. And in doing that, we remove their worry and stress. These are the reasons why we need to be able to communicate. It'd be the same if you're working with your children or if you're working with your loved ones, like your direct partner or business colleagues or anybody else. These skills translate right across the board. And the one thing to be aware of before you even start looking at people is to be aware that everybody has suffered or insecure to some degree. Everybody wears a mask. Everybody pretends they're not wearing a mask. And yes, that's me as well. I've been through a lot of situations where I've tried to hide things that I was feeling at the time for one reason or another. And the last one is we're all a product of our childhood rewards and sufferings. We are a combination of how we have chosen to decide to respond to all the events in our life. And so being aware of that, we then know straight away that everybody's got some issue or another. We can then start to look at people without having that pressure on ourselves that we've got to be perfect, because nobody's perfect. But the beautiful part of it is when we find those differences in people that are different to us, this is where we find the beauty in those people. We find strengths that they can't see themselves, and quite often that we've overlooked in ourselves as well at the same time. But to do it properly, to be able to influence somebody, we have to be able to engage them. To engage them, we've got to be able to connect with them first. And as you notice, I like threes. So we've got the connect up here. If we connect with them properly by being able to read them, knowing how to communicate with them, so changing the language we use and then getting confirmation to make sure we've read them right, we then are able to engage them through faster rapport, stronger relationships, greater trust. And at the same time, that's when we can influence them. So the top section is building a relationship. And then in the transition of the conversation we have, this is when we can sell our products and services. And as I said, that might be convincing somebody to become your life partner. That, as I said, in itself is a sale. So they're the major things. But the way I do it is those three areas. This is where we read people. But again, we have to know how they take information in. We need to know how they like to process that information. We need to know how they're likely to respond in any given situation. If we are able to do that properly, then we know what detail to give them. We know when we're talking to them, we know what order to give the information to them in. And we also know what style. Are they somebody who is very formal, or they're more laid back, etc.? All of that is in the communication. And then from there, we get the confirmation coming back. And we made sure that we look at all the little indicators, not just one at a time, but all of them together, to be able to realize whether we've got them. So what is the actual cluster of them together telling us? At the same time, are they congruent, and are they in context as well with what we expect and what we're talking about? Now, I'm going to go in reverse order. I'll go back to the facial features last of all, but body language, most people have heard about. Micro expressions were very popularized very much by the show Lie to Me, which is about 10 years ago now. This is where we're actually able to use micro expressions, little twitches on the face, to be able to read somebody, to know whether they're telling us the truth or not and what their emotions are. So as I said, knowing how to read those in clusters, are they congruent, and are they in context with what we expect? As far as body language goes, we've got a mass of things we can look at. We can look at the dilation of the pupils when the light isn't changing. We can look at how their breathing changes from the abdomen up to the upper chest. What's their blink rate? How fast are they blinking? Or if they're regularly blinking, but all of a sudden they slow down the blinking, but the flashing of the blink of the eye is even faster again, the shutter speed increases. That will tell us information about what they're really feeling and whether they're actually telling us the truth in the process as well. From there, there's so much information, but with the micro expressions, these are little twitches on the face that happen when anybody says something to them or something happens around them. Unconsciously, we respond. Now, the face has about 43 muscles in it, can pull over 10,000 expressions. Paul Ekman and his team, when they did the research on all this back in 1969 and the years after that, they found that they mapped out 3,000 different expressions with the muscle movements in the face. But what he found was there are 7 expressions which are universal. If anybody is feeling any one of those emotions inside, like they're angry, they're going to have an angry look on their face. And it doesn't matter if they've been born in a tribal village or a capital city, or even if they've been blind from birth. If they feel any one of those emotions, they will have the corresponding look on their face. But it's a fleeting expression. As I said, it happens unconsciously, and then the conscious mind steps in. An example of that might be you're walking through the garden and you see something out of the corner of your eye. There's a look of surprise, and you have a look because there was something there you saw, and you think, well, it might have been a snake, and then you realize it's a branch that's fallen off the tree, or somebody's left the hose out curled up and you mistook that. But you would have had that look of surprise at the moment. If it was a snake, then it'll probably move into fear. If it's the kids have left the hose out after you've told them to put it away, it might be a little bit of anger towards the kids. Could be a whole mass of different reasons that follow on. But they happen as fast as a fifth of a second down to 1/25th of a second in speed. But the thing is, I would say most of the people who are listening to this today or any other time, if you practice this, you can read them quite accurately. It doesn't take too long to start learning when you know how to actually start to watch and look for it. But I can always explain more about that at another time. But from there, it's getting your language right. So to be able to pick those indicators up to actually cause the body to give away that information, we have to get our language right. How do we ask questions? Now, are they open questions, closed questions, or probing questions? In what order do we ask them? In asking the questions the right way, the body will start, if they're trying to conceal information, the body will start leaking information. We'll start getting those expressions that are incongruent with what we would expect to get if they were telling the truth. We start to pick up nervous reactions and things. And the more that we use those in a proper order, then we'll actually get those results faster and get to the truth very quickly. But one of the things, this is one I really wanted to cover, in communication, there's books out there, Get to Yes. Everybody's pushing to get to a yes in communications really fast. Well, a negotiation doesn't start until you get a no. So knowing how to ask questions in a way to make sure you get a no, because once you do, You're into a conversation because the other person, when they say no, they will start telling you what they believe is what you should have understood. Now you're into a conversation. And that's when the language that I just mentioned a moment ago, the different types of questions, can really start to open things up. You can help them to feel more comfortable. If they're somebody that you're thinking is not telling the truth, you can make them more nervous as well. So their body will give away more. So this is where the strategy comes in the communications and getting that right. But the foundation of all of this, the most important part, is the facial features. Now, this may sound crazy to you, but the brain controls all of our body movements, all of our expressions, etc. So what we're feeling inside, we express outwardly. And this is when we're thinking about different ways, we're pulling the same expression over and over. And what we'll end up doing is we will create ridges and crevices on our face that then give away how we like to think and process. It doesn't give away our character. It's not talking about what we're thinking about and why we're thinking about it, but it does give away how that person likes to think and process, how they like to be treated. That's why that's the foundation. You get that right. And once you've got that right, everything else flows from there. Very quickly, I'll give you 3 examples, but I won't play the videos and other things that are involved with these. This gentleman is a business coach in Perth. When he sent me some, and by the way, I did it from his photographs. I profiled him. I sent him a 45-minute audio response to what I could see and how he could use that to his benefit. That's when he told me he used to be an undercover narcotics agent for 2 decades. And he used skills that, as he says there, were up to 95% accurate. If they hadn't been, as he said, he wouldn't be alive today. But what I put in that audio not only matched, but nuanced everything he learned about himself. That's great when it comes to business. He's a leadership coach and he's training the leadership in the SAS at the moment. If you're a parent, this lady, I profiled her son when he was 6 years old. School didn't want him. After school's care didn't want him. The psychologist said he needed care for the rest of his life. The end result was that I profiled and gave her information to take to the school in the after school's care. She played one against the other. They put in place what I recommended. 2 years later, the psychologist was let go. And the last testimonial she did for me was last year. He was 19 at the time, living on his own. This is a boy that they said would always need a carer for the rest of his life. He's living in Queensland. He's got his own place, got a girlfriend, driving a car, and he's now an assistant manager in a nightclub. And so they're the benefits of that side of that. This lady in education, she had 7 students in her class over in Dublin, in Griffith College. While we were training, the end of that term, another college closed down and she went from 7 students to 70. Most of her students are neurodiverse in one form or another. She's been able to manage to get them working in pods. Most psychologists will tell you you can't do that, and most educators will say that's impossible, but she's done it. What I'm doing at the moment is training her to train her competition. The other lecturers in the group. So basically, this was what drives me. It's all about how do I connect with somebody? How do I find out all about them? Where are their strengths? What are the gifts they bring to the table? Because at the end of the day, there is nobody on the planet who doesn't bring a gift to the table. And that's what we always miss. We're always thinking, well, how do we manipulate things? How do we get results? You're worried about not trusting somebody. This is where these skills come in. And the moment you realize that you've read that person wrong and they do have value, it changes the relationships. Because one of the things that may happen to you in the past is, have you had somebody that did the wrong thing by you, and then since then, you've seen somebody who looked like them? Natural feeling is we don't trust them. What the facial features tell us is those 2 people would have thought the same way in the way they process information, took it in and how they react to situations, but not what or why they're doing what they're doing. One could be a saint, one could be a sinner. So the end result is you've now ruined a relationship with somebody who might be a good contact or a good ally. And so being able to read people, where people say that what I do, is it judgmental? No, the profiling that most people do, the way we look at other people, the way we treat them is judgmental. It's based on our biases, our past experiences. Mine comes from the science. So we're actually looking at how that person does like to be spoken to, how they like to be treated, how they like to respond. We've got the indicators to prove the feedback that we get from it. So all of that makes it, we make a judgment call, but it's more based on more reality than just our feelings of what we've been through. So that's a pretty quick rush through it. And I hope I didn't talk too fast for people, but if you're watching this as a replay later on, you've got the controls on your browser, slow it down. You'll be able to listen to me a bit slower then. I can't hear you there, Rose. You're muted.
Thanks. It was a great presentation, Alan. Thank you. And I have done a couple of your trainings about facial features and how you can tell, certain things from certain people. I passed most of the challenges that you put forth in that training, only because I come from an abusive background as a child survivor of child abuse and domestic violence. So you learn to read people pretty well from a young age, and so that's probably why I got to pass most of that test. But it was interesting about the micro expressions that that you don't often think that you realize that you're seeing, but or even portraying that are picked up quite often by the other party, and sometimes they're quite subtle, and it can change the whole mood or the whole way that you communicate with that person.
That's it, because how many times have you heard someone speaking and you thought everything sounded okay, but you had that gut feeling that something wasn't right? Well, there's two things that it could have been. One, that they do remind you of somebody who's done the wrong thing by you in the past, and therefore you've just taken that reaction to them. Or more than likely, you picked up the non-verbal indicators, the body language, the expressions. Something didn't correlate with the way they were talking. And whenever the non-verbals don't correlate with the words themselves, we'll always go with the non-verbals, and we don't have trust for that person. So the more we're able to read that side of things, the more we're able to make sure that we know where that person's really coming from.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's how we base a lot of our communications with others and relationships as well, as whether you can trust someone or you think. Sometimes we do get it wrong, though. As you're right, they may look like somebody that's done harm to you, or they may sound like someone in that same position, so we automatically distrust them. We can look at other factors, and they need to communicate with us probably more deeply before we can trust them.
That's it. So the more we're able to understand their personality and know what we expect should happen in the way they respond to things, and if they're not doing that, then we can go, okay, something's definitely going on here. But when we're getting everything that's coming back is all aligned, we can then start to relax. If that was somebody who we just had that feeling earlier on because they possibly look like somebody who had done the wrong thing, then we don't get bogged down in keeping that attitude going, because the thing is that we create a self-fulfilling prophecy. If we don't trust the other person, we actually give that out in our body language as well. And so they pick that up. And so now they pull back, and then we turn around and go, oh, we were right. No, we created a self-fulfilling prophecy. So this is why it's so important to always look at it. I treat everybody as though they're innocent to start with. But by having the skills, you can figure out whether they're guilty very quickly. And therefore, they don't get that chance to manipulate. But I'm doing a lot of work at the moment around coercive control, domestic violence, difference between Machiavellians, narcissists, sociopaths, psychopaths, and how to recognize them, how to keep yourself safe, because we do have an increase in those sort of behaviors out there, but some of it is also due to circumstances for those people. So the more we're able to connect with them, the more we're able to improve that relationship with them. A lot of those people will change as well. Psychopaths, for instance, they will never change. They're wired differently because they were born that way. Whereas sociopaths, they're virtually been educated for things that happened to them in the past. That's the way they've then responded. And so knowing that, because I know a lot of people are talking about somebody being a sociopath, psychopath. And it's like, no, they're one or the other. They can't be both. Or a narcissistic sociopath. No, they're two different categories. The more that we understand those, the more we can then recognize them, and the more we're able to keep ourselves safe from them.
Yes, and it is important, and in business, it is vitally important that you can trust the people that you're working with. So if you're a customer or client, you need to be able to trust your coach, mentor, or who is ever selling you a product or service to deliver the thing that they say they're going to deliver. So if you can, interact with them virtually or in person, then you can get those little nuances that can help you make that decision. However, what about if it's just on the phone? How can you then, make that distinction whether they are trustworthy? I know a lot of it has to do with the tone of their voice, but you can't see their body language. You can't see the little micro expressions. Yeah. How do we know that this person is trustworthy?
Yeah, you can't see the micro expressions, but the body language translates into the tone of voice. Think about it. If you lay back in a really comfortable chair and put your feet up, try and lay the law down with somebody. It comes across wimp. It doesn't have any strength in it. One of the things I used to do, if I had to make a phone call and I had to come across as a bit of an authority, I was really happy before mobile phones when they came out with cordless phones, because I could stand up and I could walk around. Not a lot, just pace around very slowly so it didn't affect my breathing. But standing up erect and with their shoulders back, I was able to project my voice. And so you'll notice anybody gets angry, they, shoulders go back, they step up, they step in. And so it all comes out in the tone of voice. So you can pick a lot of that up. But if you're looking at text, well, that's even harder again, because you can't see any of the emotion in that. And that's one of the reasons why I have a policy and that totally refuse to have long conversations via text or email. Somebody sends me a long email, I'll send them back a reply with 4 initials and a command to pick up the phone or get on a Zoom call with me. And it's TLDR. And it's too long, didn't read. Pick up the phone. And then we have a discussion. So at least I can hear their tone of voice. I can hear their emotions in the voice. Better still, if they're not in the same local area, get on a Zoom call. Use Google Meets or whatever video platform you prefer. Then the best one, though, is face-to-face in real life, because then we can sit together. We can also position yourself, because you and I are looking at each other on the screen at the moment. We're looking straight at each other. In real life, that's confrontational. If we're in real life, I can come around sideways, side by side with you like that. And therefore, there's an escape route there at the same time for you. At the same time, I'm not imposing my pressure on you. We're able to then look at the problem together, not look at each other and pointing fingers. And this is the advantage of being able to do things face-to-face. My rule is always face-to-face, second over video, third over the phone. And on text, my rule there is go back to number 1 and get together in real life or onto a video, whatever, because I will never have a conversation. And even we're seeing it on Facebook every day. People are putting a comment up and then people take sides. They join the fight. There's an old saying that a problem shared is a problem halved. No, it's not. A problem shared is a problem multiplied, unless a problem shared is then worked on for a solution. You get to a solution, yep, you've not only halved the problem, you've actually removed the problem. But all this stuff we're seeing on social media today is people jumping in, throwing their 2 cents worth in. Had somebody the other day look at a video that I'd put up, and it's an hour long, talking about quite a controversial situation. And in the first minute and a half, up went the comment of how he felt about the whole thing without having actually looked at the rest of the video. So he had a minute and a half out of a whole hour. And if he'd listened to the rest of it, it would have all made sense to him. So we're jumping in and reacting too fast. We're not taking time to really build that understanding of what the other person's saying. This is why it's so important to put any of the pressures, anything we've got aside, out of the way, connect with that person, understand them. And in most cases, there is no argument at the end of that. In my life, I've been lucky. I've had so many people who were upset about different things, I've started talking to them and they've become my best friends. In some cases, they've become my clients, and I made quite a bit of money through that, simply because I refuse to fight.
Mm.
I want to know what's going on. I want to know why things are happening. That's why having these skills to be able to read the person, to be able to connect with them at that deeper level, once they feel that they've been heard, their attitudes change.
Yeah, it's important to be heard and to be seen, isn't it? And to feel that you've been heard and seen. I think that's a basic human element of all of us. You know, we want to feel that there is some connection and that we, you know, the other person values our opinion and values our presence on this planet.
That's right. You know, if everybody wants, you know, when it comes to a partner, we want to know that we're valued. We want to know that we contribute, that we have a place. It's no different in business. You know, our employees, you know, want to know that they've got a place, they're valued, they contribute, etc. And for all those people who keep using the phrase, you know, work on your business, not in your business, that's only possible if you've got people in the business working in there. And the only way you can do that is by building them up, as I said before, that leadership role, helping them to take on the tasks that you don't want to do or can't do. And if they, you know, even do it better than if you could do it better than you. So then you can go and work on your business. If you're a business owner, you can even go on holidays and not only know that the company will survive in your absence, it will not only survive, it will grow. This is why everybody around me, everything I've done for decades now, I've always tried to lift them up to take over whatever it was I was doing so I could then move on to the next thing and to do it in a way in which I knew that I could fully trust them. We've seen it in the Campfire project with Scott Carson, the way he stepped up and now he's the managing director of the Business of Smiles and what he's doing there. You know? In the surf clubs, everywhere I've worked, it's been the same thing. Because as I say, no matter what arguments I've even had with people at the time, by having these skills, I can still see the strengths and the beauty that they have in them. And therefore, I can get around those problems really quickly.
Mm-hmm. And that's important too in business. You know, if you've got someone that you may have a little bit of a conflict with, you know, it could be maybe personality, it could be they don't agree with your with what you have to say. You know, they've got a different opinion to yours. We're all different, you know, and
right.
you've got allowances for those sorts of things, especially difference of opinion when it comes to, you know, life in general. And won't get anything out. That, you know, we have to take that into consideration. Everyone's different. And, you know, if we're all the same, we'd be a really boring world.
Exactly. See, I know that one of the traits that you have is that you like to get to the action. Once you've worked out something that you've got your head around it and you go, okay, now just give me the best way to do it and get out of the way and let me get it done. So you like to get into it. There are those people who just like to look at all the different possibilities. So to you, when you're trying to get something done, they're going to drive you nuts because they just want to, it's what I call mental motive. They're driven by the thought processes. And so, but then once you understand the benefits that they've got, you give them the job to go and work out the best way to do things and then bring it back to you. So you become great team members. But if you don't understand that, you're not going to get on with each other. And that happens with all the traits where we've got, you know, three positions. We've got the middle position, we've got the two extremes. The extremes always clash in one way or another. But if you understand, and that doesn't mean the other person's got anything wrong with them. They're just different to you. And thank God they are different, because this is how we build teams, through the differences in people, not the similarities.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, Alan can be found on Facebook at Reading Faces, on LinkedIn at Reading Faces. He has several websites. He's got alanstevens.com.au. He's got thecampfireproject.com.au. He's on LinkedIn at Alan Stevens Human Pattern Recognition. His business profile on LinkedIn is Campfire Project. He's got a Facebook group for Alan Stevens and another fan page. It's called Keys
to Understanding Your Child.
Your child. It's the keys to understanding your child. Thank you, Alan. As always, it is such a pleasure to connect with you, and thank you so much for all your support over the years. It's been absolutely, I love it.
My
You
pleasure. And by the way, if people go to my business page, thealanstevens.com.au, go to the online courses, there's a free course in there that they can jump on and have a test it out for themselves. So as they say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Now, it doesn't matter how good you think you are as a chef. It's what the critics say when they try it. So if you've liked what you heard today, go and try that free course and test it out for yourself, and you'll know whether it works or not.
Absolutely. Thank you so much again, Alan, and I look forward to talking to you again soon.
Thank you.
Bye, Alan.
Bye for now.
Now, my next guest is Chantal Girardi, and Chantal is going to be talking to us about content that converts and how to make more sales online by doing less. Now, I love Chantal. She's just absolutely a go-getter. We're actually going for the same award on in the Beam Podcast Awards. Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens with that thing. I'm wishing you all the best of luck for that.
Thank you. You too.
Chantal is an award-winning marketing strategist and the founder of Online Business Marketing. With over a decade of experience helping small businesses thrive, Chantal specializes in simplifying online marketing to generate consistent results. She's passionate about empowering entrepreneurs. She provides practical strategies to help businesses create content that not only engages, but also converts. Through her proven frameworks, Chantal has supported countless business owners in overcoming the overwhelm of online marketing, achieving better results with less effort. Her approach focuses on maximizing resources, automating processes, and aligning content with audience needs to ensure measurable success. Chantal, thank you so much for joining me here on the summit. It is such a pleasure to see you again.
Happy Friday, everyone.
How have you been?
Amazing, thank you. Absolutely amazing.
So tell me a little bit more about why we need content that converts.
Oh my gosh. All right. So would you like me to go and do a presentation? Because I've got like a little slideshow and we can get into it, because everyone knows that I'm so passionate about this and I could talk for hours. And since I have such a small amount of time and I literally want to give you the juice and the jam, I have a PowerPoint presentation, which I know will take me 27 minutes. All right. So I thought the best way to do this is to come up with 10 ways to help you make more sales by doing less online. I mean, who likes the sound of that, right? So I'm going to take you through that today. Hold on a sec. It's not going to let me do that. Let's try that again. Here we go. All right. Can you see that, Rose? It's there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. Awesome. So 10 ways, not 1, not 2, 10. All right. Come on. All right. So imagine if your marketing didn't have any madness and mayhem and mess, and you could literally just smash the multi-six-figure ceiling with what you do with your marketing online. As I said, today I'm going to share with you 10 ways that you can do that. But first, a little bit of a reality check, because having done this now for like the last 12 years, there seems to be a couple of things that I see all the time. And this is probably you. Number one, your marketing is stuck in a cycle. You don't have a clear strategy, which means your marketing is inconsistent, it's unfocused, you're missing out on opportunities. It's really a waste of time. It's frustrating, it's reactive. And all you want is a clear, actionable plan so that you can focus on scaling your business and not get stuck in the weeds. Who likes the sound of that? Number two is you're working harder, not smarter. So you're feeling overwhelmed. You're still not seeing the results that you want. The longer you do nothing, the more time and money are lost in the endless loops. And everything just feels like it's hit and miss. And number three is you feel that your growth is limited because you just don't have a plan. You keep hoping for better results without having a solid plan. You want to scale, you want to grow, you just want a freaking roadmap. Show me how to get there. And you really want to just jump off that hamster wheel. And of course, the last thing you want is burnout. And we all know how that feels when it comes to managing your marketing online. So today's presentation really is for the business owners who've got employees, team, VAs or PAs, or maybe it's just you, but it's for the people who manage the marketing or doing the doing on an ongoing basis. It's for those who want to maximize their marketing through improving their productivity, their performance, and their profitability. And it really is for those 67-figure business owners who are growth orientated. They are willing to change because trust me, there's a whole bunch of people who want to wake up every single day and do the same old thing and it's still not working. So they have to be willing to change, and they're open-minded and they can follow a proven process. And I'm going to share with you a proven process today. So here's just some of the industries that I've worked with and had fantastic results in, just in case you're wondering if this is for you. But it's not for business owners who think that there's a quick fix. There seems to be this thing that, you'll go and do a marketing course, you'll follow what somebody's telling you to do, but really you're not actually prepared to try a new strategy or to act on it by implementation. Because people go, I'm overwhelmed, I don't know what to do. Really, it's not a knowledge problem. It's usually an implementation problem. So you have to be willing to take action and consistently over a long period of time, because eventually it does start to work. So my promise to you is that I'm going to show you how to get more sales online by doing less. And this is going to free you up from the day to day. But my time is limited. Rose has given me a very small amount of time today. So I'm going to pack in a whole bunch of stuff and I'm going to move at a really fast pace. And what I'm going to ask from you is to make sure that you give me your full attention. You're not multitasking so that you can get the juice today. All right. And then action is power. So I want you to have a piece of paper where you're literally going to put down everything that you think that you could do that is going to help you from what I share with you today. But then application is the most important thing. You're going to go and implement it. So I want you to have a second piece of paper. And on that second piece of paper, I want you to write things that you can literally do this next week, if not today, and make so that it's automatically going to move the needle on your business and what you're doing. A little bit about me, for those of you who don't know. I originally moved from South Africa in 2008. I was not a marketer. I was a personal trainer. I owned health, wellness, and fitness centers, and I'm hyperactive. I don't like being online. So in fact, if there's a way to spend less time online, I'll work out how to do it, and I'll teach you how to do it, because we've all got better things to do than spend our lives online. And for me, I moved to a new country, so from South Africa to Australia. I had 3 daughters out under the age of 5 years old. And then my husband at the time lost his job, which meant we had no income and we're still paying our way into the country. And 5 of us were on no salary at that point, and originally we were on just 1 salary. So I basically taught myself how to market my business online without knowing what to do. And I had to do it whilst the children were sleeping or playing. So I had to do it without outsourcing. I had to do it without paying for ads. And I had to do it without a massive investment into my business. And I couldn't afford for somebody else to do it. I had to learn how to do it properly. And to tell you the truth, I could not afford it not to work. The reality is that within 5 years, I was able to grow a 6-figure business without outsourcing or without any advertising. And all I did was invest in myself and my ability to do it by following a proven strategy. And I'm going to share with you today what that is. My twin's now turning 21 this year. My youngest is turning 18 and is just about to finish grade 12. Ziggy is almost 10 now, if you've been following us on social media. And we now have a new puppy as well called Tommy, who is absolutely nuts. But I love to spend my life offline. So if you follow me on social media, you'll see I've got a camper van. I do international travel. I love the beach and the water. So I really don't want to be spending a lot of time online. And you can too if you follow these 10 things. The good news is that I do things backwards. I did figure it out, grow a 6-figure business, but I did go and win a couple of awards internationally and nationally. And I now am also the producer of the Meaningful Marketing podcast. So if you haven't had a chance to go check that out, please do. But what I am absolutely passionate about is meaningful marketing. So I love to work with purpose-led business owners, and I'm privileged enough to be a mentor for many of them. I do also have over 280 online reviews as well, meaning that I don't just talk the talk, I walk the walk. So what was my big revelation? My big revelation is it comes down to the S word, which is a strategy, which starts with the end in mind. And what that really means is that we've got to get this marketing machine working. That's the overall strategy. Any one of these components that you do not do is going to result in lost leads, lost sales online, lost clients. So we've got to get our Google, our social media, our email marketing, our partnership marketing, our content, our website, our overall strategy. All of this we have to be able to do, and simply as possible, so we do not spend our life online. So today I'm going to share with you those 10 marketing gaps that are costing you money, and I'm going to show you how to fix them when I can figure out how to do this. Right, so number one is not knowing what you're selling and who you're selling to. And you hear this all the time, but I can tell you right now that if you are unclear on your offer and who it is for, your market are going to sniff it and it's not going to cut through. Your marketing will become scattered. It'll be inconsistent. Your messaging will be inconsistent. And it, as I said, it will not cut through. You'll just miss out on sales. Because if you do not have a well-defined target audience, you'll either end up attracting the wrong people or no people at all. So you need to define your ideal clients, and that is the demographics, the psychographics, market research and surveys, and customer interviews. For me, a competitor's analysis is absolutely fundamental to ensure that you're on track. And you need to craft a unique value proposition, which is basically what makes you different, better, and essential, so that you are desirable. Because if you're not desirable or your offer's not desirable, no one's going to want to buy from you. And then you need to create an offer stack that makes your service absolutely irresistible. So throw in some other FOMO, bonuses, guarantees to ensure that you cut through, grab the right person and get them to take action. So number two is not having that clear strategy. I'm grateful that I didn't have Centrelink in the early days or welfare, because the reality is that I had to stop over creating, and I actually had to get the thing that I was doing to work. And I needed to do it in a straight line that was nice and simple, and it wasn't overly complicated, because I had 3 daughters under the age of 5. So why is not having strategy a problem? Well, firstly, marketing isn't about random posts. Everyone says, be consistent online. Well, what does that mean? You can't be on there being consistent all the time, but you're actually posting dribble. At the end of the day, without a strategy, you waste time and money with trial and error, because time is money. And if your messaging is inconsistent and you don't have a place that you're sending them to, and you don't have this strategy or this customer journey or this buyer's persona defined, people are going to get lost in the funnel. So you need to develop a core marketing strategy that covers who your audience is and your positioning in the marketplace. You've got your key marketing channels defined. You've got lead generation strategies, meaning you know exactly how to get them offline. Because the number one rule of being on social media is not to keep them there and play with them. It's to get them off social media and closer to you. Then you've got to have nurture and conversion plans, and make sure that you've got retention and referral strategies in place as well. You need to set KPIs, so key performance indicators, and track your success. What is working, what's not working, and how are we going to change what it is? And that doesn't mean a rebrand. That drives me nuts. When something's not working, they go rebrand, and I go, no, look at where it's not working and refine where it stopped working. And of course, you've got to make sure that you are creating your marketing assets. So what are your lead magnets? What case studies do you have? What automated email sequences or nurture sequences do you have in place to ensure that what you're doing is actually working? So number 3 is not having that marketing plan. And really, it is also about implementation, which means blocking time in your diary. Because many businesses fail in the marketing, not because they lack ideas, because many of them have got way too many ideas. They lack it because they're not actually putting it into their diary to execute and implement. So you need to batch your content creation and use scheduling tools, for example, like OBM Hub. And you need to set aside non-negotiable marketing time for not only working in your marketing, but working on your marketing. That's where you do those competitors analysis and define your audience, and you do your surveys. But people are just implementing, but they're not working on the overall plan. You can use project management tools like Trello, ClickUp, Asana, or even Slack. And you also need to make sure that when you're delegating or outsourcing, that you're fully across what it is that you're delegating and outsourcing and what the responsibility is, so that you're not left hanging. Because if you don't understand the job that you're outsourcing, it opens you up to be getting caught by the people that you're outsourcing or delegating to. The only reason I know that is because it's happened to me 1,000 times. I go, just get me leads. And the next minute, the person is doing something dodgy and spammy, and they're actually chasing away potential customers. So number 4 is not having the right people in the right seats. So if your marketing is falling apart, it could be because you got the wrong people, okay, or in charge of the wrong tasks. Sometimes it's the task that's wrong. Sometimes it's the people that are implementing it that is wrong. But again, this is why it's fundamental that you are across what actually needs to happen. And that's why an overall strategy can be useful. You need to identify who's responsible for each area. So for me personally, my marketing VAs that I now have, and let me say this, I only got marketing VAs after I was a 6-figure business. Before that, I did not. I did everything myself because I knew and understood the tasks that needed to happen, because I had a strategy. I grew to 6 figures, and then I could outsource it and know that I wasn't going to get taken advantage of. But now when I'm working with my VAs, there's no crossover, because if there's crossover, the VAs go, that was their job. No, that was their job. No, it was her job. So you want to make sure that everyone knows whose job is what. When you outsource, it's absolutely imperative that you understand that people are still going to need to be upskilled in those particular areas. So for me personally, I now work with agencies, VA agencies, because those VAs are mine. They're not working with 10 other people who may even be your competitors. They're only my VA and no one else, which means I can invest in upskilling, I can invest in training, and every time they get better, 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 and faster at what they do. And I don't have to worry about them going elsewhere or leaving me. And then, of course, it's all about making sure you've got the clear SOPs. And again, you can only do this if they're actually your VAs, as opposed to outsourcing to freelancers. Because if they're your VAs, you can get them to create the SOPs, which is going to streamline the execution of processes. And if they get hit by a bus, you can simply hand those SOPs over to somebody else. So number 5 is focusing on content without a lead generation strategy. As I said, people are doing content all the time, but they do not have a clear next step for people to take based on the content that they're creating. So content without a way to capture leads means that you're just creating noise. People will take your free stuff all the time and they will consume it and they will never take the next step. So you need to create strong lead magnets, whether or not they're PDF guides, quizzes, free trainings, or checklists. But one of the most important things is that you've got clear call to actions. Call to actions don't need to be salesy. They can simply just be a next step. And obviously it's got to be relevant to your content as well. So for example, I've got a document that's called Hot Leads on Repeat, which you can download, and it shows you a lead generation funnel and how to create it. So if I go out and I create content and say, are you struggling to get leads? You've got to have clear call to actions. This document's going to show you how. I'm now capturing their email address, which means I can continue to nurture, build a relationship with them, because people never buy from the first step. They never buy on the first time they see you. They buy after multiple touch points. You can use landing pages and automated email sequences to continue to nurture those leads. So number 6 is not doing email marketing and retargeting. If you've listened to my podcast before, you'll hear I always say one of the biggest mistakes I made in all my businesses was not getting email marketing and retargeting right sooner. The problem is that, as I said before, people don't buy from the first time they see your offer on social media. They need nurturing and touch points. So when you're sending weekly value-driven emails, not just sales emails, but emails that are going to build know, like, and trust, you can continue to deepen that relationship and remind them about who you are, what you do that's different, and invite them to take that next step, whether or not it's buy a product or service, or whether or not it's book a call. Making sure that you set up your abandoned cart emails or your retargeting campaigns. So for example, if somebody has downloaded my Hot Leads on Repeat document and they're clicking on the links in the emails to book a call, but they're not booking a call, I can send them retargeting campaigns, which will continue to send them convinces around why they should book the call and what will happen if they don't solve their problem of not having leads. And I can continue to nurture them in those emails to teach them a little bit about who I am and what it is I do, share some success stories, and continue to close the gap between them just consuming the content of my emails to actually taking that next step. And then, of course, it's segmentation. So making sure that in your emails, you're segmenting what people are doing. So you might segment your clients and segment your leads. So you know, because you're going to talk to them differently, right? You're not going to talk to them the same. So number 7 is not looking at the data, the trends, or how to improve. A lot of people wake up every day, do the same damn thing, and they never look back and go, what worked, what didn't work, and why. And for me, we do this every Friday, moderately, and then we do this thoroughly, like once a month. A lot of people go, you've got to be doing reels, and they're posting, 10 reels a week. But for us, for example, we'll go in and we'll see that my single image posts get about 3 times the amount of views that a reel will get, which means we know that we mustn't leave that out. We need to continue to create our single post content because we know that that does really well, especially if I'm wearing pajamas. So why is it a problem? Well, what gets measured gets improved. Okay, so you can look at that and you and your team will start to get better. You can track your website analytics through Google Analytics, monitor your email open rates and your click-through rates, and obviously look at your ad performance. Although up until now, 12 years in, we still are an ad-free company. And all our leads and conversions happen organically. You can adjust your content based on engagement and lead generation, so we know what works and what doesn't work. Then we can test and we can optimize and refine what we do moving forward. So number 8 is not having a sales process or buyer's journey mapped out. And again, this comes down to that strategy, looking at what is logical to the customer, what should happen next for them. So if you don't guide your customers to those next steps through a structured journey, they will just drop off. So you need to map out the sales funnel and the nurture sequences step by step and look where the drop off is happening. You can then structure some follow-up systems. So you could follow up by calling them if you've got their email address. You could send them SMSs. You could send them a re-engagement email, or basically put them into your pipeline in your CRM. And of course, upskilling on handling objections and closing sales is really important. We do sales training every single year to ensure that we know how to actually close sales, because everybody wants people to close in the emails, and often it means they need a call, which means you've got to get better at closing sales. So number 9 is chasing quick fixes like paid ads without a system. And again, if you have listened to me, I always say if it's not working organically, it is not going to work when you put money behind it. So you need to test your organic strategies and make sure that they're working before you do ads. Your foundations have got to be strong. If your foundations are not strong and you're trying to forget those other steps that I've just gone through, ads will not work. If you have not done all of the other stuff, ads will not work. The foundation is key. And then again, you've got to make sure you've got retargeting systems in place. So if somebody's clicking the book a call or buy now, but they're not actually following through with the purchase, you've got to look at how you're going to retarget them by calling, SMSing, or emailing them. And number 10, and a lot of people forget about this, but it's relationship marketing. It's about not developing customer loyalty with user-generated content, collaborations, and testimonials. Loyal customers will buy from you again, or they will refer you. And so many businesses are looking for more leads without looking after their current clients or their previous clients. So you need to encourage customers to share their user-generated content. You need to build partnerships and collaborations with aligned brands, and look after your current customers. So, for those who are watching this, I'm curious to know where you are. And I mean, I know where I am. To tell you the truth, I'm still stuck in the green, right? I can tell you right now, there is no perfect, there's always better. Actually, I'm a little bit in the purple. If you watch the amount that I travel, you can probably see that I am a little bit in the purple. But, are you still stuck in the problem phase right now, in overwhelm, frustration, directionless, chaotic? Have you already had that idea shift and you're in kind of that yellow phase where you're understanding that you need to have strategies, you are upskilling, you're getting support, you're focusing on developing systems and automations and getting in some processes and planning? Perhaps you're in the new way right now where you've got absolute clarity, you're making data-driven decisions, everything's a lot more simple, your expertise is starting to shine, you're being more proactive and less reactive. Or perhaps you're in the payoff, and the payoff is more freedom. You can travel more. I've just done, a week presenting in New Zealand. I was back for a week. Then I was a week in Sydney doing a luxury cruise presenting. I'm back for 3 weeks doing podcast recording before I leave. And then I'm off again now to present in the Philippines and do a charity walk. And when I go away, I've still got leads coming in. Our systems are still nurturing those leads. So when I come back, I've still got leads sitting in my calendar so that I'm ready to have those sales calls. So I'm in that freedom lifestyle where I can do all of that. Definitely don't have it all ironed out. It's always a work in progress. But I'm curious to know, like for you, rate yourself where you are. Because for me, for those of you who followed me online, you can see how I've grown and continue to develop. And I'm honestly passionate about helping businesses drive more consistent leads and sales with less stress, with less mayhem and less chaos and confusion. And I've paid to play. So let me just say this. I have invested in myself. All coaches have coaches. I'm an ex-triathlete and I had a triathlete coach. I was involved, in the health, wellness, and fitness industry. So I've got a personal trainer. I've got a nutrition coach. I've got a life coach. I have a love coach. I have every coach. I've got a business coach. I've got a sales coach. I've got so many coaches. So I've invested in the right people because I wanted to be above my competitors. I wanted to be the chosen choice, and I wanted to be able to deliver a good service to my clients, which means I had to invest myself in order to do that. And we all know that proximity is power. Those who you surround yourself. So if I'm surrounding myself with great 7-figure business owners and coaches, I now have those aspirations to move into that space. And I want to be that person for you. So here's just a couple of case studies of businesses and how I've helped them do that. With Barbecue Arm, we helped them actually bring on a in-house marketing manager, get an offshore virtual assistant. It has helped them increase their time and reduce their stress. We also automated all their sales processes. So automated their B2C funnels, their B2B funnels. And in fact, they've now secured a national distribution deal in BCF. In order to scale and grow, we had to put systems in place. There was no way they could do it on their own. With Dreamer RV and the lovely Tara, they sold out on their launch. She's a lovely mum with 2 boys, but we 4x'd her revenue stream. They originally only had one product, but with being able to help them set up distributors with automated revenue streams and systems, we were able to 4x their business. At the end of the day, great quote, an investment in knowledge always pays the best interest, right? Some more examples for you here. Good Mix. They had an operations manager, somebody managing Facebook, somebody managing Instagram, somebody managing the emails, and everyone was running around in different directions. With a strategy, what we did is pull it all together, help them make data-driven decisions, improve their retargeting so that they improved their conversions, and made sure that they were able to generate more leads with a more cohesive online profile while still growing their leads list. And with the lovely Sober as well, we were able to put some more delegation systems in place so that they could slash their workload. They didn't have to work 24/7. They're a fantastic purpose-led business. So it was able to free them up so they were able to be more creative and do more of what they love because the team took ownership on the marketing, which helped reduce the overall stress. So what can you control? When we're talking about your sales online and making more conversions with your content, what can you actually improve? Could you improve your skills and your training? Could you improve your daily productivity, your management skills, your systems? Could you improve the way you communicate, your marketing systems? Could you get better at delegating? What you focus on and what you put your energy into and what you invest in helps you get more results and quicker. So imagine if you had more confidence and clarity in your marketing. How would that feel? Imagine if you had your own marketing machine and you knew how to manage it just simply and easily and effortlessly, and you could get back to doing what it is that you love. The insanity is doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different result. So think about, what are you doing right now that you do every single day with your team and with your marketing, with your strategy, and it's not working, but you just continue to do the same thing. perhaps it might be time for you to get off that hamster wheel. So I have created this 21 content ideas list for you. And if you would like this, I can happily share it. For those of you who are like, yeah, you know what, I want to get off the hamster wheel and find out how I can improve my strategy, please feel free to jump on. You can book a call on the Let's Chat, and we'll just have a chat, and I can have a look at your marketing and identify the gaps and show you how to solve them. Or if you would like us to send you the 21 content ideas, please go ahead and fill out the Contact Us form over here, the QR code, scan it. And when you do that, just put in the, like, how can we help you? Just put it in there. I'd love the slideshow presentation, or put in there, I'd love you to send us the 21 content ideas, or put in there, I would love to arrange a chat with you, and my team and I will get back to you. Did I nail it in 30 minutes?
Well done. Now, I've known Chantel for a number of years now. I've got to say her message has never changed. It is, about consistency. It's about growth. It's about, being your best self. It's all about, doing everything organically and, having those systems in place. And, honestly, I call her the marketing queen because I think that's what she is.
Thanks so much, Rose. It is always an absolute pleasure to be a guest on your show.
Thank you. Now, you can reach out to Chantel on Facebook at Chantel Girardi. You can find her on the Meaningful Marketing podcast. She's on Instagram. She's on LinkedIn. She's on YouTube. Again, congratulations on the nomination for the podcast award for the Beam Awards. And also, Chantel would like to promote what?
Yeah, so is this a free offer or paid offer?
Whatever it is, it's something you want to promote?
Yeah, so look, we give a free marketing audit. So if you book a Let's Chat, so if you're a scaling six-figure business and you have got somebody managing your marketing, bring them along to the call as well. So book a call. It is absolutely free. In 30 minutes, I'll go over your email marketing strategy, your lead generation strategy, your website strategy, absolutely everything. I'll show you where the gap is in your marketing machine, and then I'll offer you some solutions, and it's completely free.
Chantel, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you so much. It's been lovely to be here. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I will. You too. Bye. That was the lovely Chantel Girardi, and my goodness, she has a lot to offer anyone who is looking at their marketing and how they can improve those skills and reach your audience a lot better. My next guest is Cara Stokes, and Cara's going to be chatting with us about how active living boosts creativity. And her mission is to get more business owners and Australians in general to prioritise their health and wellness. And, she advocates that moving our bodies, getting outside and being conscious of our daily activities can improve our productivity and boost creativity and make us feel more balanced and in all areas of our life. Now, a little bit about Cara. She is a conversion coach and SEO copywriter who transforms marketing jargon into real actionable results. With over 6 years of experience, she is a master at turning Google-friendly words into a surge of website traffic and crafting click-worthy reels. She does have superpowers. That's tapping into the power of perception and blending creativity with data-driven strategy to make complex ideas simple and engaging. Cara also runs Snap, Talk and Walk. It's one of Perth's most energetic content creation gatherings, and she has monthly events and they're a refreshing break from traditional networking and those pricey content shoots, blending connection, creativity and movement into an inspiring experience. Cara, thank you for joining me on the summit today. It is such a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you for having me, Rose. I'm very happy to be here.
A little bit about the Snap, Talk and Walk.
Yeah, well, it kind of started as an idea. I have a creative brain and I often would drive around Perth and see, art murals or really cool walls or architecture and think that'd make a great background. But Unfortunately, my husband is not into social media, and I hate interrupting family events to be like, oh, let's just take a quick video here or take a photo. So I got some friends together and we trialed it. And it was just kind of a fun thing to do. It was more of the necessity that I needed someone to help me, and I thought they probably need it too. Let's give it a go. And so we walked around one of our local towns and helped each other take photos and videos. And I realized there was a massive need for this because most business owners don't have an extra set of hands. And it's also a really great way to get out of that kind of awkward overthinking stage and second guessing everything. Often when you're doing it by yourself, you'll spend forever just creating one video and deleting it and picking on yourself, pulling apart the angles. Whereas in this setting, we just snap out heaps and heaps of photos and videos. And then you walk away and you go, well, it may not be perfect, but I might as well use it. It's there. You've got this content bank and you get more inspired by it instead of just kind of overthinking every step.
Absolutely. No, it sounds like a great initiative. And, you're right about you take a video. I don't know how many times I've done a video and I've taken 10, 11, 12 takes until I get it right. And I think, the B-roll is often more engaging to your audience than it is A-roll.
Definitely. And it's so versatile. I was chatting with a group of brokers yesterday who all were very against the idea of getting in front of the camera. It's not their kind of thing. They hate creating content. And I said, it's so easy. You don't even have to do the talking head like we are now, face to face, because it takes a lot of work and you often only use it one or two times because you've said the message and then it's done. Whereas with B-roll, I was saying just walk down the street and get someone to film you, or set a tripod up and film you pouring yourself coffee, or any simple little thing that just shows a little bit of your day. And then you can put any kind of message over it and reuse that film, 100 times if you want to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now tell me, why movement breaks are a must in any business person's life.
Yeah, they're so vital. I find particularly people who are chained to the desk, it's so easy to be on that kind of productivity focus flow and think if I get up and interrupt it, I'm going to lose my train of thought, or I'm just not going to get the work done that I need to. But they've done a lot of studies and they've found that often if you've heard of the Pomodoro technique, doing 25-minute bursts of work and 5 minutes break and then coming back again, you're far more productive. Even employees who might be, sitting for a set 8 hours with their breaks in between, realistically, they're not getting that full 100% productivity the entire time. It's much, much less than that. So we often think that the more hours we sit, the more we get done, but it's actually the opposite. When we take breaks and move our bodies, it wakes up our brain and we come back far more refreshed. So not only do we get more done, but the ideas we come up with and the way that we do it is far more effective and exciting. So when we do Snap, Talk and Walk, we have some movements that we do and everyone has a bit of a giggle because it feels a bit awkward. So we'll do things like tap opposite shoulders and then opposite knees and opposite feet. And everyone feels like, oh, this is a bit like primary school, trying to get the brain coordination going. But what we're doing is we're waking up different neural pathways, because when we do cross-lateral movements, that gets the creative kind of vibes going and it drops you out of the logical thinking into the creative space in your brain, which is pretty cool.
It sounds interesting. And I, as a person who sits more often than I exercise or, get up from my desk, it's really good just sitting there and just tapping and doing whatever. Just getting some movement in your body is great. I find that if I've been sitting for, 4 hours, I'm quite stiff and not realize that I'm quite uncomfortable, even though I'm not thinking that I am.
I think that's the key. We often forget to drop back into our bodies. We spend so much time in our headspace and we're thinking all the time and just letting our brain kind of go down this work path that we forget what is going on kind of below the neck. And then you suddenly get up and you're like, oh, my back and my neck and everything's kind of a bit stiff and feels a bit yuck. And even if you're in a job where you're on your feet all the time, you don't always notice your feet are sore or whatever is happening. So it's just about getting different movements. They often talk about with kids, they operate on different planes of movement. So they'll roll on the floor and then they'll crawl and then they'll run around and jump and climb. And they're kind of moving through all these different stages. Whereas as we get older, we get more and more restricted in the way that we move. And it's really important that we think, well, sometimes it's actually good to bend over and touch the floor and move in different ways. And often if I'm really focused, because I know as a creative, sometimes I just cannot interrupt this sentence. If I stop now, I'm going to lose it. But at the same time, if I don't stop, I'm not going to eat lunch, I'm not going to go to the toilet, and I'm not going to walk around. So sometimes I'll just do a quick one, a bit of a stretch and just open my arms up, roll the shoulders, look left and right, get up a couple of times, even if I'm still, typing, I've got my standing desk. So it's just getting about that little bits of movement. And then often that'll also break this kind of cycle of just being grinding away at the desk or whatever task it is that we're doing. And then we'll realize, okay, I can get to this point and then I'll take a decent break and get some better movement in.
Yeah, so how can we add that extra activity into our day and absolutely love doing it rather than thinking it is of a chore or something that we must do or something that we must remember?
It's about finding something you enjoy. So for me, I did ballet when I was a kid into teenage years for about 9 years. And one of the things I loved doing was simple calf raises because we're always up on our toes. So sometimes I'll just walk around in the kitchen and just do a calf raise and just go up on my toes. And it's not a huge movement. It's not going to make me big and muscly, but it's just enough to break up the day and just be like, okay, I'm getting a little bit of movement in. Or I'll put music on often before a meeting. I'll put my favorite tunes on and I'll have a big dance out and just shake it all out and get myself feeling better. So it's finding something that you actually enjoy. And that can take a bit of hunting. For example, I've got 3 kids and my eldest, we tried heaps of different sports, swimming, soccer, gymnastics. And about a year ago, we thought, why don't we start martial arts? You're going to high school. It's a good life skill to learn self-defense. She tried karate and now she absolutely loves it. And it's the first time in her life that she's enjoyed any kind of physical activity beyond being, a child and just mucking around and having fun. But she always thought sports are not for me. I'm not a sports person. But we just needed to find the right one. So I really encourage people to go out there and just try anything, whether you think it's a sport or not, as long as it's got some kind of movement, as long as you enjoy it, that's okay. And then you can bring little bits back. Say, if you love tennis, you're not going to be able to play a tennis match during the day, but you might be able to practice your swing. You might stand up from your desk and just imagine that you're having a go, or do some stretches in the areas, rolling your shoulders, that sort of thing. So it's kind of bringing that joyfulness and the things that you like to do in your spare time into your workday.
Yeah, great points. I think, it's finding what you're compatible with.
Definitely.
It's and there's not a one size fits all. Like my son, when he was younger, loves going to scouts, loves his cubs, and he went to scouts, then he became whatever the next level was. But he wasn't into sports. He didn't like sports, but he liked camping and hiking and doing all those other things. And as much as we encouraged him to play sport, he just didn't like it. He'd rather the other outdoor activities instead. And so, with children, you have to find what fits them, not what fits us.
That's it. And it's the same as adults. Sometimes we grow and change. And even especially I find with females throughout kind of each month, you have different times where you like different types of movement. Sometimes I just need to go in the gym and lift really heavy weights and move slowly. That's all I'm up for. I'm not high energy. I'm not feeling it. Other times it's like, oh, I'm full of like frustration or angst. I need to go for a quick jog or I need to dance really kind of ragey and get it out. So it's really, like I said before, knowing what your body needs and listening to it. And it can be hard because we've kind of been wired to ignore it because it's all about do more, get this done, chores, everything else. Forget about what's happening in here and just do. And it's like, well, in the end, that actually really creates a lot of negativity around how we feel about our bodies because we just kind of don't know what we're feeling, but also we just don't know what we need. And the things that we're doing, we're going to be not doing a very good job of it. I know when I've been sitting all day and I really haven't had a proper break, I come out of my study and I look around the house and I'm almost a bit bleary-eyed. I can't even focus. I think, do I need to put the washing on? Do I need to call someone? You just get so kind of in this drained energy that I look at the work I did the next day and I think, jeepers, I should have knocked off at like 2 o'clock. That was not very good.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I'm more of a night person.
Yeah.
I'm not early. Certainly not an early riser. I don't like early mornings. I prefer to stay up late and sleep in, till 9 at least, and then start my day. But I've never, and I find sometimes I get energetic just before bed.
Mhm.
for no reason. I want to go and do the washing or vacuum the house or do really silly things. And to me, or to other people, they make this seem silly, but to me, they seem quite logical.
Yeah. And that's just understanding, that's the way you operate. Some of us are early morning people like me. Some of us are night owls. Some of us peak at 2 p.m. and finish at 6 p.m. And we can't always design our day that way, but even just understanding that can make a difference in knowing, okay, this is my kind of most productive hour. So I know when I schedule my meetings or my creative writing around certain times, and also times for movement too. So for you, it might be that doing a workout or whatever kind of exercise that you enjoy might be at 9 p.m., just as things are kicking off, or even at midnight. If you can find a silent way to exercise, brilliant. Put some headphones on and go for it. And then you might sleep better because you've got that movement in. I find if I haven't moved throughout the day, I'll get into bed and my legs almost feel a bit restless because they haven't had that walk. Like I try and walk every morning just to get the brain to wake up, get the vitamin D in the eyes and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. No, great points, great tips. Now, what are some creativity hacks that we could be using during the day, Cara?
Creativity hacks. One of the exercises I like to do, particularly for writing, and this is something they do sometimes in schools or in writing courses, is just practicing making different connections. So, for example, people will say lightning flashes. If you're going to write something, give yourself a list of words like lightning, grass, fence, whatever it is, and the typical kind of word associated with it, and write them down the other side, and then see if you can connect them in different ways. So you might say grass is green and lightning crackles. What if lightning was green and grass crackled? Think of just mixing it up a little bit, because it's then just challenging your brain to think of things in different ways. Or other things I've seen people doing is challenging themselves to write, if they're using pens, write in a different color pen. For example, in high school or primary school, back when pens were the main thing, red pen was for marking. They still do that these days. Writing in a red pen can feel really wrong for people, but just doing something different, brushing your teeth with a different hand, anything physically that kind of changes the connection your brain is making is going to get that creative energy going. It seems weird because we often think we have to think our way to more creativity, but by doing kind of different things, different activities in a new way, that's what kicks off those ideas. That's why you'll be doing dishes sometimes or having a shower and you get those amazing ideas, or you're driving and you take a wrong turn and you get a brilliant idea because it's just something is triggering it in that movement.
Yeah, no, that's quite true. I think mixing your life up between doing something physical and something creative helps your brain, obviously helps your body, helps your productivity, because you seem to find more focus by chopping and changing between the two.
Yeah, definitely. And you're not getting stuck in a rut.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that when, as the general populace, we can do this. Doesn't matter whether you own a business or you don't. Just in everyday life, to do those two things in tandem, it can only be of benefit.
That's right. Even challenge yourself. If you walk the same way every day, take a different path. And then you might notice something. Often they talk about mindfulness as well. So we will often be on our phones or on a phone call or just thinking through our to-do list in our head. So that mindfulness of noticing, oh, hey, those leaves are actually turning orange at the moment. Oh, yeah, autumn's coming. Or look at that spider web. That's really cool. I wonder how long it took that spider to create it. Just being in the moment brings all that down and again back into the body, and so good for creativity.
Absolutely. And it's good for the mind process. It keeps your mind active and can help prevent things like Alzheimer's and dementia and all those things if we keep our brain more active.
That's right.
And in tune with our bodies, I think is a great way to be. Cara, what other things would you advocate? I mean, if say you're someone that works from home, and we've talked about a lot of those things, what about in the workplace itself?
In the workplace, it can be a little bit more limiting, but there are fun things you can do. So if you've got a dedicated desk, bring in something new, especially if it's a bright color. So it might be a little statue, might be a new calendar, anything that just kind of shakes up the environment. That can be a way. Particularly, they say orange is a great color for creativity. It sets the brain off in looking at creative things. So you might get a bold picture frame of something that's orange and sit it on your desk, and that can be a really good way. Again, movement breaks. I know sometimes that can be hard in the office, but you could even just let, your manager know, I'm, realize that I'm not feeling so great. Is it okay? I'm going to stand up a little bit more every now and then. And it's one of these things I would love to see a massive culture shift, because I know my husband who works in corporate. And if you're the one that gets up and uses a resistance band and starts stretching, people kind of look around at you a bit like, what are you doing? I would love for that to change and for it to become the norm. And someone's got to start leading the way with that. It's only if we all start doing it a lot more and going, actually, we need to do this. We need to kind of stretch the arms out a little bit and roll the shoulders and give the hips a bit of a wiggle. And that's okay. That's not making us less professional. It's just looking after ourselves. So if you feel up for it, challenging the status quo is a great way to go, and just be like, I just need to move my body for a second. Then I'm going to sit back down and work. Other things you can do would be, trying different foods if you can, just shaking up your day, even having a bit of fun talking to people in a different way. What kind of word, challenge yourself, pick a word for the day. Can I drop this word into a conversation somewhere and that I've never used before? So it can be just different ways to make your day a little bit different. And that will then kind of boost that creativity as well.
Yeah, and as we've discussed, keeping your brain active is really important, not only for your mental health, but to stave off those mental challenges that we can get later on in life. And being physical, and you're right, people do look at us really strangely if we do things in the office that are outside the normal, day-to-day accepted behavior. And I think corporates need to bring in more of these activities, and allow them to be more of the status quo than not.
Yeah, definitely. It would almost have to be a scheduled thing. I'd love to see businesses saying, put some music over the speakers. All right, it's 5-minute movement break time. Everybody get up. Let's do it together, because it's much easier in a group. It's much more fun. That's why a lot of people love, group fitness classes or dance classes, basketball, or that sort of thing, when you get this kind of team feel. And it would be great for boosting that team environment as well, bringing that culture in, that we work together, we look after ourselves together, and we work together on the projects and whatever we're doing as well in the workplace. Would be amazing to encourage that different change.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I know when I used to work in corporate, that we used to have team building exercises, and we never ever thought of them really as team building exercises, because it was just management talking at us.
Yes.
And these were considered to be team building exercises. Worked for another organization where they actually had days where we could go and have massages. They were that, they're only 10 minutes long, but my God, they were just like to die
So
for.
good. Yeah. And that's what you need, just that quick break to loosen everything back up. And also you're probably chatting with the massage person as well, or just having a moment to not talk to anyone and drop into a different space, relax a little bit more. It's such a good idea.
Absolutely. No, I loved those massage days, and they used to encourage things like getting up and walking around your desk, or it was a really good place to work. They really encouraged movement and creativity in that way. So yeah,
brilliant.
It's got to be encouraged more. Now, if you want to find out or work with Cara, you can find her at Cara Stokes Copywriter on Facebook, Cara Stokes Copywriter on LinkedIn. On Instagram, it's Cara Stokes Coach. And her website is carastokescopywriter.com, and she wants to promote her Snap Talk Walk.
Yep. So for all Perth business owners, if they need a bit of help with creating content or just don't like getting in front of the camera, come along to Snap Talk and Walk, and we'll help you really enjoy it and get out of that overthinking kind of mode and just get moving.
Yeah, wonderful. Anything else you'd like to share with us, Cara, today about anything at all?
I think just encourage yourselves to do something a little bit different, like set that as a challenge for today. What can I do differently that's going to shake things up? And I might discover something that I've never tried before that I really enjoy.
Wonderful. It has been a very great pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for joining here on the Talking with the Experts Online Business Summit. You have shared some incredible tips and hints on how we can become more active and more creative in our workplaces.
Thanks so much, Rose. See you later.
Bye-bye. Our next guest is the ever helpful Peter Moore. Hey, Pete, how are you?
I'm awesome, Rose. How are you?
I am very well. Thank you so much for returning to the summit. It's a pleasure to see you again. And we're going to be discussing moving from operator to owner and unlock your business's full potential. I love what you share. You are a previous guest on the Talking with the Experts podcast, and your insights are always valuable to not only to me, because I gain a lot of knowledge from my guests, but to my audiences as well.
Thanks so much for having me, Rose. It's absolutely a pleasure to be here with you and with everybody taking part. It's bright and early in the morning here, 2 a.m., and excited to be here. And no matter what time of the day, I always love talking business.
Wonderful. Now, Pete is a seasoned entrepreneur. He's a business coach and the founder of Simplifying Entrepreneurship. With over 30 years of experience owning and managing successful ventures, Pete specializes in helping business owners transform from overwhelmed operators to confident owners. Using his proven 5Ps business framework of promise, product, process, people, and profit, Pete equips leaders with the tools to streamline operations, align their business goals, and achieve true entrepreneurial freedom. As a certified exit planner and Colby coach, Pete is passionate about empowering owners to building thriving, self-sustaining businesses while reclaiming time for the life they deserve. So let me ask you about clarity through alignment, and what is that, and how can it help us?
I really have been doing a lot of thinking, Rose, about the word alignment. And I know when we set this whole thing up, it wasn't as big a thought maybe as it is now for me. But the 5 Ps is we'll go through them, and the word alignment, it's such a key thing, because when you have alignment, everything works. Everything seems to hum. Everything seems to roll along in a smooth manner. Just think of the word alignment in your vehicle. If you're driving in the car and your four tires are out of alignment and one of them is towed in or towed out, your car is scrubbing along that pavement and there's automatic friction all of the time. And if your cars are in perfect alignment and the wheels are balanced and everything is going along, you're rolling down for that 5 hour journey, never feeling anything. Always your steering wheel is nice and easy. And as the leader, as the driver of the business, you want your steering wheel to be nice and easy. You want the road to be sort of straightforward, and you want the passengers to enjoy the ride too. And I think that sort of alignment is just a really important thing for everything we do as leaders in the business. And it's our job, quite frankly, to keep our team aligned, to keep our clients aligned, to keep our suppliers aligned, because everything starts with the bedrock of the business, and the bedrock of the business is your promise. And that is the first of the 5 Ps.
Absolutely. You promise to deliver. You give your clients or customers, a promise to do the right thing by them, not to scam them, not to cheat them in any way. You promise to deliver what you say.
Absolutely. And, the way I look at promise as it fits into this particular model is that as the bedrock of everything you do, the promise is not your vision. The promise is not your mission. Your mission. Those are sort of guiding principle things that a lot of people talk about, and that you do need to spend time on, and that you do need to work through. The promise is outwardly facing. The promise is the thing that you shout out from the mountaintops. This is what I do. This is how I do it uniquely from anyone else. And this is how I can take you through the pain that you're facing when however you found me through the different promotion that you do and everything, is how I can take you through that pain and to a better life. Because the one thing that every business needs to do is it needs to show their client a better life, because that's when the transfer of money happens. And unless you can clearly articulate what that promise is, if it's ambiguous in any way, if it doesn't align properly to your products and your process and your people, the things we'll talk about in a bit, then basically it seems weird. You're off course and nothing ever seems to roll properly because everything you do in your business needs to be based on delivering that promise to your clients because that's when that transfer happens. And unless you can get that transfer to happen, you need to tweak your promise and you need to tweak your products and you need to tweak your process so that you can get on that path to alignment so that everything's rolling in the direction that you want for your business and quite honestly for your life.
Absolutely. And so, making that promise, sometimes we can actually delegate that promise to others within our organization or our team. How can we build the right team and create repeatable processes?
I think the word delegate is a scary word for a lot of entrepreneurs. And, although we delegate as we add team members, it's scary to align and assign accountability. And there's a certain way that makes aligning and assigning accountability easier. And it's through process. That's the first thing before we get to process though is understanding the service that you offer. So, I always like to go from the promise to the product, which is the second P. And the product really, or service, if you're a service-based business, is what you offer. And when I think about the offering, if you've been in business for a while, do people still actually want what you offer? One of the killing pieces that a lot of people think is that, well, I started the business offering, product or service A, and that's what I have to offer. Like that's our core offering. Well, if nobody's buying it, is it really a core offering? We own some shoe stores, Rose. And we've had shoes in our store for probably 10 years that, just keep repeating year after year after year from certain brands. But, in one time, they might have been the hottest shoe out there. And now nobody wants them. Think of it in color, think of it in fashion, think of it in heel height, think of it in width, like all sorts of ways of looking at whatever product you offer. Most people are familiar with shoes. That's why I just used that one. But, things go in and out of style. And just because something was a core offering for you for any given amount of time doesn't mean that your client still wants it. And if that product is out of alignment with what your client wants, then we need to go back to the promise that you made and see if it's still relevant. Because if it isn't, we have to fix that before we start aligning and assigning anything to it process-wise. Because if the offering isn't right first, then the process and the accountability and behind it, if nobody's buying what you have, you don't have a business. Or the business will diminish if that product is falling out of fashion. So the next piece, as we talked a little bit about, as you asked about, is the process. And as we start to align and assign process, because we have more business happening and more stuff's going on and products are working, services are working, things are good. Well, if everything's in your head, and I'm pointing to those that are watching to my head, it's really hard to align and assign the stuff that's inside your head if we don't have proper documentation, if we don't have things laid out in a way that people actually understand and learn. One of my jobs, you mentioned it, is I'm a Kolbe coach. So Kolbe is an assessment that helps you understand how you make decisions. And when we overlay Kolbe onto ourselves and onto our team and start to see, are you a fact finder? Are you a follow through? Are you a quick start? Are you an implementer? Which shows how much information do you like? Do you like bullet points? Do you like a medium amount of information? Or do you want the great big description in order to make that decision? Well, you can imagine process wise that if I gave you a book to follow through on a particular thing that I'm asking you to do, and you're a person that likes bullet points, you're never going to read the book. And And if I gave you bullet points and you're somebody who loves their information, you're never going to feel confident. Confident's a big word in helping people make decisions for you and with you. And if they're not going to feel confident if you haven't given them enough information so that they can actually make the decision for you. So and that's just fact finding, follow through. Do they like checklists? Do they like, are they good on the fly? Are they not good on the fly? Are you asking them to do something that they need to be good on the fly with, and they just don't like that? That's not their cup of tea. And you're wondering, well, why aren't they doing the job? It's because you haven't aligned and assigned things in a way to how they learn and how they do. And these are things we need to know with our team when we start to do this sort of stuff. Think about video. Some people learn by video. Other people are like, no, I won't even watch a video. I need to read it. And most people, when they start to align process, they start, and when they finally do get it out of their crazy head and onto some sort of format, they start to put it in the format that they would want it, which isn't necessarily the way that your team wants it or will absorb it. And then we wonder why things don't go well when we start to delegate and when we start to do these things. It's usually our own faults. And sometimes we don't even know it. And so these are the things and these are the talks around. Hopefully you can start thinking about this stuff. And it's like, oh, really? I should do video format for that. Or maybe, oh, gosh, I should actually set it up with a checklist. That might work for my teammate, because she is a checklist person or he is a checklist person. And all I have to do is take our document that's 10 pages long and throw it into ChatGPT and tell it, give me a checklist on this thing. And it's going to spit you off the 10-point checklist. That's going to make it so much easier for that one person. And they're going to get it done for you. That's what we want as leaders. We need to have alignment and assignment of the right process, aligned to the right product, so that things happen without us. And it's only then that we start to have more freedom in our business as we move from operator to owner in our businesses, when we can start to do this sort of thing so that decisions are being made without us. And here's the other thing. Your team actually wants to make decisions for you. If they're aligned with your promise, if they're aligned with your culture, if they're aligned with what you do and how you do it through your process, they're going to want to make that decision. And quite honestly, they're not going to want you to have to ask them all the stuff. Have you got it right? Or what, like all of the authority things that a lot of small business owners do. They just want to do it. And they want to do it for you and with you and for your clients, because everybody wants to make their own decisions. And your job really is to then move from detail to dashboard. And when we think of it, that old 80-20 rule that almost everybody talks about is very applicable here. If you can lose 80% of the actual time spent in whatever task we're talking about, I often use bookkeeping as one of the sort of examples that most small business owners hate doing their books. But they find they're still doing their books. One of the first things I let go years ago was bookkeeping. 30 years now I've been in business, and probably 29 of those I have not done my own books. Well, the interesting thing, Rose, I could do books. I have an administration degree. I have a master's of business. I'm actually very good at accounting, and I understand it well, and can dig into books very simply and very easily. I just don't want to do it, and I don't like it, and it's not in the best use of my time. So it's one of the things that I farmed off easy. So start thinking, and I'm talking to you, the listener. Start thinking about the things that you love to do and you're good at. That's the area you want to live in your business. And even though I am good at doing bookworks, I don't love to do it. And most small business owners, when we start working together, as we roll through some of this stuff and start to dissect their businesses and their lives, they spend a lot of time in that box that says, I don't necessarily love this, but I'm good at it, so I'm probably the best person for the business to do this, so I'm just going to do it. And sometimes they do it forever, and that's a real shame.
Yeah, it is. It is absolutely. Why do things that you don't like when you can give it to somebody else on your team, or start a team, or create a team um, with those people that can do that better than you can. And that's the point of having a team, is finding people who can do things better than you, so that you can free up your time, as you say, to do other things.
Rose, there's that one framework where you're finding the people that are better than you. But sometimes, even if you are better than the other person, it's still better for you to free up your time and let them do it and move from detail to dashboard. So you might finish that last 20%, or you might, work with them on that last 20%. Because sometimes what you're even better at something else. And when we think of time is a framework, and there's only 24 hours in a day. So you still might be better than somebody at the bookwork, but the time that you spent, let's say, in sales might be even more beneficial to your business than the time you spent in bookwork. So it's still a better thing for you to unload the bookwork to someone else. And by the way, there are a lot of the things we talk about. There are professionals out there that are easy to find and that are easy to sort of roll into your business, that understand what you're talking about, even though you think you may be the only one that does. There are people that can do this work. And it's such an empowering thing when you find some people and you start releasing some of these things. It almost becomes addictive. And the thing that I've noticed in my later years of business is that when we can do that for our team members too, when we can relieve our team members of the things they really don't like and find somebody else who's a better fit there. And I'll go back to my bookkeeper. I mentioned I can do bookkeeping. I can balance the visa. It's something that I know how to do. I can get into QuickBooks. I can balance the visa. It pains me to balance the visa. The amount of time I spent, I just hate doing those sort of balancing things and pulling out the receipts and making sure everything's right and checking the tax and all that kind of stuff. My bookkeeper, she woohoos when she balances the visa. She's like, woohoo. She loves it. It's like it's in her. It's just the way she loves to do things. So, why do we not want to give things that maybe we don't like, or why do we not want to take the things that our team doesn't like and give it to another team member that woohoos when they do something that somebody else doesn't like? That's when we get alignment. That's when we get things rolling down that highway in an easier way, in a more simple way, in a way that just rolls without friction. And everybody comes to work and they're like, if I can woohoo during the day, that's a good day.
Absolutely. Yes. I mean, I don't like book work either. I absolutely detest doing my accounting. So I don't do it.
Rose, one of the things that I do a lot of work with helping people get their business ready for sale as a certified exit planner. And so a lot of the work, the preamble of getting everything, that 6 months to 2 years ahead of actually listing in order to build the value in the business before we list. One of the big issues is that most people haven't done their books well. And they've left it, that whole idea of, handing over your papers once a month or every quarter or once a year for some people, and not really knowing where things are at, not really doing what you need to be doing to keep on track of things. It's a real issue. And if we just use the books here because we've been talking about it today, but where are the other issues that have been left undone, that are only checked once a month, that are only checked once every quarter, that need to be checked in a regular rhythm on a regular basis in order to have that engine running in the car properly? They're in your business, they're there, yet you still don't deal with them. And I'm hoping that some of the conversations we have today will tweak a few of these things so that you can think, oh yeah, if there's one or two things after today that you're going to go back and tweak. It's going to build the value in your business. It's going to give you an easier life. It's going to give you more freedom. It's going to make your customers happier. It's going to have a seamless transition in the customer journey so that they're going to refer their friends to your goods and services, your promise, and they're going to say, when I go to Shoetopia, it's my favorite shoe store. I always look good and feel fantastic, and I'm going to refer my friends. Like whatever your business is, whatever your label is there, our promise is we're going to help you look good and feel fantastic. When you stand in front of that mirror and we say, how do you look? You're going to go, ooh, I look pretty good. When you close your eyes in those shoes and we say, how do they feel? You're going to say, ah, they feel fantastic. And if you look good and feel fantastic, we have delivered our promise. You're going to walk to the till. You're going to feel good about the pair of shoes. You're going to feel as though the service was right and you were treated right. And when you walk out, you look back at the sign and you say, you know what? Shoetopia is my favorite shoe store. That's what we want to deliver to our clients. And whether it's a shoe store, whether you sell a steak, whether you sell automotive services, whether you're a dentist, it doesn't matter. We need to build that journey. We need to build that story through the 5 Ps so that we can deliver that every time.
Mm. Oh, absolutely. No, and I like the formula because it's very clear about how we need to build that path to business freedom, whether it's through being aligned with your values and having that clear promise, whether it's through the power of delegation, where we've picked the right team members, we've created processes that frees up the business owner but make sure that the business runs smoothly. And having those right people and choosing those right people can be challenging, though. To they need to align with the business values, and they have to be able to fit into the other team members.
They do. And so we're at the 4th P, which is people. And it's the one that keeps most business owners up at night. It's an interesting thing, I like to break down people into 3 different categories. 1, your ideal client. 2, your ideal teammate. 3, your ideal supplier, your outsourced supplier that helps deliver your promise. And, I know on your podcast, Rose, you've talked about ideal clients and all of that sort of stuff. And, we won't spend too much time there. But the idea really is, how are you attracting more of your best ever customer? And how are you repelling more of your worst ever customer? And it's okay to repel. It's okay to repel. You don't need every customer. And you do need the best customers, and you need more of them. So every minute that you can repel your worst customer and spend more of that time attracting the best customer is time well spent. And I think the next part of the people portion, which is the ideal team member, which we've been talking a lot about process. When we start to align process to the ideal team member, I look at an ideal team member in this sort of way. Do they have the capacity to do the job? Like, am I just loading something else on my team member that they really just don't have the capacity? They don't have the time. They're already full, all this other stuff, which is a problem for small business owners. It's like, oh, we only have 3 people. We only have 7 people. We only have 20 people, whatever it is. And we need 25. But right now I'm hiring 21. And I'm just going to overload everybody until we can get the next people hired, and still wonder why things aren't happening right. So all of these things are these little sort of stepping stones along the way. But do they have the capacity? Do they have the capability?
Well, that's
Sometimes
it's a question that we need to figure out. They might have the capacity, but not the capability, and that can be quite a challenge for the business owner to work that out and to find the right fit.
It is, and it's part of the hiring process. And I look at hiring as there's internal hiring and there's external hiring. So External hiring is when you're, putting that job board up and it's like, we need somebody else on the team. Internal hiring is, I already have people on the team. Is this person a better fit than another person so that we can jiggle our team around in order to align and assign that accountability. And, however we look at it, they need to have the capacity to do it. They need to have the capability. If you're going to align and assign bookwork to somebody who has never done bookwork and has never had any training in accounting, that's a problem. Yet sometimes we ask people to do sales that have never sold anything and don't provide them any training. Yet sometimes we ask people to stand on, to build the widget and just say, you know what, here's your pair of work boots, go and build the widget on the shop floor. Think of a carpenter. It's like, okay, well, the boss leaves the carpentry job and you're asking this person to do plumbing and the person's never done plumbing in his life. And they're like, yeah, you're good to go. No problem. You could do it. Give those words of encouragement. You could do it. Can they? Have we tested it? Have we tried it? Have we been through it with them before? And so many times we're asking our team to do things without the capacity, without the capability, without the confidence. Those are problems, but we expect it to be done. And it's our duty as leaders not to let this happen. And we kind of come back. And, after I've been away for 3 hours asking them to plumb in a bathtub and we come back and it's not done and we wonder, it's like, and now we're mad at the person. What do you mean you didn't get it done? Like, we need this done. The bathtub needs to come in. The towel guy's coming tomorrow.
I don't know
I use that as an example. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's a bathtub or whether it's whatever it is in your business, but these things happen in business all the time where we're asking people to do things that they don't have the capacity to do. They don't have the time. They don't have the energy. They don't have the know-how. They don't have the confidence. And if they're not feeling confident, getting back to some of those earlier sort of conversations, if they're not feeling confident about a decision that you're asking them to make, they're not going to make it.
Very true. It's very true. And, you have to, as the leader, you have to have confidence in the person that they can do the task, and they have to have the confidence that that they know what they're doing. And if they don't know what they're doing, then they shouldn't be in that particular position or doing that particular task until they're properly trained.
So true, and we could talk for a lot longer than we have on team. The last P is your ideal supplier, or the last third of the 3 people portion is your ideal supplier. And a lot of people haven't given this a lot of thought. But whether you're outsourcing to a new bookkeeper, whether you outsource your marketing, whether you outsource your manufacturing, whether you outsource your sales component, whether you outsource your human resources component, all of the different people that make your business hum alongside of you, these outsourced suppliers, if they don't show up and understand the culture of your business, and especially if they're front facing to your ideal client, wow, we have now a disconnect that our ideal client in their customer journey is seeing, their promise is this. And all along the way of my journey so far, it's been in alignment, and now I've hit something that's like, wow, this is what's going on here. This doesn't seem, I've hit a speed bump on my road to wherever I'm going, and it has slowed me down, and that's not what I want to see, and that's not what I'm paying for, and that's not what I was promised. Yet we have these speed bumps throughout our customer journey all the time, and we're dealing with outsourced suppliers that aren't in complete alignment or don't even know what we really offer. They're not culturally aligned, and they don't care. Well, is that the kind of client service that you want to deliver to your client? Probably not. They may not be the ideal people for your promise. So that's why we break down people into those 3: your ideal client, your ideal teammate, and your ideal outsource supplier. All 3 of those have that sphere of influence, and that's what Those three are the ones that keep you up at night. Those three are the ones that you think about and saying, oh my gosh, this happened today. It's usually not a process thing. Process is just the part that gets them to the person that's actually making that decision. And whatever that decision is, whether your customer decided to leave, whether your teammate decided to leave or do something, or whether your outsource supplier didn't deliver the promise in the way, again, we just think by, well, you're an accountant, you should know how to do books, just go do the books. Yet you haven't had a chat of as to whether you were talking accrual accounting or cash accounting, or whether we're talking, how we want expenses and income, or how we want our balance sheet to look, or how we want our metrics to be done and delivered. It's just like, oh, you're an accountant, just go do it. It doesn't work that way. We still need to have conversations, right?
And just because people say they can do things or they give themselves a label doesn't mean that they can actually do the task.
So it's so true. There needs to be testing there. There needs to be like in those interviews, like I said, I use Colby for a big piece of that, and it helps us because every bad hire is a bad hire. And your bad hire is, by the way, the same thing with a bad client. If it's a bad client, you need to get rid of them. They need to go away, and you need to do whatever you can in your power not to get more bad clients, because they're taking all of the juices out of your business, all of the juices out of your team, and they're sucking the energy and gas out of your car. We want the best ones.
So our final P.
Go ahead, Rose.
Our final P is?
Yeah, profit. It's where we all need to get to. It's where we all want to get to. It's what gives us freedom, Rose. It's freedom to hire that next person. It's freedom to do what you want to do in your business. When you have the alignment of all of the things we've talked about here today, profit comes. And until you have alignment, it doesn't. You're always spending those dollars trying to fix these problems because things are out of alignment. You're always rebuilding. You're always trying to do things. You're always trying to, but if you haven't got your promise right, that's why they said that promise is the bedrock. If you haven't got your promise right and you're out of alignment with the next P's, the product, the process, and the people, there is no profit. And it sucks to be in business when that kind of stuff happens. It just is not fun. We want our business to be fun. We want our business to be profitable, because once we get to profit, now we can start building value in the business, and we can start showing, because if you ever do have to sell your business someday, or you ever want to sell your business someday, 2 times 0 and 10 times 0 is the same thing. It doesn't matter what your multiple is at the end of the day, because if there's no profit there, there's no multiple. Your business doesn't have any worth. So when we start to set this stuff up, when we start to build profit, we're starting to build worth. And when we start to build worth in our business, we're adding value every day to every decision that we make. We can start looking at things and saying, my business isn't just a job. It's an investment that I'm willing to put money into. It's something that I'm willing to invest time into. It's something that I'm willing to invest so that I can see the outcome. And the outcome is someday there will be a payoff. One thing I can guarantee is that everybody here listening will exit their business one day. It's a guarantee. Is your business exit ready? And that's why I started a business called the Exit Ready Business. But, is your business exit ready? Because one day you will exit, and 50% of the businesses exit not because they want to, it's because they have to. And think of it. You probably know someone who has died prematurely. You probably know someone who got divorced, and for whatever reason, the business had to either be sold or closed down because they got divorced. And, most divorces, people want 50%. And if a lot of the business in the marriage is, or a lot of the money in the marriage is got to do with the business, there's issues around all of that. Disagreement is another one. If you have a partner, partnerships don't last forever either. Somebody will exit the business before the other person. Is it ready to go? things like distress, like let's say tariffs, which is a word that's out there in the world these days. Tariffs can cause serious problem for some businesses. Are you prepared? Do you have your funds in alignment? Can you weather the storm? Like all of these things you need to be thinking about, because if you don't have these things in place, you will lose value on the day that you do exit, whenever that is. It might be a year from now, it might be 10 years from now or 20 years from now. It doesn't matter. Your business always has to be exit ready. And if you align and assign your 5 Ps, you're going to be that much further ahead to enjoy some profit, to enjoy some freedom, and one day to enjoy a successful exit of your business.
Makes a lot of sense. And, we probably all know someone who hasn't had the 5 Ps in place, who it makes a little bit of a profit. When it comes to selling, though, that profit really means absolutely nothing, because it's not high enough for someone else to take on the problems that the business might have.
Very true. And I find it unfortunate. I mean, I work with a lot of small business owners as they get ready to sell for whatever reason. Some of them are 30 years old that are done with their business and are basically just saying, I need to take this because I want the money out of it to build my next business. And then other people maybe at the end of their career and saying, I just want to exit to retire. It really doesn't matter. We still need to go through the process, whether we're building the business for freedom or whether we're building the business to exit at whatever stage of life you're in. The 5 Ps are going to help you align and assign all of that so that you can have a better go of it.
Absolutely. If you want to hear more from Peter, want to learn more about simplifying entrepreneurship, you can find him on Facebook at Simplifying Entrepreneurship, at LinkedIn at Pete Moore, and Moore is spelled Mohr. His website, pete-moore.com, the exitreadybusiness.com, and he would like to share with you simplifyingentrpreneurship.com/laws. What is that, and how can people access it?
It's really a little download PDF ebook that's the 10 laws on getting your business set up. Like we've talked about, the 5 Ps are in there. There are 5 more that we just don't have time to chat about today. But it's really just giving you this guidance and strategic framework to get things and start thinking about the things, these changes that we've talked about here in the last little while. Thanks so much for having me, Rose.
Thanks.
It's been a real pleasure to see you again.
And you, thank you so much for your insights. I've really enjoyed listening and participating.
Make it a great day.
Bye. My next guest is Manny I always get this wrong, but I'm just going to call him Manny.
That's
it. And we're going to be chatting about the 5 methods to enhance your value while you grow your business. And many times business owners tend to underprice their products and services, which leads to lower profits and high anxiety. And Pete's going to, Manny is going to share with us how we can develop ways to increase the value of our existing products, create new higher value products and services, and the 6 secrets to successful price increases. I must be getting tired. My mouth isn't working as far as my brain is. Manny is a consultant, a speaker, and author that helps business owners maximize profits and overcome growth challenges. He's an expert in strategic planning, financial statement analysis, business operations, and organizational development. He's been achieving extraordinary outcomes for his clients since 2003. He is also a sponsor of the Talking with the Experts Online Business Summit for May 2025, which I am so very grateful for. Manny, thank you so much for joining me here today.
Rose, it's great to see you. Thank you for having me.
Oh, yeah, you have been a supporter of 3 summits now, I do believe, and plus been a guest twice on the podcast, Talking with the Experts. So, I thank you for your very valued support and ongoing sharing of knowledge.
Thank you. You do a great job of making me feel at ease, which is why I like to come onto your show.
Oh, wonderful. All right. So tell us a little bit about why business owners tend to underprice their products and services And, we all know that doing that does lead to lower profits and absolutely high anxiety because they're not making the money that they believe they should be making.
These are lessons that I've learned from my teachers and mentors over the past 25 years. And it's an interesting topic. How do you continue to make more money as you're trying to grow that business? Because you have more and more expenses that get involved, and you certainly have a lot of competition that's always going to be there. And it was a topic that interested me. So I'd like to share what I've learned.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, as a business owner, we often leave money on the table through bad business decisions, bad hires, not aligning ourselves with our product or service. So how can we, through your 5 ways, through your 5 ways, what are the 5 ways? I'm sorry, I'm getting really tired and it's not working. So
That's
what are
okay.
the ways that business owners can enhance their value?
Sure. So let's start with, and this is for all of us. Do we really know what our value is to our client? Are we able to quantify what that is to every client? Because our value to every client is different. So the first thing is we have to determine the value that we provide to our customers and make sure to charge appropriately for it. And then knowing your value can be a tough question to answer, and there can be wildly different answers for different industries. So, for example, with a product, you need hard pricing, no question. However, even products these days, Rose, they come with insurance and warranties, which are highly profitable. So, for example, think about purchasing trip insurance. That's an extra value that you pay for, which is actually a boost to the profit margin of the person selling it to you. So the most important thing is that you figure this out as quickly as possible and make sure to charge appropriately. And to your point, Rose, because you hit the nail on the head, if you don't, you risk leaving money on the table that you're never going to be able to get back. And that's money that could be used to fulfill your dreams. So let's talk about, again, those 5 methods that my teachers and mentors taught me over time. And that first one is don't underprice your product or service because you don't have the confidence to ask for your value. So you have to get comfortable asking for your value the same way you got comfortable asking for the business. And setting fees and prices is a mental exercise, is what I found in my experience. You have to see yourself as providing important, valuable products and services to others. And, interestingly enough, you do have a history of providing that, but maybe you haven't bothered to categorize it or examine it. So I'm suggesting here that you formalize it so that you can give yourself the assurance that you deserve to charge well. So you have to believe in yourself to charge for your value. It's as simple as that. So that's number
But
one.
how do we value ourselves? How do we work out the value of our product or service? I mean, I'm still trying to work it out, and I still think that I'm undercharging, but on one of the services that I provide, on the other, I think I'm overcharging. So how do I work out what my service is valued at?
Excellent questions, Rose. Let's take a couple of minutes to talk about it. So let's talk about the one that you think you're undercharging for. Let's take that one first. Do you have a lot of clients purchasing that service?
No.
Okay. So why would you feel that you're undercharging for that one?
I think the time that I spend, it's a one-on-one program. So I'm thinking that the amount of time that I spend with a particular client is not being compensated for financially. So I spend quite amount of one-on-one time with them to get this thing that they need. So I don't think that I'm charging for the time that I'm spending appropriately.
Okay. Let's
But I'm
talk
worried,
about the
on the same token though, Manny, I'm worried that it's priced too highly, that people won't take up the offer because they can't afford it. So one thing I think I'm charging, and on the other token, I think it's too much.
Okay. So may I say with great respect, have you tried charging more for the other one? So this first example that you gave me, if no one's buying it, there might not be a good fit. If no one's buying it and you feel like you're undercharging, it might not be a good fit. Have you asked yourself, what is the value that I'm providing to the client? So what is the value that you provide?
Well, it's one-on-one
And that's
support. It's one-on-one, like it's a couple of hours a week of one-on-one support to get their podcast up and going, and it goes for over a month. So
okay.
So it's quite a number of hours that I'm spending with this particular person, plus helping them set up their podcast. So I don't think the amount I'm charging is enough, but I'm thinking that people aren't buying because it's too much.
Okay. So again, with great respect, you're thinking that people might not want to buy it because it's too much. Have you been able to validate that?
No.
Okay. So that would be the first place to start. There's no hard or fast answer or like straight answer that I can give you. Every case is different. You can give yourself, try to benchmark. What do other competitors in your industry charge for trying to help a client get their podcast up and running?
I don't know.
And then that would be a first place to get some good information for yourself. And then what is the value that you're providing? So for example, if you help me to set up a podcast and that podcast could bring me either leads for clients that are looking for my service, and my average service is $2,500 a month. If we took one client over the course of a year, that's 30,000. On a 10-to-1 return divided by 10, you could easily charge $3,000 because you can prove to me, Manny, if your average sale is 2,500 and you keep a client for a year, you can easily show me it's 30,000 and show me that if I invest $3,000 with you, I'm going to earn a 10-to-1 return. You don't need to do 10-to-1. You can do 5-to-1, as I'm going to explain a little further down. So again, I don't feel like I've given you a direct answer because there's a lot of questions that we need to answer. And you need to try some different things. So I don't even feel like I've got my pricing down, and I've had my business for 25 years, just to give you an example. There's different values. Some people are like, what can Manny Skivel, if he likes, do for me? He's not valuable. And then other people, when I come in there and show them how to, for example, increase their profits, they think I'm the greatest thing since sliced bread. So there is a wide disparity.
It's subjective, though. It can be subjective.
Totally. But the main thing is to figure out what you believe the value to be that you're providing. If somebody comes over to cut the grass at your house, what is the value add?
Well, I don't have to do it.
Right? So can somebody come over and charge you $1,000 to cut the grass at your house?
Oh, absolutely not.
Probably not. Why? Because you're not giving $1,000 worth of value to that exercise. So it's different when we look at the grass cutting, although that's important, the value is not ascribed to that. As opposed to Rose setting me up with a podcast that I could drive tens of thousands of dollars of revenue, that may be something that I ascribe more value to. But you have to ask those questions.
Good point. All right. I'll do a bit more research.
All right. All right. The second one is, and this one is very important. As you make sales to similar sized companies, start building your confidence and then dedicate a portion of your sales and marketing efforts to larger companies. And I'd like to give you an example. I had clients that were trying to send, you know, 30 and $40,000 proposals to companies that were probably doing about $1 million a year in revenue, which they thought that my clients thought that that was great. And then I shared the math with them. So you're going to this customer that does $1 million in revenue. I did some basic math. That client might be netting 10% of that million pre-tax, which is about 100,000. They're going to have to pay taxes on it. So they might be left with, let's just say 60 in the United States. And you're going to them with a $40,000 proposal. They can't afford that. So go up market, go to a larger company that is doing $4 or $5 million in revenue that could find value in your service and be able to afford and gladly pay $40,000. So there was a lot of, you don't have to keep staying with the smaller companies. You go to the larger companies because they have the larger budgets. And not only will that make you more profit, it will also boost your confidence. All right. The third one is a little bit challenging to do. But as you grow your business, you should try to focus on creating more value for your customers because more value will translate into more profits. You know, and this is a mistake that I've made over the years, and I've gotten a little better at it, but most customers know what they want. I would always just immediately listen to what the customer wants and not dig further. So most customers know what they want, but they don't always realize what they need. So what the people want is usually a commodity, which is like getting the grass cut is a commodity, right? Or getting gas in your car. And that's subject to price competition because some people are going to want the cheapest guy to come over to cut the grass, and you're going to want to go to the cheapest gas station to get your fuel. So another example that's subject to price competition is an airline seat, buying a refrigerator, getting your taxes completed, things like that. But when you talk to your customer and you introduce an unforeseen need, there's no longer price competition because your offer is now one of uniqueness. So an airline ticket to go to Paris is one thing, but what is a curated private tour of the Louvre worth? You see the difference?
Yes.
A pool pump and heater is one thing for your swimming pool. But what if you could control that from anywhere in the world on your smartphone? So you see the added value? So your mission is to find other areas where your products and services could command higher value. So it's not that difficult if you refuse to settle for the same old, and don't just respond to what the customer wants. So in your case, we would have to dig in and say, what is some additional value that could be provided to the customer by implementing Rose Davidson's podcast creation service? We can't answer that right this second, but we would need to ask ourselves a series of questions and apply some math and then try it. Because if we don't try it, we're not going to get the feedback that we need from the customers to help you make decision.
Point. Good point.
Okay, number 4 is an interesting one. So create new higher value products and services. So your existing customers are in the best position to tell you what additional needs they have and what else they would likely buy from you if you created it. So let's say you do get that customer, Rose, that wants your podcast creation service. You get them signed up, you implement the podcast service. What else could you sell them? What else could you provide to them based on the experience that Rose has? Can you think of something off the top of your head that you could probably provide in addition to
Oh, don't
that?
know. An ebook that I've got for
There we
sale,
go.
something like.
Okay. All right. So there you've just figured out a way to add a new higher value product to your offering,
Absolutely.
right? Just like that. So again, this is something that I am constantly working on to get better at. Don't ask what they need and don't take that answer and move on. Ask what they think they'll probably need in the near future. And then keep in mind that even if you have a trusting relationship with your clients, they might not be willing to share certain business related matters with you because they're embarrassed. So don't take it personally. I used to take it real personally when I would ask questions and the customer didn't want to answer it. This is a year or two into the relationship. But then finally, one of my teachers told me, hey, some people just feel uncomfortable talking about it. So to give you an example of what I did, and this happened completely happenstance, um, about 15 years ago, I was asking a customer, what else could I help you with? And they told me, we really wish we could know how to talk to a banker. And I found that really weird because I used to be a banker for 10 years, and I did not know that customers felt uncomfortable talking to the banker. So there was this additional service that I could offer called, I called it bank relations. It was sitting under my nose, and I immediately implemented it. And it was a service that gave customers comfort, because there's no book for that. How to get along with your banker, how to talk to your banker. I didn't know it. I never put two and two together. So again, it doesn't have to be anything difficult. You might find it right under your nose.
Absolutely. Yeah, great tip.
Thank you. All right, number 5 is definitely an interesting one. Probably creates some of the most discomfort. The 6 secrets to successful price increases. I put that one in there because I thought it belonged to be in there with ways to enhance your value. So the first one is don't beat around the bush about a price increase. Be direct. Nobody likes not getting the straight answer. Costs are going up all the time, especially in today's economic environment. We're finally seeing a lot of costs increase. So just be direct about it. That's going to be the first one. The second one is if you still can't get comfortable talking to your existing clients about a price increase, then don't do it. Only increase prices or raise the prices for your new clients. The third one, and this is something that I saw, and I see a lot of accounting firms do it, and law firms, they just send a letter out. They insert an annual price increase sentence into the engagement letter right from the beginning. It just says down in the pricing that, blah, 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 whatever our rate is or our fixed fee. And then every year on the anniversary date, it'll go up by this much. I thought that was interesting. The fourth one, be keenly aware of the timing of your price increase. If you are having a problem with a client and it's not going so well, that would not be the time to try to bring on a price increase, right? Sounds simple, but you'd be surprised at how many people make this, unintended mistake. And then this one might be one of the most important ones. Never make your client feel that they're getting less from you as you're increasing your price. Always make them feel like they're getting the best deal. And this will take time. Some people are more confident than others. I've had to work on it. So always make them feel that you are providing extra value along with the price increase. You have to do it in your own little way.
We call that shrinkflation here.
Yes. And then this one was taught to me. This is an old one. I mean, it's been out in the public forever. One of my mentors taught me, never sit down at the negotiating table unless you're willing to get up and walk away empty-handed. So if Rose is my client and I want to go discuss a price increase and I'm not so sure she's going to go for it, right? I can either choose to not do it because she's an existing client, or I can go negotiate with her because maybe she makes my life miserable and I need to raise my price. Well, if I'm going to go sit down with her, I need to be prepared to get up and walk away empty-handed. So those
Yeah.
are the secrets.
And really great secrets too, because sometimes we forget the little things that can make our business profitable. And some of the things that you've alluded to today is about price increases, especially as don't increase your prices and give less. I think that's that's a terrible thing to be able to do to somebody. And you're also right about negotiation. If you have to negotiate a price increase with an existing client, be fair and honest with them, and don't. And if they're not prepared to play with you, then don't keep pushing on it, because the answer is still going to be the same.
That's right.
Now, many have. What other things should we be aware of about enhancing our values while we grow our business?
Just to take it slow. Number one, don't be in a rush. Number two, don't beat yourself up about it. I tend to beat myself up about it. So just try to take an objective view. If you find yourself beating yourself up about it, go take a break and then think it through. How do you feel when someone is coming to sell you something? When someone is trying to raise a price? Put yourself in those shoes, and it'll help make the exercise a whole lot easier.
Absolutely. Now, Manny is available if you want to reach out to him at portalcfo.com, and he's on LinkedIn as Manny Pronounce your last name for me, please, Manny.
Scevophilax.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And also his book, The Ultimate Profit Management, and you can find that book on Amazon. And also, I want to again thank you for supporting me for so many years, Manny. It's been an absolute pleasure, and it's been an absolute pleasure listening to your presentation today and getting those valuable insights on how we can have better businesses.
Thank you, Rose. I enjoyed being on your show, and I created a little blog post on my website that has this information on it if the viewers would like to have something to refer back to.
Wonderful. I'll direct them in that direction.
All right.
Bye-bye for now.
Thank you, Rose. Bye-bye.
My next guest is Ange Dion. And Ange, having just arrived back in Australia, and I'll talk to her a little bit later about that, is going to be sharing with us understanding our health and safety responsibilities and what every business owner needs to know regarding safety in their business. Now, Ange is a dedicated safety consultant and a passionate advocate of promoting safety culture in any organisation. With over 19 years of experience, Ange has gained extensive knowledge working in various Tier 1 projects in the HVAC, construction, tunnelling and manufacturing industries, providing a proactive approach to safety management. Her expertise in the field has led her to keynote speaking and training engagements in Sydney, Melbourne, Gold Coast and Malaysia, where she shares her insights on various safety-related topics. Her passion for creating safer workplaces and empowering businesses shines through in her work. Ange is available for speaking opportunities about safety culture, aiming to reach and inspire a wider audience with her valuable knowledge and expertise. Ange, thank you so much for joining me today. It is such a great pleasure to meet you.
Rose, lovely to be with you today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on your podcasting show. Oh, just it's amazing. I've watched some of your work and it's like, wow, 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 wow. And congratulations, I believe, radio show recently too.
Yes, yes, I've been up to my 8th episode. I think I started in March. Yeah, so it's just not a rehash, but episodes archived from my podcast brought up on the radio show.
Nice. Well done.
Thank you.
And,
so tell me a little bit about why is health and safety so important? I mean, we all know why it's important, but I'd like your take on it.
Well, it's mandated by law, and I suppose it's just like speeding. There's a limit, and whether you choose to do it or not is a different story. So it's along the same lines. People need to consider that, if you're running a business, it affects you, and you have to have certain safety systems in place. So law says that if you've got an ABN number and a company name or a sole trader, you have responsibilities to make sure you put safety systems in place and ensure that everything you do is done safely. And of course, when people come to visit you or you go out to site, you've got to make sure that you're keeping safe at all times. So the responsibility is there. It's just a matter of if people are going to follow through and do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we have heard over years and years and years of how businesses, don't follow the rules. They don't have safety systems in place. Some are, there was one recently where an apprentice died on the first day on the job because, he hadn't been trained in using a particular piece of equipment, but he was expected to know how to use it without any training. So there's the similar things that I know that are legislated as a past workplace and healthy safety officer. So I do know about the law, but there are a lot of people who don't know about learning how to implement effective systems and to identify the mitigating risks in the workplace.
Absolutely. And that's where we come in. That's where I come in. Pretty much I'm the simple solution, or I look at speaking simply to people that do the groundwork. See, once you read the legislation, sometimes you get stuck in between all the paperwork. You think, oh, what does that mean? Or people will often buy a system and then they get stuck and they go, I bought it, I looked at it, couldn't understand it, and I put it in the too hard basket. So I'll go in and have a chat to them and I'll say, look, have you got something in place? Do you have something? Sometimes it's something simple, or sometimes they've got nothing at all. We'll implement it by having a look at what they're doing and map the documents to their procedures and what they're doing, or their skill sets. And then we write up the documents accompanying that, and then we train them so that they know what to do in the future. So it's not just when we walk away, because sometimes we walk away and we never see the client again, and sometimes we stay on with the client and continue to do the work with them. But ideally, we want to be able to explain to people what they need to do and make sure that they continue doing it afterwards.
Yeah, and having those effective systems is really important, and there are some just basic ones that everyone should be aware of, but there are things like safe use of chemicals. There's things like, and there are certain things that you need to purchase to be able to run your business, and so you need to know that you'll have those systems in place. Where can people go to find those systems?
SafeWorks website is pretty simple to use, and there's a SafeWork New South Wales website. We'll refer to New South Wales because I am currently sitting in New South Wales. However, there's SafeWork Tasmania and SafeWork Victoria, SafeWork Queensland. Everybody has a portal, and it's easy to use. It's got all the documents in there, and there's a lot of free templates, so they can access that if they want to. Sometimes people don't go and get it, or they'll go and buy some stuff from a company called Safety Culture or Site Docs. They'll buy a full system, they'll owe some money, and then they don't know what to do with it once they've got it. So we start basic. I always say to people, go to SafeWorks website in your state, and if you can't figure it out, please give us a call. We're happy to go through it with you. I have a safety tool that we use. It's on our website. It's pretty much a copy of what SafeWork publishes, and it's got what they should be putting in place. And you should be able to go through that document by yourself. And it says, have you got company policies in place? Have you got any procedures? Do you have any training for your staff? Well, it's all pretty simple English so people can follow, whether they're a tradie or whether they're an office person or whether they're in the construction industry. Anywhere any business you run, whether it's medical. Sometimes people say, oh, we're just in a medical practice. It doesn't apply to us. Safety applies to every business operator, right down to the small business owner working from home.
Absolutely. No, totally agree with you. I think safety is everyone's problem. It's not just the business owner, it's the employees as well. Safety is paramount to everybody. It includes everybody. It's all encompassing. Now, what are some legislation and penalties that can ensue? Because a lot of people don't understand the laws and the regulations that are governed, and sometimes they're quite hard to navigate.
Okay. Well, we'll keep it simple. If you open a business and don't have company policies in place, you could get a penalty on the spot if a safe work inspector turned up. If you don't have a return to work program in place so that you can ensure that if someone's injured, there should be a procedure. And if you don't have that in place, then people could come through, and if an inspector turns up or you get audited and you haven't got these things in place, there are on-the-spot penalties. Now, these penalties can range from about $3,000 and go up to $250,000. Now, if somebody falls off a roof and there's death, mandated at the moment by law, the director could end up in jail. So it's not just a number, it's now going jail time as well.
Yeah, I know they've really strengthened up the legislation and penalties, as they should, because employers have been allowed to get away with too much for too long, I believe. And conversely, employees have not taken the laws and systems seriously, and and have caused harm for others. So, what as an employee, what are their responsibilities?
Their responsibilities are to make sure that they follow the company's processes first and foremost. They're to ensure the health and safety of themselves first and foremost, and to make sure that they don't do anything that they do is not going to affect somebody else as well. So sometimes we get, some funny people who think, oh, we're just going to swing off the side of a scaffold, or we're going to, jump outside of a scissor lift. And we go, hang on, what are you doing? Because you don't realize that you're mucking around for a split second, but you could actually tip a scaffold, or if something's not right, or you could fall off the side of the scissor lift and injure yourself, and then you could fall down on somebody who's walking past beneath it. So ideally, they're supposed to take care of themselves first, and whatever they're doing, not to hurt anybody else around them, and to follow company policies and procedures.
Yeah, it's really important, and other responsibilities too. I mean, obviously looking after themselves first is right, but making, as you say, not making sure that they're not doing those silly things and showing off, and you've I don't know whether you've seen them, but there are videos online about people doing stunts with heavy duty equipment and ridiculous things, and that could be harmful to someone.
Absolutely.
So what other things would you advocate that businesses do, Ange?
They can have complimentary audit where we check, or they can get online and grab the safety toolkit, easy to do toolkit, where they go through the processes and see if they've got systems in place, or if they're currently doing something. So, for example, one of the legislated requirements in a business is that you should be communicating with your staff, consultation. So are people having meetings? Are they having management meetings? Are they having staff meetings? And are their meetings documented? People might say, oh, yeah, we do. We have an informal chat. Well, make it a formal one where it's documented, so you can put something in writing. We normally hold like a toolbox meeting. Toolbox barbecue is usually fantastic. We have a barbecue on a Friday afternoon where the boys sit around the barbecue, and girls, because we've got a few tradies coming in to the female at the moment. And we have a barbecue. We host a barbecue. We give them information regarding safety or current updates in the legislation. We discuss training requirements. Does anybody need to be trained in something, or do we need to do refresher training? We then open up the forum on mental health and say, is anybody going through anything at the moment that they'd like to bring to the table, or do you want to speak to somebody in confidence? Because mental health is huge at the moment, and we have to have mental wellness in businesses. And then we make sure it's all signed off by everybody who's attended. And that's a informal chat over a barbecue where it's documented and we've had a consultation process completed.
Yeah, we used to have toolkit meetings as well, and they're really, really valuable because you can, refine those processes within the workplace that aren't working so well, or, conversely, you can, complement the ones that are working well and that people are getting a lot of benefit from. And as a consultant and a speaker and trainer, what things can you offer our audience today to, get them up to scratch?
Complementary audit. We always start with what have you got? Have you got? Because it's the biggest question I ask. Have you got? And usually, no, I've got nothing, or yes, I've got something, or I bought something years ago and I don't know if it's current. We're going to have a look at it for you, review, and then fill in the gaps if possible, or give you some advice on where to move from there and how to get around your systems.
Wonderful. And you have been to Malaysia. How are their safety systems different than ours?
The standards are international at the moment. So used to be the Australian health and safety standards for health and safety has now become an international standard. So whatever we've got here, they're doing overseas. So there's no difference at the moment. When I was there back then, it was different. They had different standards, and the Australian ones were pretty close to what the international standard was, but it's all changed now. So it should be streamlined. But what we're doing here, they're doing over there.
Right, that's interesting to know. Yeah, I didn't realize that was happening. But I've been out of it for a long time. So, what about some speaking opportunities? How can people get in touch with you? I can see that you've got it on your background there, but
they can contact us through Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram, depending on which platform they like to sit on. Some people contact us through TikTok. It just depends on which businesses are that. Right? My phone number's there. Contacts available everywhere. But pretty much online social presence, thanks to my beautiful assistant, is everywhere. Like I keep getting told that I'm all over the place. Through any network portal, through yourself if they like, or through the group podcasting page on Facebook if they wish. All they've got to do is just tag us or give us a phone call, and we're happy to support.
Right. And do you have a podcast, Ange?
I don't. It's not.
You should have one.
I keep getting told that, but then I keep thinking, how much am I going to talk about, and what am I going to talk about? So I'll leave that to the experts.
Okay. I'm sure that people would love to learn about OC health and safety.
It's the I always say to people, it's the most boring topic, and it's the subject they don't talk about until it's too late.
Yeah, it's unfortunate though, isn't it, that people don't talk about it till it's too late. Someone's been injured or more serious, and they could have done something in the meantime to do something. And perhaps there should be a podcast about that, and people can find out hints and tips and other related topics to do with that, and get people to come in and share a story. That would be an ideal thing.
I'll put it on the to-do list.
Good on you. Is there anything else you'd like to share with our audience today, Ange?
No, like I said, business operators need to know that whether they're a sole trader, and this is the biggest problem we get. The people think, it's just me and the business. I don't need all this stuff. Whether you're one person, whether you're a team, company, corporation, and any business or whatsoever, you have to have safety systems in place. So yeah. I think that's the biggest message we try to get across, is that doesn't matter if you're a one-man band or one person sole trader, you have to have certain things in place, irrespective.
Right. You can reach out to Ange on Facebook at Ange Dion Consulting, on LinkedIn and Ange-Dion, and on her website at angedionconsulting.com. And she would like to promote something on her website.
Well, we have an easy to do toolkit, just so that you don't get, because if you get into the website on Safe Work and you download that, then you get 36 odd pages. So this way you've got a simple version where you can take it. It's a tick sheet and run through your business systems yourself. Otherwise, please reach out and we're happy to support you.
Wonderful. All right. You've got her details. You can see them in the background. Admin at angedion.com, and obviously her website, and her phone number is there as well. Ange, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining me here today. And I look forward to conversing with you sometime in the future.
Looking forward to it. Have a fantastic afternoon.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello. Hello, how are you? I'm so excited to be here. How are you, Rose?
And well, thank you, Charlene. It's lovely to have you. Thank you for joining me again on the summit.
Oh, I'm so excited to be sharing with everyone today one of the things that I love and hold dear to my heart. So I'm excited to be here. Wow, it's almost the end of the day, Rose. It's been an amazing day. There's been so much amazing activity.
Absolutely. I'd love to introduce you to Charlene Lynch, who's going to be discussing with us Expert Authority, the power of visual models to scale your genius. And she's going to be sharing how wellness practitioners, coaches, and experts can unpack their intellectual property and turn it into visual models that clarify their message and scale their impact. Now, Charlene is a global speaker. She's a business growth strategist and the creator of the Expert Authority Masterclass. This session will help practitioners move from being the best kept secret to being in high demand. With over 3 decades of experience in business and mindset, she helps coaches, wellness practitioners, and thought leaders unpack their intellectual property into visual models that become the cornerstone of scalable, sellable offers. Her signature aligned process has helped hundreds transition from one-to-one delivery to high leverage group programs, retreats, and even licenses and certifications. Charlene is known for blending strategic clarity with deep intuition, helping her clients elevate their brand and amplify their impact. She's also the president of Speakers Tribe Global, a board member of multiple business collectives, and the founder of the social enterprise Healing Through Love, which supports survivors of domestic violence. Today, she's going to share the framework that helps experts package their brilliance, clarify their message, and confidently step into their role as an authority in their industry. Charlene, thank you so much for joining me today. It is such a pleasure to have you.
Oh, thank you so much, Rose. It's amazing to be here. I'm excited to dive in deep. Now, if you don't fit into those categories that Rose just mentioned, it's okay. Because let's face it, visual models are for everybody. They really do make a difference. If you're trying to explain something that's a little bit complicated, then a visual model is the best way to explain it. Why? Because that's how humans think. Humans think visually. 50% of our brains are dedicated to the visual models. I love it. So what I want to do is just dive in. Now, Rose, is it okay if I share the screen?
Absolutely.
Excellent. All right. So I'm going to share the screen and take you through a little bit more of an explanation so that you have an understanding why it's important to really use visual models. Your audience, the people that you're solving the problem for, are bombarded with information. Let's face it, think about your phone. Scroll, 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 scroll. They say that people scroll something like 3 miles a day. Now, that's a lot of scrolling. Yes, and we've got the attention usually of a nanognat. We've got 3 seconds, less than a goldfish of attention. So you think about it, how many people sit in front of the television and are still playing with their phone? Even a good movie won't keep someone engaged. I was recently at the theatre and I noticed even at the theatre, there were people, mostly children, on their phones whilst they were at live theatre. Our attention spans are diminishing. So if you need to get the attention of an audience, then the way to do it is well-branded, well-explained visual models. So let's just dive in and have a look at what's happening for your audience. So if we dial back, and I don't know, you and I, Rose, we remember this far back, 1986, wasn't that long ago for us. Some of our listeners today might not be born then. But in 1986, our audience was consuming the equivalent to 40 newspapers a day. And if we dial forward to 2007, it's 174 newspapers a day. Now, I'm totally dyslexic. I've got to tell you, I can't even read 1 newspaper a day. So 174, that's mind-blowing. Yes, and today, if we have a look at it, our audiences are bombarded with 74 gigabytes of information. That's the equivalence to 16 movies a day. I'm a movie buff. I love movies, but I could not do 16 movies a day. That's a lot of information. So we need to be able to cut through. We need to be able to get their attention. We need to be able to capture their attention, let them know what it is that we can do to help solve their problem. And also we need for them to remember who we are. So even if they don't need your services right then and right there, if they remember what it is that you do, they can come back to you.
If they remember what it is that you do, they can repeat it to other people. If they remember what it is that you do, they can be an advocate for the service that you have. So we need to create this cut through, and so that people can remember what it is that we do. Now, we're going to have a look at how the brain works. As Rose mentioned, I'm a background in holistic psychology, so I just love everything to do with neuroscience. And what I'd love to do is dive into 2 areas of the brain that are really going to be relevant for us to understand why visual models are so important. Okay, so this is from Daniel's book, Think Fast and Slow, and this is how we process information. So we've got a fast system, and we've got a slow system. So what I notice, even on social media and even in our emails, in our outward facing marketing, is a lot of people are using the slow technique to actually connect with their audience. We're asking them to think. We don't want them to think. We want to entertain, engage, create human connection, and we want to do it the fast way. And when we've got deep, complicated problems, then we want them to think. But when I read people's posts, I notice that I go internal and start thinking about the answer. And that, you know what? It means I won't read the post the next time. Because mostly what we're looking for on socials is some level of entertainment, a little bit of education. But let's face it, now with AI, we can just say, hey, Google, and we've got the answer anyway. So this is not the information age. We've transitioned out of that, and we're in the transformation age. That's what people are looking for, transformation. And so if you offer a service that provides transformation, and I know Rose does, because Rose is teaching people how to use podcasts, that's a transformation. Having a podcast, not having a podcast, that's a transformation. So if you offer a service that can provide a level of transformation, we need to make sure we're reaching out to people, getting their attention using the FAST system. So let's unpack this, see what it looks like. So this is the FAST system. It looks like a stop sign. It gets your attention, you stop, you don't even need to process it. It goes straight through the reticular activating system, straight to the brain, gets your attention, no more thought is necessary. So we do need this. It's instant recognition. Yes, it's quick and it's efficient. It goes straight into the brain. We don't have to think. It's no heavy lifting. It's effortless. There's no effort required, and it's required for snap judgment. So this is the way to get people's attention by using this FAST system. Now, this is the slow system. Now, if you're a maths genius and you're watching this today, or if you're watching the recording, don't go and don't grab a calculator. But if I asked you what is 27 times 36, for most of us, we have to think about the answer. We don't know it automatically. So this is the slow system where we need to go internal. And what I find is a lot of people are using this slow system to communicate with their audience. So the challenge with the slow system is it's not automatic, it's slow. It's slow and it's cumbersome. Yes, and it does take deliberate effort to use it, but it is required for complex problems. So we need both systems. We need both slow and we need fast. But what we need to do is communicate with our audience using the fast system. The brain loves visuals, regardless of how you connect and how you learn, regardless if you're kinesthetic, auditory, or visual. 50% of the human brain is dedicated to visuals. This is how we survived. It's our, you think, see lion run, it's part of our DNA. It's how we're produced. Yeah. So we need to use the system that already works, and that is the visual system. 50% of our brains are dedicated to visual. So use visuals to get people's attention. Look, we say it all the time. A picture paints 1,000 words, and it so does. So we need to use pictures. Look, you can test it yourself. Do a post on social media. Don't put any picture. Do a post on social media. Do put a picture. What happens? Yeah, you'll be able to see the level of impressions you get between the two of them. So you can beta test this yourself. You know a picture makes a huge difference. Would you buy a book if it didn't have a cover? Probably not. Yeah. So we need these images to get our attention, to get that book off the shelf, or to understand what it is that you're trying to communicate when you're talking to people through social media. All right. So this appeals to system 1. Visuals appeal to system 1. Yeah. You see that? automatically, don't you? Automatically, you know what that is. And there's no thought process. We know that it's danger. And it doesn't matter which country you're in, you know that those colors, you know that that image is danger. So this is what we want. We want our visual models to stay in the minds of our audience, the people that we're helping, so that we can easily explain the complexities of what it is that we do. Yeah. So the other thing we want to look at is the superiority effect. So this is once you've spoken to someone and how much of what it is that you've communicated with them do they remember 3 days down the track? So how much of that? So why is this important? So this is important if you meet someone at a networking event. This is important if you're a speaker on stage. This is important if you are running a masterclass. This is important if you are meeting a client and you want them to remember what it is that you do. So this is the difference. If you're just giving text and audio, they'll remember 10% of what you shared in 3 days, 10%. Yes, and if you use visuals and text, they'll remember what it is that you've shared, 65% of it for the next 3 days. So that means you're memorable, you're in their mind. You're the speaker that was on the stage out of a group of 10 that they'll remember. Yeah, so we need these visuals to embed the emotion, to help people understand what it is that we're doing and how we solve their problems. Because it's not about us. It's not about us as practitioners. It's about who it is that we serve. And what this does is this actually bridges the gap between what it is that you do and the needs that your clients have. And this is why it's so powerful for not just wellness practitioners and coaches and educators, but is very, very powerful for people who are speakers. Because if you're on stage and you're presenting and you've got visual models that support what you do, not take away from what you do, so not like lines of dot points like I still see some speakers have, it really supports you as a speaker and it gives the audience a memorable experience. I love it. All right, so I'd love to know, where are you? Are you getting the results that you want? So in your business, in your speaking careers, in your education careers, in your coaching, are you getting the results that you want? Yeah. So if you're not, then what we're about to share with you for the next 20 minutes is absolutely valuable. If you are, well, go and have a cup of tea. Because if you're not getting the results that you want, then this one thing that we're going to share with you today, this thing could make the difference. I'm going to unpack for you what these visual models need to look like, backed by psychology. And this is not just any psychology, this is the sales psychology. So this is going to help your audience make a buying decision to lean in and say yes to what you're offering. So now, if you find this interesting, please hunt me down on social media. Rose has got all of the links and I'm sure she'll share them. And I've got masterclasses that run on a monthly basis where you can dive in deeper to have a look at this. We get together in small groups, we unpack your business, and we have a look like what visual models would look like for you. And then you can get the results you're looking for. All right, so let's have a look at your business. Let's have, first of all, look at the service delivery. So this is how you help your clients. So is it very bespoke? Is every single client you speak to, is it a unique experience for them and everything that you do for them absolutely unique? So that means you're reinventing the wheel every single time. When you're speaking, is everything that you're delivering very bespoke? You have a look at the theme of the conference and then you're offering a topic that you feel that fits inside of that. Yes, and you're still creating it from scratch every single time. So it's bespoke. There's no consistency there. So this is what it looks like when you're a bespoke solution. I'm laughing because I did this for a couple of decades. So I'm a bit of an expert on bespoke solutions. So when you're trying to explain to somebody what it is that you do, and this is how I help someone, it sort of looks like this. You're a little bit all over the place. It's like running around a maze, yeah? Or have you got a proven system? So have you got a step-by-step proven system that works on every level? So one of the things that I talk about is the shift process. And so I know that this works on every level, whether I'm talking to C-suite executives, whether or not I'm talking to university students, whether or not I'm talking to other speakers. So I know that the process works regardless. It's been tested that it works regardless of the audience that I'm speaking to. So do you have a proven system? Do you have a proven system of helping people? Do you have a step-by-step process? Because if you want to scale, if you want to move to greater heights, if you want to make a bigger impact for more people, you need to have a proven system. All right, so let's have a look at the audience response. So are you like the best kept secret? Like nobody knows about you. So it's like every time you meet someone, you've got to really start from scratch and tell them everything that it is that you do, because you don't have the following on social media that you'd like to have. Your email list isn't where you want it to be. And you just don't have the traction that you know that you deserve, because what it is that you do makes so much difference. It could be that you're not getting the speaking gigs at the right price bracket, or maybe you're still doing free speaking gigs and you want paid speaking gigs. So, what is the audience response? It's like this. It's like, what do you do? And for them, it sounds like blah, blah bushes. Yeah, they don't really understand what it is that you're saying. Or this, it comes time and you actually have got a perfect, and this has happened so many times. I get a last minute phone call. Oh my God, I have got the perfect opportunity. They want me to put together a proposal. I've got a week to do it. Can we do it? I'm like, yeah, but it's not going to be ideal. You want to have this already done. You want to have a proposal already ready so you can just flick it over to them. If you've got this already, you won't go through that level of panic every time you get an opportunity. You'll have a document already there, and unpacking your models will create this proposal document. Yeah. Or this too. Have you ever had an opportunity to pitch and it has felt like as if you're speaking to teddy bears? Like it just has not landed at all. So when you've got your visual models sorted, you can just rattle off your visual models in under 5 minutes, and that's your pitch. And you are pitch perfect. Yeah. Or have you got an audience that's rapt? They think everything that you do is absolutely amazing. Like, they're the biggest fans ever. And I love this. I did some analytics last year, and just to work out how much of my income from that income stream came from referrals, and it was nearly $100,000. So that's substantial. That means there's no marketing spend. There was no heavy lifting. The people that are already happy with what it is that I'm doing are going out telling other people. Yeah. So, like, do you have a wrapped audience? You know that it's landing when you get rebooked. You go to a speaking gig and you get rebooked, but 3 times at the event. Once by the people that have hired you to come in the first place, once by someone in the audience, and once as a referral from someone in the audience. Then you know that wow, this message is landing. Yeah. It's concise. They know what you're talking about. They can repeat what you're talking about. It really lands. I love it. Okay. So let's have a look at where you are on this. If what you offer is absolutely bespoke, and every time that you see someone, it's a brand new system, a brand new thing, then and also you're not really well known, then you are at high risk. You're at high risk. Yeah. Or, and this is sort of what it feels like if you're at high risk, you're sort of hanging on the edge of the cliff. And I can say this hand on heart, it's not a very nice experience. You don't know when your next client's coming in. You don't know what your income's going to be. You've got no idea that you don't even know what you can spend on your business, because you've got no clarity of the income that you're going to be making on a monthly, quarterly, yearly basis. And it feels like exhausting. It makes, I know for myself, both speaking and as a practitioner, I questioned whether or not I was doing the right thing, because it just felt exhausting every single time. So is this how it feels like for you? Or are you a hidden gem? Are you a hidden gem? So a hidden gem is you've got a proven system. It's amazing. You do great work. Yes, and nobody knows about you. Yes, you're a hidden gem. It sort of feels like you're a hidden treasure, like you're the very best secret ever known. Yeah. Is this where you are? Are you a hidden treasure? Or are you at a bottleneck? So this is lots of heavy lifting. Like there's no white space in your calendar. You're totally booked. You can't breathe. It's like everyone thinks, oh, I want to be fully booked, until you become fully booked, and then you don't want to be fully booked. It is absolutely exhausting. This is what it's like. You go to bed at night and you're not thinking straight, because your head is just buzzing around all over the place. You haven't had a good night's sleep in years. Yeah. It also feels like you're spinning every single plate that's known to man all at the same time. And dare you not drop one, because the entire mosaic will collapse. And also you're at key person risk. You've got everything. You're carrying the full load here. It's truly exhausting. And look, this does end up with adrenal fatigue. This is where you end up in burnout. This is where, your business will get into a position where you won't be able to sell it. As a speaker, this is when you lose your voice. As a speaker, this is when you stop following up and making the bookings for the speaking gigs, when you don't return the emails that you're supposed to be returning. Like, this is... it is a bad place to be. It is exhausting. It's where we think we want to be until we're there, and then when we're there, we don't want to be there. Yeah. Or are you at massive impact? This is where you've got systems in place so that you can work the number of hours that you want to work. You've got the gigs that you want to have as a speaker, as a wellness practitioner. Now you might be looking at perhaps bringing on other people to coach your work. You might be running retreats. Here, you might be looking at licensing your business or franchising your business. Here, you might be looking at, how can you sell your business? So what is it that you can do when you're at massive impact? Take your pick, absolutely anything. So would you like to be at massive impact? So where are you on this? Tell me, are you at high risk? Are you a hidden gem, like best kept secret, or are you at bottleneck? Yeah, if you're listening to this today, I'm guessing you're in one of those three. You're not at massive impact because you're probably on a cruise somewhere, or relaxing somewhere, or on a flight to a retreat. Yeah. So if you find yourself in one of these areas, great, you're in the right place. For the next 10 minutes, we're going to go through and unpack how you can put your visual models together. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that you have self-diagnosed. You have chosen where you are on my outward-facing client journey. Now, as a speaker, the reason why this is important, if I'm going through a graphic like this and I've got a group of 100,000 people, even just 10,000 people, yeah, I can't individually point to those people and say, this is where you are, but I can ask them the questions and they can choose where they are. And so that is really, really powerful when you can have a client journey, an outward facing client journey, that your audience can recognize where are they on that journey, because then they can know how you can best serve them. So for instance, I'll give you some examples. If you're at high risk, I've got an online course that's perfect for you. If you're a hidden gem, the very best thing to do is to absolutely do my group program. If you're a bottleneck, the very best thing to do is to work with me as a VIP. So I know how to work with you depending on where you are. Yeah. So, and then as well. So we need these structures. We need these outward facing client journeys so the clients can self-select where they are, and then they can draw the line between what it is that you're offering and where it is that you need to go. I love it. All right. So what I'm about to share with you is an award-winning system. And I know that we've only got 10 minutes to go, but I'm going to run through this very quickly. And as I've said before, if you find value in this and you want to know more, come to one of the masterclasses. They're called Expert Authority. And I'd love to dive in deep and share more information. Plus, also, Rose was sharing a free catch up with me. If you want to have a conversation, Rose has got all of those links as well. Excellent. Let's dive into this. Let's get that stuff out of your brain. Let's make it make sense, and let's make visual models, but not like this. And this is not a good visual model. And I'm laughing because one of my very first visual models was pretty much like this. And it didn't make any sense. What's nectarines got to do with, yes, Indonesia and 76? But sometimes when we create visual models, this is what we do. We try and shove everything into a Venn diagram to make it look spectacular. But what it does, it confuses the listener. Think that your visual models need to be simple enough for a 5-year-old to understand, and then you understand the level of your visual model needs to be. All right, so I'm going to drive you through in the next 10 minutes in the WRAP system. So this is the client journey. And I'm going to give you some examples of different client journeys, but what you're looking at is a flat image. When we build these for you, they scale. So you see one section at a time. So this is a lovely lady in Adelaide, South Australia, Tanya Davies, and she works with people as a hypnotherapist. Now, she works with girls that are at a space where they're very confronted like a deer in headlights, and what they're looking for, she gives them clarity and they walk away with confidence. So this is really easy for someone to understand the client journey that they take them on. Another one here is Angela Spiteri. She lives in rural South Australia, And she works with women and men that have received a diagnosis of stage 4 cancer. So she works with them where they've been blindsided by this, and she helps them life restyle, and then they end up with true health. But the beauty of these, they're beautifully branded to support that individual brand. These are her brand colors. She does the chakra colors. It's also a food pyramid. She's all about food. And you can see a person sitting in the background there in the lotus position because she's really into the spiritual aspect of it as well. So your visual models need to speak about you as a person, what it is that you do and how you serve. They are yours. And this is what keeps them beautifully unique. And this is what keeps them memorable. So it's not like a cookie cutter approach. Yeah. Another one here, this is Get Out There Marketing. She climbs perfectly good mountains for something to do on the weekend. Oh my God. But when she's not doing that, she's actually working in marketing. And so this is her. She takes people from the passion to the warm up, the burn, the grit, and the peak. And so it literally is climbing the mountain. Another beautiful lady here, Jackie Dean. So she's an intuitive medium. When I met her, she was working as a cleaner and she had a beautiful gift, an intuitive medium gift. And she wanted to share this with other people. But we looked at the bigger picture of what was possible and how would it look like if she could teach others. And that's what she does now. She teaches others how to lean into their gifts and be an intuitive medium. And she works with people that are at the space of confusion. They're not quite sure what to do with this gift. She helps them with connection, and then they work into the space of expansion. So you're getting an idea that she'll know when she can start working with a client. If a client is still questioning, it might not be the service that she's offering, but they can still have access to her free products. Yeah. This is a different type of model, and this is a spectrum. Now, the reason why we use a spectrum is if you've got a sliding prospection. So this is about visual models. This is also about intellectual property. So she's a trademark attorney, and you can have pretty good trademarks set up. However, when you get bigger and you're swimming in a bigger pond and there's bigger people having a look at what you do, what was working now becomes a stressful nightmare. Yeah. So this is also like for chiropractors, physios, anyone where things can get better, but they can get worse. This is also for relationship coaching as well, can get better, can get worse. So this is a sliding prospection, so a different type of outward facing client journey. And these are matrices. So if you're business to business, then what you need to be looking at as a matrix. Okay, let's dive into the second one, and we've got 5 minutes to go. And so this is the answers model. These are the pieces of the puzzle. These are the elements that your clients need to get to the other side. These are the answers they're looking for their problems. And I'll just run you through a couple of these. So this is an endocrinologist, and she's in the States, an amazing woman. On her spare time, she paints. So you can see some beautiful images there in the corner of some of her paintings. And she brings a spiritual to healing. So she runs her own practice, but she also teaches other doctors how to bring spirituality into their healing practice. And that's why it's a mandala. It makes perfect sense. This one here, she's a local Adelaide girl, in fact. So she is a psychotherapist. What she noticed is that over a period of time, the people that she was helping had the same problems, and it was their workmates. And she came up with a process, absolutely worked every single time. And so now what she does is she speaks in corporate offices and in corporations, including medical corporations, and helps them work with their teams so to understand the psychology behind teamwork. And this is why it looks very corporate-y, because this is what she teaches inside the corporations. So she transitioned from someone who was a psychotherapist having people in her rooms to now running workshops in corporations, because she found a solution that worked. Yeah. And this is one of mine, the Pearls of Wisdoms from one of my keynotes, are all of the elements that you need to have a shift. Yeah. And I'll just run through a couple more. And this one here is real estate. Yes. So I just want to get to Pip, who is in and around. So she's a nutritionist, but she's also a Pilates instructor and a stack of other things. So what we needed to do is find a way to just explain the beauty that she brings. So she works with people that are in perimenopause, and this is what women in perimenopause need: quality sleep, easy fix. They need hormone balance, they need energetic drive, and they need tailored solutions. So we used her beautiful logo to create the models. And this one, again, coverage, and that's for trademarks. All right, and this is one of mine, the ABCs of business, the 4 elements that you need to run $1 million business: abundant mindset, the big picture, confident delivery, and scalable systems. And you can see that it's really easy to speak into each of those models. And so what we do is we unpack everything that you bring, and then we bring it back in so that you've got the very, very tip of the iceberg. And that's why the visual models work. It makes it easier for you to speak. It makes it easier for you to teach, and you've just got this one thing that you do. And a beautiful Cherie. So she works with mothers who've got children with failure to thrive. So what they're doing is they're looking at putting on weight. So this is a plate, which you can see it's a plate. It talks about food psychology, food education, emotional support, because it's lonely if you're the only mother at school that's got a child that needs to put on weight when everyone else needs to lose weight. So the imagery here speaks to a mother of young children. So we want to make sure that when you're putting your models together, that they speak to your perfect avatar. I love it. All right, and then the next one here is a process, and many of you already might have a process, and we love our process, but it's not all about the process, yeah? So I'll quickly run through. What you notice about the processes is that they're linear. And they move, each one of these moves, but today I'll just show you, this is the CEO of your own career, and this is beautiful Dixie, and these are the beautiful steps to working with Indigenous people. I love it. And again, out there marketing. All right, and the very, very last one that we're going to go through is the target model. And this is the outcomes that your clients are looking for. So they're obviously here looking for more visitors, more time, energy, and higher revenue targets. Yeah. Gina works with students in schools. All of the things that she teaches them are different games. So each one of her models is a game. And here, this is Jackie. We mentioned her earlier. The heart of it all, it's the expansion, but her clients get success, freedom, and fulfillment. And here's Cherie's too, absolutely beautiful, the 3 outcomes that she supplies. And Larissa's, a beautiful property here in Adelaide. It's spectacular. It's actually dialed into the frequency of human healing. So when we put all of these together, it creates the think rap process. And these models here take you through an emotional start and an emotional end. They take you through the rational explanation of what it is that you do. These are the why, the results and the target models are the why. And then this is the what, and this is the how. And when you put them all together, this is what it looks like. So this is a beautiful example of what the models would look like if they actually played out. So like if you're thinking, oh gosh, how can I use these? There's so many ways that you can use these. So you can use these as your pitch deck for your masterclass and for your trainings. You can use these to create your next ebook or your next big book. You can use these to create a 12-week program. You can use these to create an online course. You can use these for probably close to 2 years of social media content. So once you've unpacked the models, there's lots of things that you can do with them, and I'll explain that a little bit more at the masterclass. Wow, I did it, Rose. I explained everything in 30 minutes. Wow. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be here on the summit. It's been a fantastic day. There's been so much happening, so many learnings, and it's a privilege to share with your audience my favorite love, visual models that have got me on bigger stages globally around the world, but also assisted me in being a business strategist and helping some amazing humans do amazing work.
Elaine, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for sharing your rep system with us all. You can find Charlene on Facebook at Charlene Speaker, on LinkedIn at Charlene-Lynch with a bunch of numbers behind it. But just search Charlene Lynch and you'll find her. Her website is charlenelynch.com. And yes, her masterclasses, you can find the link on Linktree /Charlene Lynch. And they run on a monthly basis. I have attended a couple of them. They are so informative, honestly, and Charlene's helped me to craft one of my own systems models, and yeah, I've used that with my Opal system in my podcasting course. So yeah, it's all good, and it's worthwhile having, because it really brings clarity to what it is that you're sharing with your clients and customers.
Thank you, Rose.
Bye for now. What if you could completely be who you are while making good money because of it? What if you could easily attract clients from all over the world who would only want to work with you? And what if your business could be uncertainty proof and thrive regardless of uncertainty? In my discussion with Cynthia Zaid, we're going to be talking about how to be heard globally to thrive in times of uncertainty. Now, Cynthia is a voice coach. She's a professional speaker and a best-selling author. She's also a 2 times TEDx speaker. She has helped professionals from 52 countries across 6 continents to speak with a powerful voice. Cynthia has been a professional speaker and coach for the past 22 years, and her engagement spans 5 continents in 23 countries. Cynthia, it is such a pleasure to see you again. Thank you for joining me here on the summit.
Sure. Thank you, Rose, for having me.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about, how do we find the right niche that expresses who we are and have people to pay to listen to us speak.
Sure. So to me, I think it's what worked was that number one is I am doing what I love. Number 2 is that I am doing what I'm good at. And number 3, most importantly, that it has to solve people's problems. So those are 3 things that have helped me to find my niche.
So how do we go about doing those things? How do we find those things that, that we love, that we, find passion in and get people to listen?
Sure. It's by trial and error. So how I discovered what I love, which is to help people grow, to help people make transformation. And in my early stages where I was trying out different types of jobs. For example, my very first job was in HR because I thought I am good with people, I am approachable, or at least that's what I thought. And then I tried HR for about just a little bit less than 2 years, and I realized that it's not really 100% that I love. And then I happened to see a lot of people, they are doing training and coaching. So I started to hang out in that group. And the more I hang out with that group, the more I realized, oh, this is something that I can do. So that's how I found out what I love, to help people. But when I thought about it, since I was very young, that when we were all asked the question saying that, what would you become when you grow older? So I thought about my answer at the time because back then, like in primary 3, I only knew 2 professions, scientist and teacher. So I chose to be a teacher, and it turned out to be that my job is in many ways that it is a teacher. So I think also that don't forget what we have talked about when we were young. So, and that's how I found out what I love to do. And then in terms of using voice as a tool to help people grow is because in my very first job, which was in HR, that I wasn't assertive. So I went on a journey to discover how to become more assertive. And voice was one of the areas that I stumbled upon. So when I developed my own voice, I realized, wow, this is not only helping me sound more assertive, more powerful, I felt more powerful. And that planted a seed. Now, of course, when I look back, I realize, because even when I was young, I was singing, I was performing. And my mom was also saying that she said when she was having me, when she was pregnant with me, she was singing every day. So I think probably my training started before I was even born. And I think using voice as a tool was more, it's like the treasure in the struggle, because I was struggling with being assertive. So that's where I found my so-called niche. And of course, the most important thing is we have to know that there is a problem. Because right after I improved my voice, I didn't know, okay, this is going to be what I do. No, so I continued with my corporate journey. And it was during the year that I was thinking about starting on my own as a speaker, trainer, and coach. So some people, they were asking me, they said, oh, Cynthia, how do I develop a voice? That's where I realized, oh, this is something that people are looking for. So I think when all these things that happen, that's where I started.
Very good. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that, finding your voice and becoming the assertive person that you are now can be, really helpful in developing other skills that, progress you along the way. And Cynthia, how can we avoid the mistakes in building a business that's seen and heard globally? Because I know a lot of us struggle with being seen and heard as business owners, or as just individuals at all. And there are mistakes that we make along the way. What are some of them that we should be avoiding?
Sure. So because I am in the different professional groups here in Singapore as well, so a lot of them, they often ask me, oh, can we have a lunch? So I want to know that how you grew your business. So when I talked with them, I realized at least there are two biggest mistakes. One is that in order to grow and grow globally, one is that they are spending their time in front of the computer and trying to figure out what people's problems are. And I said, you should go out and meet people. Yes, probably AI now, all the AI tools can help you, but it doesn't really play as important the role as you go out and meet people and hear the words from those people. Because we all know that AI is too perfect. That's why AI can never replace us, because we are not perfect. So we have to hear the words that used by those people who are having the problem. So most of the times I always share with them, I say, go out and talk to people, use their words. One fellow trainer coach, and she has been trying to write the words for the problems people are facing. But when I asked her, I said, when clients finished working with you, what did they say to you? She said, oh, one lady said that she felt liberated. I said, that's the word you use for the entire 1 hour having lunch with you. I never heard you say this word. So that's the first mistake, where that they spend too much time online in front of the computer trying to figure out a lot of things. So instead, go out and meet people. And two is that this is also something that I have overcome myself along the way, which is in order to be seen and be heard globally, you have to overcome the fear of being visible. So that was one of my fears. And I remember that in the early years, so this is my 15th year, in the early years, first 1 or 2 years, whenever I posted something online, I would leave my computer and I would never check that post for a few days, because I was so fearful that, oh my God, now I'm exposed. So now the fear has long gone. So I think in order to be seen and heard, you have to be okay with being visible, because it is the visibility that gets people to know us, to hear us, to know that there is a solution out there for them.
Yeah, and visibility is can be quite challenging for people. I mean, social media is out there, and it's out there for the world, it's out there forever. A lot of people don't like to do reels because of the fact that they don't like the way they look, they don't like the way they sound.
Yes.
They get nervous, and it can be a challenge for some people. So how can they overcome that fear, Cynthia, when they are so fearful, and they're fearful of being judged, and that's the main thing, is the fear of judgment, I think, that it prevents people from becoming visible.
Yes. So there are two things that we'll have to work on. One is that we have to get over the fear, because we are going to be judged no matter what. So you will notice, even if we see the most perfect video creator, you just check the comment, there will still be people criticizing them. So we will always be judged no matter what. So it's just that we have to be okay with that, because Even if you think you're perfect, there will still be people judging you. Or that's why that whatever people are saying is never reflecting anything about us. It's reflecting about the other person. So once we can get over that, then we will be okay. But at the same time, of course, improve your skills as well. So if you are speaking in a way that's not clear, not engaging, you will not be able to keep people throughout. Let's say if you're making a video, you won't be able to keep people, especially now people's attention span is shorter and shorter. So it is one, working on our fear of being judged. Two is working on the skills.
Yeah, and I think in bringing value, adding value to the listener or viewer, I think that's really important too. And you have to remember that it's not about us; it's about our potential clients, or the people that we are making the reel for. So
yes,
I think we've got to take something from Mel Robbins' book, and just let them. I haven't read the book, but I've seen a lot of snippets about it, and I think just let them make the criticism, let them do make the judgments, because honestly, you're right, it is a reflection on them, not on us.
yes.
It's something that they've got within them, some fear or some whatever it is that makes them troll others. And adding value to anyone when you're making a presentation or a speech or a reel or a Facebook post or whatever, as long as you're adding value, people traditionally won't judge you for being honest and authentic.
Yes.
Yeah. So how can we master those little secrets that attract clients?
So the secrets would include, number one, we have to solve their problems. So that's why that we have to spend a lot of time to meet people, to hear them, and to see that what their problems are. And then not only knowing their problem, but also knowing the deeper reasons that created the problem. So for example, people can come to me and saying that, oh, I have a soft voice, or I'm speaking with a voice that does not have the impact. So I have to find out what is the reason, because a lot of people, they thought that they have a soft voice like this, and it's actually not really a soft voice, but the voice is being held inside of the mouth and not coming out. So that's only the first layer of the reason. The reason is they are holding the voice. And then we need to find out what's the reason that they're holding the voice. It could be they are concerned that how people are going to think of me. So then we dig deeper to realize, okay, there are mental and emotional reasons that are creating that voice. So sometimes they may not even realize those deeper reasons. So once you can know people's problem on a very deep level, you connect with them on a deeper level as well. So you're not just solving the surface problem anymore. So you are solving the problem once and for all. So that's two secrets already. One is that you have to know the problem. Two is that you have to know the problem from a much deeper level. So of course, the third one would be you have to have the system, the solution, where you can solve their problem, not just solve once, but solve once and for all. So those would be the secrets.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think, being able to solve someone's problem and then go to the deeper level and then solve it and finish the problem, can be a little bit challenging for business owners when they don't understand their own business, they don't understand themselves as well, and they don't understand their customer.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, yes.
And they need to, it's important that you understand all of those things before you can, put your voice out there.
Yes, yes. So you have to know yourself as well. And then we go back to the beginning where we talk about niche, that you have to know what you're good at, what you are having talent in, what you can do better and faster than many other people.
Yeah. I mean, I think I finally found mine, which is podcasting. I love my podcast. I love doing these summits because I'm good at interviewing people and I get the best out of them. So that's for me is something that took me a lot of years to learn. Even as a law enforcement officer, I didn't know that I had that talent because I was frightened of being judged by my peers.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a talent that I've fostered over the years, and it works for me. And
Yes.
so, sometimes it might not happen when you're young. It might happen when you become later on in life.
Yes. Yes. So it doesn't matter when we find it.
No, it doesn't matter. And as long as you find it, and as long as you find your happy place, I think that's important.
Yes. And also sometimes I'm thinking maybe, when I reach 60 years old, I may have my second career. One of my idols, which is Louise Hay, she started her publishing house at the age of 60. Yeah.
Yeah, so good on her for that.
Yes.
Because she's amazing.
Yeah.
Cynthia, have you got anything else you'd like to share with our audience today about, how we can find our voice and how we can get it heard globally?
Yes. So I think it's really to understand yourself more, know that what you can provide. Even if you couldn't find your so-called talent, look at your experience. So what you have done that many people are looking for. So it's really to know what you can offer to the world. Otherwise, even for some of my clients, even though they're not coming to me for growing their business, but even when they are looking to improve the way they speak, they said, I don't want to die with still music in me. Now, of course, later on, I found that's the quote from Wayne Dyer. But you see that every one of us, there is a reason for us to be in this world. So you have to find out what you can offer. And then once you find what you can offer, then find the people that you can offer to. And that will not be bound by which country you are living in. Like I work with clients from all over the world. So wherever you are based, now it's all global. It's much easier than many years ago to become a global entrepreneur. So once you find what you can offer, once you find the right people, then of course you start to broadcast your message. And at the same time, when you start to broadcast your message, you have to overcome your fear of being visible, being judged, being not perfect. So continue to work on ourselves.
Oh, yes. And working on ourselves is really critical because a lot of us as business owners suffer from imposter syndrome. Whether you're a business owner, a speaker, a singer, or anything, all of us at some time or other have suffered from imposter syndrome. So how do we overcome that? Because it's a struggle.
Yes. So that is one, of course, continue to work on ourselves, work on to remove those. But at the same time, you see, when we are trying to be perfect, it's for ourselves. It's you look comfortable, you look perfect. But a lot of times I say to my clients as well, I said, because they are trying to find a perfect word to speak. And then that's stopping them. I say, it doesn't matter because you want to look at your clients, your audiences, that they are not looking at the perfect word. Even if the word is perfect for you, it may not be perfect for them. So who is to say which is more perfect? So a lot of times when we are having these syndromes, is because we are thinking about something that has to be comfortable with us. Then we are being selfish. So it has to be okay with them. Are they getting our message? If they get our message, if they can see you, if they see there's a solution, then that's good for them. That's perfect for them. So we have to shift our focus from too much about ourselves to what will work for the clients.
I really love that. That's wonderful. Love it.
Yes.
If you want to get in touch with Cynthia to find out more about her and what she can offer you, you can find her on Facebook at Cynthia Zay, and Zay is spelled Zhai. She's on LinkedIn at Cynthia Zay. Her website is powerfulexecutivevoice.com. She's on YouTube at Cynthia Zay. She's on Instagram at Cynthia Zay, and she has a shop on her website that she's liking to promote today. What can they find in the shop, Cynthia?
Oh, they can find my book, my first book, Influence Through Voice, in the paperback, together with the audiobook as well. Then there are some simple programs that they can check out as a start. And I think I'm not sure whether I'm giving them a free gift. So
no, we'll find out when we click on the link.
Sure. Yes. So that's what they can find.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing with us today how we can have a global voice. It's such a pleasure to see you again, and thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you again for having me.
Bye. My next guest is Fer Whale, and she's going to be sharing with us the game-changing approach to public speaking and how authenticity empowers you to connect, captivate, and confidently own the stage. Fer is a prominent advocate for personal growth and a two-time best-selling author celebrated for delivering over 600 keynotes and facilitating more than 100 workshops. Fer's message emphasises the crucial role of women as transformative role models and the lasting impact they have on future generations. Drawing from extensive studies in Taoism, Zen meditation, and martial arts, Fer's leadership style is grounded in mindfulness and authenticity. Fer is the founder of the She Talks platform, which delivers empowering workshops for women and youth. This platform is proudly endorsed by notable figures, including the Hall of Fame #1 speaker Tim Gard and the anti-bullying teams from Facebook and X through Project Rocket. Fer's diverse background includes significant roles as a TV presenter, radio host, community theatre actor, editorial model, and even as a face painter for Cadbury and Streets Ice Cream. Since 2005, Fer has received recognition and awards for her contributions as a keynote speaker and small business leader. By leveraging her understanding of human potential, along with her skills in emotional intelligence and public speaking, Fer has delivered training and presentations for various organisations, including Telstra and Vision Australia, as well as in schools and local councils. As part of Fer's commitment to social issues, She Talks serves as an ambassador for Project Karma, organising quarterly fundraising events. In her personal life, Fer enjoys practicing Aikido and Yin Yoga, dancing, moments with friends, and chats with her cat, Mr. Bo. Fer, welcome to the summit, and thank you so much for giving up your time today.
It's an absolute honour to be here, and I cannot wait to get into this topic today.
Wonderful. How can we have a game-changing approach to public speaking? Because I get in front of a camera with another person, I'm fine. Get me on a stage and I'm hopeless. Absolutely. I know it has a lot to do with mindset. I know it has a lot to do with confidence, but how can we have that approach that we all need and some of us thrive to be?
Absolutely. And I understand that, because I was just having a conversation just prior to this about being on stage feels really different to being online. And I think what can really help us, no matter whether you're going online or whether you're getting up on stage or even just having that one-to-one conversation, you want to get connected to the real goal of public speaking. And I feel like it's been lost. Rose, did you know that there are over 15 ways that a speaker can engage an audience?
No, I didn't know that.
In fact, someone tried to tell me the other day there's 56, but I think they were just breaking everything down into minute bits. But there's over 15, and there is one that is absolutely the one that stands above the rest. It is the real goal of public speaking. However, I see a lot of speakers, and a lot of them are missing this, and that's exactly what I want to share with you. And I'm just going to tell you, it's commonly mistaken, and it makes sense, that the most effective way to deliver a talk is through delivering it well. And some say it's humor, of course, only to be honest, these are not the most effective ways of engagement. And they're definitely not the real goal of public speaking. And I know that sounds surprising considering everything that we're taught and how much we get emphasis placed on our content and preparation. And I know that you need to do that. That's your talk, your message, the structure, whether you're going to use stories, analogies, statistics, ensuring your content's informative, it's engaging, it meets the brief of either the organisers or yours. And then for many of us as public speakers who take the stage, we need to rehearse our talk. And then there's focus on presentation of maybe you're doing slides or just how you present, how you show up, how you look, and then your performance, delivering it, your gestures, your stagecraft. And as much as all of these are relevant, and in fact, I coach speakers in all of those, they're just a means to an end. They are simply about helping you deliver the talk, but they're not what has your message land in the hearts of the audience or stay on their mind and then have that ripple on conversation when they leave after they see you speak. You want them to take that information. We want them to put it into action. We want them to have that conversation with a friend, a neighbor, or their family. And this is what's missing.
Yeah, I think you've got a point there too, that, speaking's not about us, the speaker. It's about the audience.
Correct. And you're spot on. And I'm going to talk about this. It isn't about talking to or at an audience. It isn't about us getting accolades. John Yo from TEDx talks about this all the time. He said one of his greatest challenges is having speakers turn up and they want to be accoladed for their talk. And so he doesn't choose those speakers because they're there trying to get recognition and trying to deliver a talk perfectly. And unfortunately, this is actually how speakers are trained. They're trained to over-focus on scripting. They're over-focus on delivery, nailing their stagecraft. And we don't even have to learn stagecraft because, to be honest, when you're authentic, it comes naturally. And I'm going to tell you the core objective of public speaking gets diluted or it gets lost entirely. And Rose, I actually wonder if anyone knows what it is anymore because it's either no longer the priority, and I've seen lots of speakers, or it never was.
Yeah, I think I often think about, the stagecraft. You're supposed to hold your hands a certain way and you're supposed to, go right for the future or the past and left for the future. And, when you're on the stage, is it my left or their left? And you get confused while you're trying to think about what you're talking and having to memorize a speech when, quite honestly, you could say things in the same amount of time coming from the heart. I mean, obviously you have a script, but following it verbatim can be really challenging, especially if you've got a terrible memory like mine. And I'd get halfway and I've got to go back and a lot of places don't let you take cards with you to give you a talk because they think that it's cheating. But in my mind, they're just memory joggers. And I think people should be allowed to have those cards with you, palm cards with you, so that you can, and I'm not saying read from them. I'm just saying to be reminded about where you are in your particular talk.
You know what? There is a way to use a palm card and generate from that rather than, I understand where they're coming from. It's like you wouldn't want someone just sitting there reading off it and kind of maybe glancing up. You want to be able to just use it as a prompt and generate, really be in with the audience. So let me just say, if you're memorizing your talk and every full stop, it's still missing. It's still missing the whole purpose of public speaking. And the whole thing is polishing our performance isn't what makes us engaging. So what is it that makes us engaging if it isn't delivering a talk well or delivering a polished, perfect talk perfectly? Especially in a world that's flooded with content, I'm telling you what truly sticks isn't something that's polished. It isn't the most polished performance. It isn't the rehearsed script that's delivered with every full stop, I like to say, because that's how people start to get now. They want to put it exactly in the order of every word, because when they wrote it, those words had meaning then. However, when you get in front of an audience, those words that had meaning then may not have the same meaning now, because now you're in front of the audience. And what's felt from an audience isn't you getting up there and getting it all right and feeling good about yourself. It's what's felt from authentic voices who dare to be present. So the most power in engagement doesn't come from perfection. It comes from presence. Because the real goal of public speaking isn't just to inform. And as I said, we're in a world that's full of information. We need to engage. And engagement is a two-way current. Even right now with you and I, it's a two-way current. In fact, we've got a whole audience in front of us, so it's more than a two-way current. One person may be speaking, however, two or more energies are always at play. And this is something that's forgotten. So our energy affects the audience, and their energy informs us, even when we're online and we can't see them. When I'm with you, your energy informs me. So presence is how we navigate that exchange. And Rose, aren't audiences today more discerning? I mean, they're not listening for information. And don't we have information fatigue?
Yeah, pretty much. I think so. You know, we were in lockdown before, and, you know, we had no choice but to be online, and there was just so much information overload happening. Honestly, it was just so much, and I think we're a bit tired of it now.
We are. And especially we're in a time of AI generated content when almost anything can be automated, and content is just being spat out in a generic manner with AI. So presence remains the most important element for engaging. In fact, presence is deeply human. And that's what our audiences want. They want to feel us. You know, the old cookie cutter approach of a polished script or perfect delivery over rehearsed stagecraft, that's literally outdated. And it doesn't move people the way it used to. And it can't. It just can't, because of the way that society is now with all the information. People, the only way to cut through is to connect with people. That's today's currency. Presence is today's currency. So if we want our words to land, to stay with someone, we need to offer more than performance. And I have, even not that long ago, gone to some of the public speaking schools just to see, have they moved with the times? And unfortunately, they're still getting taught performance. So what we need instead is connection, grounded, attuned, and in the moment, real connection. People who dare to be authentic, people who dare to be present and out of their head, and pushing and delivering. And that's the shift. That's quite literally the game changer. And I understand that there will be some people who sort of go, well, that sounds too simple, or that can't be right. And that's not enough to be a game changer. However, our role in public speaking really isn't to feel good about ourselves, and it can't be. It's for us to get good at feeling our audience.
Yeah, I think that's really a great point, Fer. I think feeling the audience and delivering to where they are.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
so I guess, what are some of the techniques that we can use to connect with any audience? It doesn't matter.
And I am going to give you 3. However, I think it's important, Rose, to understand or to explain to the audience what is presence, because I know some people are going to think, I know what that is, but not exactly. So I want you to think of presence like a Wi-Fi signal. You might have the best device, which is your script, your story, your stagecraft, but without a strong signal with the audience, your connection drops. And if you're not tuned into that signal, you miss the opportunity to truly connect. And I want you to think back to a time when you felt deeply connected to a speaker. You would have felt like you're in a bubble with them. Like nothing else existed outside of that. And it wouldn't have been their polish that moved you. It wouldn't have been how great their talk was and how well they delivered it. It absolutely would have been how they made you feel. They wouldn't have been performing at you. They would have been there right with you. That feeling would have been the result of presence, an energetic exchange that starts to happen, and it creates resonance in the room between the speaker and the audience. Because presence anchors you, the speaker. It gets us out of our head, where our script is, where our the inner critic lives, and also gets us back into our inbuilt confidence. And it's how we enter flow. And I think this is the best way to explain presence, is that presence gets you to enter flow. Then you can read the room and start to build trust. A lot of audiences, a lot of speakers call the audience their audience. And until we do this, we can't call them our audience, because we haven't even begun to build trust. Our first words, as mesmerizing or captivating or as much of a hook they are, or interesting or even engaging, they don't build trust. We build the trust. And the audience will take a moment to do that. So when we're present, they start to resonate with us and feel a level of trust. And then when that trust is created, your audience becomes open to ideas, your ideas, to the emotion that they're feeling, so they can go on that inner journey. And that is where transformation lives, not in words, not in script, not at all.
Mm.
Yeah. And you feel that, right, Rose? We get that when we're listening to how we can be present, what presence is. It starts to make sense. And I'm hoping that the listeners are starting to think, here's where I have it, and here's where I don't. Presence has a frequency. It's the shared energetic space, and I've been saying resonance. It happens when brain waves sync. So our brain waves, and we've heard this, sync with the audience's brain waves. So it's when our neurons fire in harmony with theirs. When our biology and their biology start resonating like tuning forks. It's invisible, but you have to admit it's unmistakably felt. Right? We feel it. We feel it when we're in sync with the audience. We feel like we're in flow with them, like they're really present with me, because you're present with them. And that's the real power. It's in your state of being. It's in our state of being when we're in the room.
Makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. So how do we tap into that inbuilt confidence that we all have, but we don't display?
Correct. Well, it happens before you even speak a single word. And you've got to remember that your presence is already being felt before you enter the room. And I'm going to give you some science for this. Your energy is the barometer by which they read you and you read them. Presence is the difference between delivering information and the ripple-on effect. So, and I'm just going to state good old Nikola Tesla. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. And the truth is, presence isn't something that you have to then go to learn. It's something primal within us to remember. It's not a skill. We don't perform it. It's a state. It's a way of being that we return to. And I'll give you some proof. Your voice is not the only part of you that we speak with. Our body speaks. Our entire body is a living, vibrating instrument. And psychoanalyst William Wright said, the language of the body doesn't lie, but it speaks in a tongue that can be understood only by another body. We are, in fact, energetic beings. What we are now calling, and I love this, we're called soft technology. We're a technology. We're even greater than AI. We just haven't realized it yet. We are constantly absorbing and emitting energy. Our biology emits measurable voltage. We have, 50 trillion cells. if each of those cells, which it is, generating 0.7 volts, that is 3.5 trillion volts of energy. And we're transmitting those and receiving everyone else's. So it's through our neurons, through our nervous system, that we communicate with the outside world, with our entire physiology, our soft technology. It's through our nervous system. People understand that. And through our brain waves and our neurons, people understand that. But what they don't know is that all of our organs, our muscles, every part of us produces its own electronic field, electromagnetic field that influences the audience, and they feel it. And we can create it through our attention. So we have a saying which is drop into your heart, get out of your brain, drop into your heart. And a lot of people will relate to that. However, it's more of an embodiment, our entire body. And this is why people talk about grounding. Just get out of your head where your critical mind is and get in your body and get over there with the audience, because then you're going to emit specific frequencies and that's going to create presence. So that's why we read an audience energetically and not through cues like nods and smiles.
And this is where our confidence would come into play, because the more that we can get feedback from the audience with those silent cues, that we become more confident when we're up there on the stage.
Yeah, and we're present. We're not performing. We're not worried in our head. And if we're in our critical mind, Rose, and you've heard me say this so many times when I've been on your podcast and what have you, is that when we're in our head, our critical mind comes in, our survival mechanism, and it's all of that, what we can and can't do, should and shouldn't do, where we've made a mistake, why we're not as good as we think we are, all of that rubbish, all of that distortion of who we are starts getting triggered. But if we're with our audience, we literally bypass that. But I want to tell you some research that's really profound, and it's been done over the last 50 years, so it's solid research. It's shown that humans and animals, all creatures, we physically respond to energy before our conscious mind catches up. So in one study, just one alone out of thousands, participants, their body reacted to an image that was shown on a screen. They reacted before the image was shown. So if they showed a disturbing image, suddenly they were tense, their brain waves changed, their organ rate changed, and that happened before the image came up. And no one knew what the images were going to be. They were random. So we're reading the information without even realizing it. So that's proof that our nervous system and our brain waves, let alone our entire physiology, responds before our mind registers what's happening. So can you imagine, right? You're in your head, like this is what happens to most speakers. And especially when we're starting out, where we're concentrating on our talk, on delivering it. We want to get that sort of accolade or that standing ovation, or at least want people to come up and say, hey, what a great talk afterwards, or we're nervous, or both. And so we're not present. What is our physiology communicating to the audience? Not to trust us. They're going, hey, something's off, something's incongruent. And then we get speakers who are taught to act confident. And here's another thing that I'm really shocked that this is still being taught. If you want to sound confident, just turn up your volume and you will sound confident. And then we get this even more separation because people are so removed from their authenticity, from who they are. We don't need to learn stagecraft. Yes, you can learn performance later as a way of story showing, and that's fun when you're authentic, when you're already mastered authenticity. However, if you're getting up and acting confident and you're turning your volume up here and going soft there because you want to influence the audience, and you know you've got to move left when you say you're moving to Sydney, and right because you're moving to Melbourne, and all of that, where you go, where you point to the future and the past, all of that stuff, you're not present, you're in your head. And that's what the audience is reading. So Presence has a frequency all of its own. To be truly present, you're coherent. And Joe Dispenza talks about this. I'm sure we've got some Joe Dispenza followers here. You're in coherence. And that means everything is in tune, vibrating together. You're in flow. And if you know what in flow feels like, that's what coherence is. It's your entire being, your mind, your body, your energy, everything. And that's why I say presence has a frequency. You must be in coherence. So we've all felt it. When someone enters a room and without saying a word, we sense their joy or their grief or their tension. We feel their presence or lack of it. And they feel it too. That's the energetic exchange at work. And quantum physics talks about this. This is the observer effect. And we've all heard of this, where our consciousness affects atoms. It can affect matter. It can make an atom behave differently. And when we're not observing it, it behaves differently again. So if we, little old us, can influence matter at the quantum level, which we do, imagine how we shape a room. That's our responsibility as a speaker. We are like a conductor, guiding and moving the orchestra. The energy we transmit, that's what invites them. That's what is engaging. I'm going to again, it's a state. It's not a speaking style. We don't learn it. We connect with it.
Yeah.
That's called authentic. Yep. Authentic presence. That's why I said authenticity, because that's where your presence is. So it's generated by us and it's readable by the audience. You are either consciously present as an intention or unconsciously going through the motion out of a desire to be well received. And it can't be about being well received. It can't be about delivering the perfect talk perfectly. It can't be about remembering stagecraft. It's got to be about resonance. Presence creates resonance. And this matters more than ever. In a world of AI and over information, we don't need content deliverers. We don't need more speakers just pushing through and delivering information. We need speakers and leaders who lead, not only with their voice, but with their entire body, with their presence, who can then, when you're there, and if you have done this, you understand. If you haven't, go ahead. You need to do this because you'll be able to read the room in a way that you've never been able to read a room before. And you'll be able to respond in real time, moment to moment, and hold the space and keep the audience in the bubble with you. This presence sends the message of, I see you. And I love this. It also sends the message of, we're all walking each other home.
Yeah, I love that. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliant presentation, Fer. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah,
if
you're
you
welcome.
want to find out more about Fer or connect with her in any way, you can find her on Facebook at Fer Whale, on LinkedIn at She Talks, and her website is shetalks.com.au. And what can people find on your website, Fer?
They can find everything I do, but more importantly, I want to leave people with this. If you really aren't sure how to be present, here's one tip. Hold a soft smile throughout your entire talk. Set the intention of being present, hold a soft smile, and just feel. And if you might not trust it at first, but just trust that you will eventually feel. You'll feel things like suddenly it feels quiet. That means the audience has settled in. Suddenly you might feel a shift over at one part of the room. You might specifically feel it with one person. Start feeling in. Hold that soft smile. It'll keep you out of your head and present, and just be over there with the audience. Go to my website. You'll find out everything that I'm doing, but even better still, Instagram and TikTok.
Wonderful. Loved it. I loved it. Thank you so much for sharing with us today, Fer. It's lovely to see you again, and good luck with everything.
Thank you. See you, Rose. It's been an honor. Love it.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for joining us at the Talking with the Experts Online Business Summit with your host, Rose Davidson. We hope you found the insights and strategies shared by our esteemed presenter valuable. Remember, your journey to success doesn't end here. Keep applying what you've learned, stay connected with our community, and continue to push the boundaries of your business. Until next time, keep thriving and striving for excellence. Goodbye, and see you at our next summit.